Waiting for the minister. Just waiting for the minister. Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, señoras, señores. On va commencer en quelques minutes. What do I do? What do I do? Just wait, no? Minutes is coming. IUCN. Yeah, I'm from Australia. Yeah, and you? From UK. Yeah. And do you with this Ukraine fund? Is that it? Yeah, I thought of that. I had a Ukrainian expert. She joined our team right after the invasion. She was before Anna. She was with the Ministry of Environment, and then she was in Switzerland. So I just pulled her in. She started working on our greenness standards on a benchmarking. Essentially, so you can describe success and effectiveness, and then you can benchmark how close you are to achieving standard across all sorts of different elements. So she helped us do the benchmark, but then at the time we did a very, very quick benchmark of the status of using available information in Ukraine. Just using that tool just to give a snapshot of where they were in so a baseline essentially using existing information. So potentially in the future we could look at an investment into those areas precisely on those elements that have been impacted and how to bring them up to at least what they were before and ahead. But I never followed up on the idea or got it going, because that seems like what you're doing.
That's what we do.
But if you had that baseline,
well, we
really down to a level of criteria on the governance, status of the management planning, the threats, everything, and the responses.
Where's the data?
It came from existing reports like the work WWF has been doing, the management effectiveness evaluation, so scientific literature and elsewhere.
We have
And just from the ministry at that time, just basically a self-assessment where we went.
We have a local office, our team, last year's Philip runs it, and she established most of the goals. So our needs analysis is done on track around the regular basis. We also go, I guess I just go and look at all the plots. And yeah, it's continuously updating depending on what's needed.
So yeah, maybe we should talk, because the standard's freely available. It's not like you need anything else to do it, but it does set a threshold for what effective conservation is, and that's where it should be headed anyway. But obviously with the setback, then being able to measure almost down to a percentage impact and effectiveness of actually what could be useful. And we also have the certification. We have an assurance scheme the verification. So, we had the big awards for the green list last night. Attracting the financing.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, good. Oh, it's gone quiet. I thought we're starting. Okay, well I'll just promote again. It's not because it's some interest organizational, it's just really, really interesting publication. So if you have your application, it's called Panorama. Okay, so Panorama, like the view, like I have a panorama review. This is a panorama of solutions related to the global biodiversity framework. So the URL is panorama.solutions. It's easy. There's no .com, it's .solutions. Panorama.solutions. And in there, it's a database of over 1,000 case studies of effective conservation at all levels. And this is a book, it's a compilation of solutions from RDC, so from Democratic Republic of Congo, especially here. Donc en français, c'est encore ce livre, c'est une compilation de les solutions, les cases de le succès de la conservation basée en air protégé, en conservé.
Et c'est la compilation, c'est le base de dates. C'est panorama.solution. Il y a plus que 1000 solutions pour tout le monde. Et surtout, ça, c'est la compilation de la solution de DRC. RDC, excuse-moi. Donc, OK. Et ici, on a les auteurs d'une solution. C'est Alex. Si vous ne connaissez pas Alex, il est là. Son solution, c'est là. Alex, tu vas parler quelques mots? OK, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis M. Alex de l'ANAPAC RDC, qui est Alliance nationale d'appui et des aires du territoire autochtone et communautaire du Congo. Alors, le livre ici, Panorama, qui a été produit, c'est un livre qui retrace un peu le mode de conservation par les peuples autochtones. Actuellement, en RDC, ANAPAC a identifié 40 potentiels sites qui sont conservés par le peuple autochtone et communauté locale, qu'on appelle les APAC. Et c'est sur base de ça que 10 sites parmi les 40 ont été expérimentés, ont été ciblés pour réaliser cette étude de panorama. Alors, les informations sur la gestion de ces sites se trouvent dans ces livres ici que nous appelons Panorama, que, en tout cas, l'ICN nous a accompagnés pour parvenir à élaborer ces livres ici. Alors, au-delà de ça, il y a les activités en lien avec évaluation ou de la liste verte dans les différents sites, les AMC, ou les aires et territoires conservés par les peuples autochtones. Ces activités d'évaluation de la liste verte seront réalisées d'ici là, avec le soutien de l'ISAN, pour identifier les besoins, le menace qui pèse sur les listes, sur les AMC ou les APAC. Et c'est sur base de ça qu'on aura à produire le deuxième étude sur la liste verte. En tout cas, merci beaucoup. C'était ça l'information essentielle de ce qui est de ces livres ici, Panorama. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Monsieur Héritier Milenge Kamalebo de la RDC. Et donc, c'est un honneur pour moi d'être ici en ce jour. Parce que comme vous allez le lire à la 3e page du document, il y a des contributeurs principaux. Et le premier contributeur de ce livre, c'est la personne qui vous parle. Alors, nous avons travaillé avec l'IUCN dans ce cadre-là de la promotion de la conservation en dehors des aires protégées. Et donc, il fallait essayer d'identifier ces initiatives AMC candidates et qui s'avéraient promoteurs, en fait, des initiatives dans lesquelles les communautés locales et les peuples autochtones avaient, depuis la nuit des temps, n'est-ce pas, mis en place des pratiques traditionnelles de conservation et que donc c'était ça l'essentiel des informations qui figurent, n'est-ce pas, dans ces documents-là. Et donc, comme l'a dit les prédécesseurs, M. Alex, dans les documents, il y a 10 principaux sites, 10 principales initiatives qui sont censées être reconnues comme des AMCE. Et au-delà de ça, il y a quand même quelques autres informations, n'est-ce pas, provenant d'autres pays d'Afrique et du monde. Et donc, c'est un des documents essentiels qui essaye un peu de reconnaître les efforts de conservation en dehors des aires protégées par les communautés locales et les peuples autochtones. Et donc, comme je l'ai dit en introduction, c'est un honneur et que donc espérons qu'il y aura d'autres opportunités, n'est-ce pas, qui vont nous aider à rendre compte, n'est-ce pas, de toutes ces initiatives qui existent en dehors des aires protégées. Merci.
OK. Sweet. Donc, merci pour les deux présenteurs, la présentation brève. Pour nous, à l'IUCN, Ça, c'est notre travail. C'est pas au territoire, c'est au niveau de compilation de les solutions. OK. Here we go. Action. Okay. So the program, the minister will arrive. I'll just give a very brief presentation, and then we'll have a video, and then the minister will speak, and we'll finish. Bon, elle est ici. Is the volume okay, guys? It's okay? ¿Está bien? Volumen? Sí. Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue, Son Excellence, Madame Eve Bazaeba, si tout le monde peut essayer. Merci, Son Excellence. Donc bien, on va commencer. C'est bonjour à tout le monde. Moi, je m'appelle James Hardcastle. Je suis le directeur de le programme des aires protégées de l'IUCN, basé en Suisse. En Suisse, on n'a pas trop de forêts tropicales de l'importance comme le DRC. Et pour ça que je veux commencer avec quelques mots de présentation brève de notre perspective. Et notre perspective comme l'Union internationale, c'est que l'importance de le pays de DRC, c'est de le plus haut pour la biodiversité, pour le climat et surtout pour la diversité, non seulement de les écosystèmes, les espèces, de tout ça, mais aussi la diversité de cultures, diversité de perspectives et diversité des solutions. Et pour ça que je présente, vous avez déjà fait la connaissance de ce livre. Ce livre, c'est une compilation de solutions. Comme dire que ça, c'est pas le projet, c'est pas le programme, ça, c'est les vraies solutions. C'est une compilation de les solutions qui a un impact, qui fonctionne, qui a les résultats pour la conservation. Et ces solutions sont dans le pays de RDC, de le Congo. Et c'est en tout niveau. C'est la solution dans les vraies aires protégées, la solution dans les territoires de les communautés et les populations les autochtones. Et je dis ça parce que si on parle, et maintenant on va écouter le dialogue sur le financement, sur l'importance de la conservation de la biodiversité des forêts du Congo, on doit penser qu'on a déjà les solutions, on a déjà les impacts. Et on peut faire l'inversion. Le financement arrive à ce niveau aussi. Qu'on va penser le financement direct à les acteurs qui ont déjà fait les solutions, qui ont déjà fait son contribution à la conservation de la biodiversité en DRC. Et pour nous, la conservation de la biodiversité à RTC, c'est important pour la planète. C'est le forêt de deuxième plus grand extant, contexte et quantique et intact du monde. C'est le deuxième. L'Amazon, le Congo et l'Indonésie. Et on a aussi un représentant de l'Indonésie aussi. Donc, je vais fermer cette brève présentation pour faire le compromis de l'IUCN, le compromis de la union de beaucoup d'organisations, d'agences de la conservation, pour dire que nous sommes avec vous, que la connectivité, ce n'est pas seul avec les aires protégées et conservées, c'est aussi la connectivité des acteurs de soutien, de compromis pour nous. Et c'est notre responsabilité de faire le plus possible, de faire la bonne conservation avec vous. Et avec ça, je vais passer le parole à une vidéo de DRC, et après, j'invite son Excellence Madame Eve Bazaiba à nous faire une présentation. Donc, merci à tout le monde pour venir, et le vidéo, s'il vous plaît.
Le bassin du Congo abrite la deuxième forêt tropicale du monde après l'Amazonie, 180 millions d'hectares, dont les 2/3 se trouvent en République démocratique du Congo, un pays 5 fois grand comme la France.
Je suis ici à 25 mètres au-dessus de la canopée sur la tour à flux, une structure unique dans le bassin du Congo. Le site de Yangambi où elle se trouve est redevenu un lieu d'expérimentation pour la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique et pour la restauration de la biodiversité au profit des populations.
Haute de 55 mètres, cette construction est venue rejoindre il y a un an les quelques 1400 tours à flux dans le monde. Conçue par l'université de Gand en Belgique, elle est érigée en pleine forêt.
Cette structure nous permet de quantifier l'échange de gaz à effet de serre entre l'atmosphère et la forêt. Nous pouvons ainsi calculer de manière continue la quantité de carbone émise ou séquestrée par le forêt de bassin du Congo.
Les premiers résultats sont prometteurs.
Cette forêt est, contrairement à ce qui se dit beaucoup, n'est pas le deuxième poumon de la planète, mais le premier poumon de la planète. C'est la deuxième superficie, mais c'est la première capacité de fixation de carbone. Pour beaucoup de raisons biologiques, historiques, on fixe plus de carbone aujourd'hui dans le bassin du Congo que dans le bassin d'Amazonie ou dans le bassin d'Indonésie.
La réserve de Yangambi était la plus grande station de recherche tropicale du monde quand le pays était une colonie belge. Le CIFOR, le Centre pour la recherche forestière internationale, fait renaître Yangambi en partenariat avec les autorités du pays. Le projet s'appelle Forêt, il est financé par l'Union européenne et commence ici à la faculté des sciences de Kisangani où l'on forme les futurs experts de la forêt. Les 260 étudiants en master et doctorat font leurs travaux pratiques à Yangambi. Ce matin, Yves y anime un atelier de sensibilisation pour les enfants. Ils seront la prochaine génération responsable de la protection de leur forêt.
La RDC, c'est notre plus grosse enveloppe en faveur de la préservation de la biodiversité en Afrique. La RDC est un pays solution. C'est un pays immense, qui a une ressource forestière immense. C'est un facteur à la fois de développement pour les populations, mais c'est aussi un facteur pour la conservation de la planète.
Le projet Forêt, ce sont ici aussi des recherches sur le café, le bois, la construction d'une centrale de cogénération biomasse pour fournir de l'électricité, la production de miel et grâce à l'agroforesterie, la lutte contre la déforestation.
Pour réussir à faire en sorte que la forêt soit moins dégradée, une des options, c'est justement l'agroforesterie, c'est-à-dire d'accompagner et d'encourager les communautés locales à planter les arbres dont ils ont besoin pour fertiliser les sols, produire du bois à énergie, etc.
La pépinière du projet Forêt fournit les plants aux fermiers. Objectif, planter ici 5 millions d'arbres et restaurer la biodiversité dégradée. Au milieu des arachides, ils placent aujourd'hui les acacias, des arbres à croissance rapide. L'agroforesterie prend tout son sens à Ntsio, au plateau des Batéké, à 150 km à l'est de la capitale. Dans cette savane, l'Union européenne investit depuis 2013 pour développer l'agriculture sur ce sol sableux, afin de nourrir les populations locales et celles de Kinshasa et ralentir l'exode rural. 260 familles sont réparties sur 5500 hectares, aménagés pour recréer les conditions d'une forêt fertile. Sur son terrain, chaque fermier produit de l'huile de palme, du manioc, des céréales ou des légumineuses à l'ombre des acacias, l'arbre providentiel de l'agroforesterie.
Ce feuille-là qui tombe, au fil des années, ça s'entasse et ça forme une couche d'humus. Et en soi, les racines de l'acacia fixent ce qu'on appelle l'azote qui fertilise les sols. C'est les mêmes conditions que la forêt.
Ce matin, réunion pour échanger sur les cultures ou la vente des produits destinés notamment à Kinshasa et ses 20 millions d'habitants. Pour l'eau, les familles se partagent ces bornes fontaines alimentées par un forage. Leur carte prépayée permet de gérer leur consommation. Le projet Ntsio a permis à certains fermiers de multiplier leurs revenus par 10.
Ma vie est différente.
Merci pour la vidéo, c'est très intéressant et encore on voit les solutions, les vraies solutions dans ce pays magnifique. Donc maintenant j'ai le plaisir d'inviter à son Excellence Madame Eva Bazaibar pour faire la présentation. Merci son Excellence.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais avant toute chose présenter des excuses pour le retard. En fait, nous étions conviés à une réunion au plus haut niveau ici avec Madame la vice-présidente de la République de la Colombie. La délégation congolaise que j'ai conduite, je devais absolument avoir une réunion avec elle dans le cadre des négociations que nous avons commencées par rapport à des résolutions que nous devons prendre ici. Alors, je pense que aussi c'est pour l'intérêt de notre activité. Alors, en ce qui concerne ma présentation, ce n'est pas un discours magistral. Ici, nous sommes dans les négociations en ce qui concerne la grande thématique sur la préservation de la biodiversité. La République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, 2 345 000 km² de son territoire, avec environ 120 millions d'habitants, nous sommes au centre de l'Afrique. Avant de poursuivre, je voudrais me rassurer que tout le monde entend le français. We didn't provide translation. I want just to make sure that everybody here can hear me in French, please. For those who can't hear me in French, you can just let me know so I can give someone to help you for the translation. Qui parle anglais, qui n'entend pas le français? Tout le monde entend le français. I'm lucky today, so I don't have so many problems. Alors, je disais, la République démocratique du Congo se trouve au centre de l'Afrique, au sein du bassin du Congo. Le bassin du Congo qui est le deuxième massif forestier après le bassin de l'Amazonie où nous nous trouvons actuellement en Colombie. La République démocratique du Congo à elle seule a 62% des forêts tropicales humides du bassin du Congo. La République démocratique du Congo a aussi 10% des réserves mondiales des eaux douces et 52% des eaux douces de toute l'Afrique. À côté des forêts tropicales humides, nous avons d'autres qualités de forêts aussi importantes que les tropicales humides. D'abord, les forêts de Miombo. Ce sont des espèces de forêts, des arbustes clairsemés, mais qui jouent aussi un très grand rôle dans la séquestration des CO2 et qui contiennent aussi énormément de la biodiversité. Et ces forêts, nous les partageons avec les pays de l'Afrique australe. Il y en a 11 pays d'Afrique australe. Là encore, la RDC à plus de 50%. À côté de ces forêts de Miombo, nous avons les tourbières. Alors les tourbières, cette manne qui venait d'être découverte récemment, nous les partageons, les tourbières, avec la République sœur du Congo, le Congo-Brazzaville, où nous avons 70% et le Congo-Brazzaville à 30%. Nous avons aussi les mangroves dans toute la partie côtière de l'océan Atlantique. Si je cite ces espaces, ces écosystèmes, c'est pour vous dire que ça constitue l'habitat de la biodiversité. La flore, elle-même les forêts, la faune, avec tout ce qu'il y a comme produits lignés et non lignés de la forêt, et aussi les ressources aquatiques et marines. C'est une grande biodiversité. C'est ce qui a fait que dans les statistiques mondiales, la République démocratique du Congo soit classée 5e de par sa biodiversité. Il y a énormément de pays dans le monde, mais nous sommes classés 5e. Du moins de ce côté-là, nous pouvons nous exprimer heureux d'être riches. Parce que vous trouvez une spécialité des espèces endémiques. Par exemple, prenons le cas des primates. Il y a 4 sortes de primates de grande hauteur dans le monde. Vous avez les orang-outans, les chimpanzés, les gorilles de montagne et les bonobos. Mais 3 espèces se trouvent en République démocratique du Congo. Nous avons les chimpanzés, nous avons les gorilles de montagne, nous avons les bonobos. Le orang-outan, c'est en Asie. Et les bonobos a une particularité de la capacité d'intelligence de 99,9%. Comme l'être humain, il ne manque de 1% du langage. Et on les trouve en République démocratique du Congo. Je ne peux pas ne plaide pas seulement pour sa propre chapelle. Quand nous avons ces potentiels-là, nous sommes grands. Mon père me disait, est grand, c'est lui qui... Qui consomment autant de quantités aussi de viande, qui ont besoin de soins de santé, qui ont besoin d'être préservés. Si Lacoste pouvait penser aussi, pas spécifiquement à Simon, mais un fonds, il donne une quantité, Simon, on va rétrocéder, Simon va avoir ça. Parce que nous serons là comme la voix des sans-voix. Voice of voiceless. Parce que je sais que vous, si quelqu'un utilise votre image à des faits commerciaux et publicitaires, vous allez aller en justice pour réclamer votre droit. Maintenant, nous faisons des voice of voiceless, la voix des sans-voix. Apple, ça fait partie des biodiversités. Et il y en a tant d'autres. Alors, si nous arrivons, il y a Ralph Lauren aussi, vous avez vu, avec les chevaux. Parce qu'il faut connaître les chevaux. Les chevaux, c'est un peu comme le vin. On ne prend pas de vin n'importe comment, il faut regarder la qualité du vin. Et les chevaux, pour monter dessus, il y en a qui cherchent telle race. J'ai besoin de telle race pour monter dessus. Mais Ralph Lauren utilise aussi les chevaux. Il y a des chevaux de bonnes races en voie de disparition actuellement. Surtout les chevaux blancs là, les juments, pour les avoir, pour leur reproduction, ce n'est pas aussi facile que ça. Nous avons l'industrie de l'agroalimentaire, Lion Chocolate. Il y a des céréales, des lions qu'on utilise, l'image des lions, les Simba. On appelle ça en République démocratique du Congo, on utilise même une boisson Simba. On dit c'est la boisson des hommes. Il y a aussi la boisson Tembo. C'est la boisson des hommes. Hein? Voilà, c'est ça, la boisson Tembo. C'est pas n'importe qui. Alors que lorsqu'on voit la publicité de Tembo, est-ce qu'on pense à Tembo, où les ivoires sont pris à travers avec des braconnages? Au moment où je vous parle aujourd'hui, dans mon pays, dans la province de Bazouélé, essentiellement dans les territoires de Bondo, les éléphants ne sont plus protégés parce que la clôture du parc national a lâché. Les éléphants n'ont pas accès à la nourriture. Les éléphants viennent maintenant à la maison, dans des villages, détruire. Et les éléphants ont tué des gens là-bas tout simplement parce qu'on ne sait pas les encadrer et la population ne jure que par la disparition de ces éléphants. Nous avons besoin de moyens pour faire des enclos de protection. On ne met pas les animaux en captivité. C'est la nouvelle approche. C'est en semi-liberté ou dans des parcs nationaux. Et ça demande énormément de moyens pour protéger. Les gardes-parcs, il faut les payer. Si les gardes-parcs ne sont pas payés, ils disent mais comment? Nous allons protéger les bêtes. Et nous, on n'est pas protégés. Ma femme est malade. Ma femme meurt d'accouchement. Il n'y a pas un centre de santé. Mes enfants n'étudient pas. Je vais le tuer. Je prends l'ivoire, je vais vendre. Donc, on a un choix à faire et ça demande énormément de moyens. Je vais maintenant vers les États. Il y a les États qui utilisent leur puissance suprématie avec l'aigle. Nous utilisons les léopards. La République démocratique du Congo utilise les léopards. A droit aussi de donner cette quantité. L'exemple doit venir de nous-mêmes. Notre équipe de football s'appelle aussi Léopard. Alors, lorsqu'il y a des matchs, vous voyez les jeunes gens qui vont tweeter, les léopards qui vont bouffer tel. Et puis, il y a les éléphants des Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a les lions indomptables du Cameroun qui viennent. Et puis, les autres, il y a les coqs de la France qui chantent Cocorico. Tout ça, il y en a énormément. Et on va faire un devoir. Chacun de nous va rentrer, essayer de répertorier. Parce que moi, je n'ai pas tout. Hein? Chacun de nous va essayer de répertorier. Les transferts des équipes de football, vous savez combien ça coûte les transferts des joueurs? C'est en termes de millions. Hein? Alors, si ces millions-là dans les transferts ou dans les stades, quand ils font la Coupe du Monde, l'UEFA, hier, par exemple, chez moi, ça a brivé. Dans l'avion, les gens réclament avoir les matchs. Alors, tout cet argent qui entre, ceux qui vont en ligne, ceux qui vont en ceci, est-ce que si on dégageait une quotité dans leurs bénéfices, mettre ça dans la gibecière, dans ces fonds-là de la biodiversité, est-ce qu'il y a un mal? Au contraire. Alors, il y a la feuille qui est utilisée par le Canada, c'est la diversité de la flore et de la faune. Mesdames et messieurs, la liste est longue. Chacun de nous, chaque pays peut dresser la liste et je sollicite s'il y a la représentation du secrétariat exécutif de la diversité biologique ici, l'IUCN aussi est là. Je demande que cette proposition, notamment, soit intégrée dans tout ce qu'il y a comme discussion, cette fois-ci à la COP16, parce que c'est une manne, c'est une opportunité. Merci beaucoup. Que toutes les organisations, tous les États s'en approprient. Nous avons juste initié, mais que tout le monde s'en approprie. Qu'on les mette dans nos sites, qu'on fasse des tweets partout et qu'on apaise ces entreprises, ces États, tout le monde, que c'est la philanthropie. On n'oblige personne, mais nous leur demandons, pour que leur entreprise continue à être fructifiée, il faut que Jaguar existe. Sinon, si Jaguar devient comme dinosaure, on va dire que ce sont des choses qu'on ne sait pas sûr si ça existait ou pas pour les générations futures. Alors, nous demandons aussi qu'à l'issue de la COP16, qu'il y ait une résolution claire et nette au niveau de la Convention pour inviter les CEO de ces entreprises, pour saisir les États qui sont concernés, qu'il y ait une réunion extraordinaire avec les comités consultatifs qui a été mis en place depuis la COP15 pour réfléchir sur comment avoir le mécanisme de mobilisation additionnelle des ressources à soutenir notre ambition. Nous pensons que nous sommes dans la logique. Deuxième initiative de la RDC, c'est une initiative aussi qui part de la logique. En 1992, après avoir tenu une grande conférence mondiale sur la population, le climat, nous sommes sortis avec 3 conventions. La Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur le climat, la Convention sur la diversité biologique dont nous parlons aujourd'hui et la Convention de lutte contre la désertification. La première convention, elle est en avance parce qu'on travaille chaque année, il y a des conférences des parties. Nous sommes arrivés au niveau de la COP29 qui aura lieu en Azerbaïdjan, à Bakou. Et les 2 autres, c'est chaque 2 ans. Et il y a eu aussi des problèmes avec la pandémie de Covid-19. Il y a des moments où on n'a pas tenu des réunions. C'est pourquoi vous avez 15 et 16, alors que l'autre convention, on en est déjà à 29. Parce que ça part à bouchée double. Mais si vous observez bien, vous venez ici, nous parlons des mêmes choses. Nous allons bientôt dans la convention de lutte contre la désertification. Il y a des choses qui se recoupent. La convention cadre des Nations Unies sur le climat à Bakou, ça sera la même chose. C'est un peu comme en mathématiques, pour ceux qui ont utilisé, n'ont pas étudié l'algèbre, mais on appelle maths moderne. Chez moi, j'ai étudié des maths modernes. On parle de l'ensemble A, B, C. Il y a l'intersection. A inter B, les éléments communs. B inter C, des éléments communs. Ou bien A inter B inter C, il y a des éléments communs. Il y a des éléments spécifiques, mais des éléments communs aussi qui existent. Il y a aussi A union B union C. On n'est pas dans l'union totale, on est dans l'intersection. En science, on appelle ça la kleptomanie académique. C'est-à-dire là où les choses se recoupent, là où il y a intersection. Au lieu de faire du travail double, nous avons demandé un travail en synergie. Parce que moi, sans fausse modestie, quand j'étais à l'école, si je connais déjà cette leçon, l'instituteur revient, ça me dérange. J'ai remarqué aussi dans mes équipes, nous allons parler ici, si nous allons dans une autre région, on en a déjà parlé, les négociateurs sèchent même les réunions. Parce que c'est du déjà vu, c'est du déjà entendu. Parfois même, on est en retard. Lorsqu'on était à telle réunion, telle COP de climat, on en avait déjà parlé. Mais ils nous font revenir encore. Ça fait un peu du surplace où on tourne en rond. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas moyen que les 3 conventions puissent avoir un espace d'échange de travail en synergie et que les 3 secrétariats exécutifs aient un système de se rencontrer? Comme par exemple aujourd'hui, nous avons le président de la COP 15 et la COP 16 de la diversité biologique. Il existe le président de la COP 15 et la COP 7 de lutte contre la désertification. Il existe aussi la présidence de la COP 28 et 29 sur le changement climatique. Ils peuvent, avant telle ou telle COP, se rencontrer, qu'il y ait un espace d'échange, de voir l'intersection pour dire ici, voici les avancées, ici, voilà les reculs, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Parce que je vous donne un exemple. Pour préserver la biodiversité, je vous ai parlé de l'habitat de la biodiversité, c'est soit l'eau, soit les forêts. Pour préserver la biodiversité, parmi les recommandations, il faut la conservation, la préservation des forêts. La conservation, nous avons pris des engagements 30-30. Nous avons pris des engagements de reboiser 8 millions d'hectares. Nous venons de planter 1 milliard d'arbres. Nous avons comme ça des engagements et au niveau international, il y a des engagements de faire des murailles vertes. Parce que quand vous avez ces murailles vertes, vous avez la conservation, il y a la production, la productivité de la biodiversité. Je l'ai remarqué vraiment avec beaucoup de joie. Notre projet pilote de conservation en vue de capter le crédit carbone dans les Maïndombe avec WWC et ERA Congo, il y a des années, on ne voyait plus d'éléphants, on ne voyait plus de primates, on ne voyait plus des antilopes. Mais avec la conservation, nous avons vu des caméras de surveillance. Nous voyons comment les individus se sont reproduits. Et maintenant, on commence même à réfléchir comment repousser les éléphants pour qu'ils ne viennent pas détruire les champs dans les villages. Quelqu'un nous avait, il y a 2 ans, montré les systèmes de tabac. Donc, si vous avez le champ de maïs ou de manioc, vous clôturez avec la construction la plantation de tabac. Quand les éléphants viennent, ils sentent l'odeur de tabac, ils rentrent dans la forêt. Oui, mais avant, ça n'existait pas. Aujourd'hui, quand vous passez, vous voyez les antilopes en train de s'abreuver dans les ruisseaux. Ou alors les primates sautiller. Moi-même, j'ai sifflé pour parler, communiquer avec les perroquets. Je suis forestière, je communique avec les... Je n'ai plus jamais communiqué avec les perroquets dans les forêts de Maïndombe parce qu'il n'y avait plus d'arbres à cause de la déforestation. Maintenant qu'il y a plus d'arbres, parce que les perroquets ne se posent pas partout. Comme vous aussi, vous n'allez pas dormir partout, vous cherchez toujours un habitat qu'il faut pour vous. Alors, ça c'est pour la protection de la biodiversité, on parle de la conservation. Si vous allez dans une conférence de lutte contre la désertification, on vous parle de quoi? La forestation, le reboisement, la restauration des écosystèmes. C'est la même chose. Il faut planter les arbres, il faut des murailles vertes, comme le cas de le rétrécissement du lit du lac Tchad dans le Sahel. Il est demandé qu'on renforce la gestion des eaux de pluie et surtout la muraille verte. Et quand vous mettez la muraille verte, les oiseaux vont venir, les serpents viennent, les tortues viennent. Vous y mettez les antilopes, ils commencent à vivre. Et surtout si vous faites la forestation, parce que le reboisement, monoculture est différent de la forestation où il y a la biodiversité. Si vous allez dans la convention, dans une COP29 de lutte contre les changements climatiques, on vous parle de quoi? De la conservation, de la forestation, du reboisement. Alors, pourquoi répéter, pourquoi ne pas avancer ensemble une résolution qui a déjà été prise en avance avec la COP29? Ça ne peut pas être l'objet de perdre le temps de discussion. Vous dites, on avait adopté ça par rapport à ça, la COP29, on l'implémente directement dans les autres COP qui viennent après. Et nous avançons. Ça nous fait gagner du temps dans les négociations et ça nous donne les idées à d'autres. C'est pourquoi c'est un plaidoyer pour que vous tous qui êtes ici, vos différents États, les structures, j'aimerais encore à l'UICN de porter cette proposition. Vous allez demander à la RDC, voilà, merci. Vous allez demander à la RDC, est-ce que vous avez formulé la résolution? Est-ce que vous avez formulé les éléments de langage? Moi, je suis politique. Je donne les idées. Vous, vous êtes des techniciens, l'UICN et les autres. Mettez ça, coulez ça sous forme de propositions de résolution. Coulez ça sous forme je ne sais pas, des cadres qu'il faut. Voilà, au nom du gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, je remercie encore une fois de plus l'UICN et je vous remercie chacun pris avec son rang et sa qualité comme partenaire. Les communautés locales, les peuples autochtones, les chefs traditionnels, les ONG et vous tous ici présents, ensemble, nous pouvons faire beaucoup de choses. Je vous remercie. Alors, ça, c'était la proposition de la RDC. Maintenant, j'ai quelque chose d'autre d'important à vous le dire. Là, je voudrais faire comme les évangélistes après avoir vraiment des amens et des applaudissements. J'ai eu le privilège de rencontrer la vice-présidente de la République de la Colombie avec qui on a commencé les négociations depuis un certain temps. Vous savez, le combat de la Colombie pour la reconnaissance, la prise en compte dans l'article 8J de la population, c'est vrai, il y a les peuples autochtones et la population locale, mais y compris les ascendants africains. Nous avons vu toutes les facettes du dossier. Nous avons longuement négocié. Je suis porteuse donc de cette information pour vous dire que la République démocratique du Congo soutient à 100% la Colombie dans ce que nous sommes en train de faire, étant donné que j'ai eu la fierté de dire qu'ils viennent d'Afrique. Et les descendants africains doivent être pris en considération dans le sens de les encourager avec leur culture, leur stratégie à la préservation de la biodiversité et pour que le monde puisse aller de l'avant. Voilà l'information officielle que j'annonce. J'ai besoin de vos amens et de vos applaudissements. Ok, merci.
Très bien, merci Asante Matondo. Au part de l'UICN, nous sommes très inspirés pour ça. Et j'ai aussi une confession, parce que je viens d'Australie. J'ai aussi un kangourou dans notre chaussette. Le kangourou, chaussette kangourou. Les idées. Vous avez présenté beaucoup d'idées, de l'inspiration, de les choses pour penser. Et nous sommes, comme vous avez dit, l'organisation technique, l'UICN, et on a préparé quelques reportages techniques, les plans d'action qui doit importer cette idée et le construire en les plans d'action. Et si je vous, s'il vous plaît, présente, c'est un plan sommaire consultatif d'élaboration d'une stratégie nationale pour le 30 pour 30. Et ça, c'est, j'espère que vous pouvez... Asante matondo. OK. Ouais, avec ça, on peut fermer cet événement. C'est merci beaucoup de tout le monde. Merci pour un événement francophone. Ça c'est joli. Hein? Ça, c'est bien pour nous, pour tous. Donc, avec ça, j'ai le grand plaisir de fermer cet événement. Et merci pour tout pour bien. Et profitez de les négociations cette semaine. C'est très important. L'article 8G. C'est pour nous, c'est très important aussi. Merci pour cette nouvelle. Et, c'est pas tout, c'est vrai, c'est très bon. Je suis inspiré. Merci. OK, thank you. Gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And our topic today is a contribution of the UN decade on ecosystem restoration towards developing a common lexicon, a shared idea of the concept of ecosystem restoration for the decade. And although we're just 4 years into it, the decade has made major contributions to unpacking the idea of what ecosystem restoration is. This session is about specifically the standards of practice for ecosystem restoration, which were released in this past March 2024. And the objectives for the session, we really have two parts. First, we're going to unpack the standards of practice so you can see their key contribution in terms of being comprehensive guidance for effective restoration. And as part of that, we'll have an overview by Jim Hallett. We'll then go into the different components of the standards of practice, assessment and planning. And then we have implementation and ongoing management. And then we have monitoring and evaluation. And so we have authors of the standards of practice here, Jim Hallett and George Gann and myself. And then we will have some perspectives shared by 3 of the UN Decade flagships. In the second part of our session, I'm going to briefly introduce tools that are being developed in order to facilitate the adoption and use of the standards of practice. These are tools that are going to be developed over the next year, and I'm really pleased to have all of you here with us because the goal of part 2 is to get your feedback and inputs about these tools. So before we launch in, I want to invite Angela Andrade, who is chair of IUCN's Commission on Ecosystem Management, to share a few words about the standards of practice to kind of get us in the mindset for the session.
Thank you, Cara, and welcome all of you to this session on guidance for effective ecosystem restoration. As you know, Target 2 of the Global Biodiversity Framework aims to restore at least 30% of degraded terrestrial, inland, water, coastal, and marine ecosystems all over the world by 2030 through effective restoration efforts. The use of the term effective restoration is highly strategic, given that recovering degraded ecosystems is a challenging endeavor. The principles and the standards of practice developed to guide the decade on ecosystem restoration are the main topic of this session. And we will also discuss about the inclusion of comprehensive guidance on effective restoration materials. The tools being developed this year, as Cara already mentioned, will contribute and add value to these guidance documents that we are presenting today as well, and improve the capacity to deliver on commitments under Target 12 of the Global Biodiversity Framework. We greatly appreciate your time attending this event, and we are looking forward to your feedback and comments on the presentations that we will have this morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Angela. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jim Hallett with SCR and the Global Partnership for Forest Landscape Restoration. And here's your clicker.
Thank you, Cara. And as she mentioned, I want to present a little overview of the standards of practice for you today. What's really exciting about this whole effort is that it's brought together restoration researchers, restoration practitioners, policymakers from around the world to develop these products. So
we have a global community. It's growing, and it often speaks different languages and has different bits of emphasis. We had, for example, principles from SER on ecological restoration, principles for rewilding, nature-based solutions principles as well. So we have a lot of different viewpoints on the issue of restoration. So as Kara mentioned, what's important is to have a shared lexicon so that we speak the same language about ecosystem restoration. The continuum, the restorative continuum, which was published by through SER in 2019, has this continuum of restorative activities going from those that reduce social impacts, reducing pollution, on up through rehabilitation and repair of ecosystem function, up through ecological restoration with full recovery of the ecosystem. So the first project that brought people together for the decade was the development of principles through a global effort of taking all of the available principles for FLR, for rewilding, for ecological restoration, and reprocessing them. So we came up with, and this was through global consultation as well. It's not a de novo product. There are 10 principles that go through global contributions, engagement, knowledge sharing, and the like. So these principles provide a basis for ecosystem restoration, but they do not speak to how we go about meeting these principles. So our objective was to assist restoration implementers in developing restoration projects that reflect the 10 ecosystem restoration principles. And so to do that, we developed standards of practice for the UN decade. And this, again, was a collaborative product led by IUCN, CEM, FAO, and SER, but with inputs from over 24 different institutions and review by many, many more. So to develop these standards, we wanted to have them then generally applicable to all types of ecological recovery, so all types of restorative activities. That they should be suitable for all types of ecosystems and biomes, and geographic regions, and also to all sectors. They had, of course, had to support the 10 principles, and especially important, they were based on existing standards of practice. So we began with a literature review. We reached out to the restoration community, found about 140 different standards of practice for a large variety of ecosystem types of recovery. And from those standards of practice, we synthesized and reviewed all of the practices within these documents and came up with general guidelines and general descriptions of practices. So the synthetic review then should allow ecosystem restoration to occur both at, for example, the community level, shown here with a planning session at a wildlife refuge near me, up to the actual heavy-duty activities, which might result in the removal of a dam and restructure of the stream flow pattern, as in this diagram from Montana. So the standards of practice are, again, a collaborative product structured similar to most of the documents available. We organize by components. These are elements of the process of restoration. Assessment, planning and design, implementation, ongoing management, and monitoring and evaluation. And it's important to know here that this is not a linear process. So in other words, we may draw from different parts of the standards of practice when we're developing our restoration projects. There's over 300 recommended practices in the document. I don't think this is readable at all, but for within the document itself, and we'll give you a QR code so you can have that available. We've divided the components into subcomponents, and then for each of those subcomponents, we have a high-level descriptor and the practices associated with it. Finally, some of the subcomponents are cross-cutting, so particularly broad engagement. But broad engagement changes depending on where we are in the restoration process and the types of practices that we need. Information sharing is another cross-cutting component. And adaptive management, the ability to learn, reconfigure our projects, is also there as a cross-cutting element. And for this particular document, it's important because generally adaptive management is discussed, but the specific practices for adaptive management through the restoration process are not. And these, of course, are voluntary standards. The standards of practice is also unique in providing the perspective of Indigenous peoples. We had a year-long consultation. Within the document are a number of dedicated boxes to highlight the importance and meaningful involvement of Indigenous peoples, as well as best practices for engaging them. Here too, we had specific boxes. You can look at the document to actually see them, and then several specific practices for each of the subcomponents. So I'm going to move on to best practice for assessment and planning. And maybe you can read this a little bit better. There are five subcomponents for assessment, beginning with broad engagement, assessment of site conditions, assessment of landscape and seascape context, baseline monitoring, and also the development of a reference model. We won't go through all of these today, thank goodness, but I will mention some key points for assessment. That we need to understand the conditions at both the site, the local site that we're interested in, and also the larger landscape or seascape that contains these individual sites in order to have appropriate planning. So there's a wide range of conditions that are need to be assessed. These are ecological, physical, cultural, and socioeconomic. And I'll mention briefly broad engagement because this one has 6 different practices associated with it. And by identifying the entire range of stakeholders that could be affected or interested in engaging in the restoration activities, understanding the social governance, having FPIC when engaging with Indigenous peoples, and the like. So I'll mention one more, the assessment of landscape or seascape context, which is important from the standpoint that we need to establish where our local sites are within the broader landscape or seascape. And why is that? It's because that broader landscape and seascape might threaten our restoration project, might be affected by that restoration project. So we want to understand its position within that system. So this would include a threat assessment for our project. Planning and design has 13 subcomponents. So there's a lot of work within planning and design. And what's important here is that the development of a plan is really what underpins our entire restoration program. We need informed decision-making at all levels, and we need participation of all stakeholders, our rights and knowledge holders in developing this plan. And so it's a complex endeavor because it requires all of our timelines, all of our understanding of the types of interventions that will be required to address the degradation that is there. And I mentioned here too that there's a box that considers Indigenous peoples' considerations in planning and design of ecosystem restoration projects. So I wanted to mention just a little bit, our subcomponent 7 deals with development of a vision for the restoration project and a statement of the goals and objectives for that project. And here too, there are a variety of practices associated with planning and design, from developing a written statement of, or it could be a drawing or a model of some kind that shows what the overall vision of the project is. And this is based, again, on a common understanding and lexicon for all of the stakeholders and rights and knowledge holders involved. We, of course, want to identify the ecological, the biodiversity, ecological integrity, cultural and socioeconomic factors at play for our project focus, identify the restoration goals and objectives, our desired outcomes from the project, again, in a collaborative way. So this is just a brief introduction to the first part of the standards of practice. We'll invite you to get copies if you don't already have one as we go along. So Kara?
Thanks so much, Jim, for unpacking the assessment and planning components of the standards of practice. We'll be showing the scan code throughout the presentation if you haven't had an opportunity to download it. We did start this session a little bit late, so we're going to hold questions until we get to the end of the first part. And I'm really excited to invite George Gann up to give us some unpacking of the next two components.
Thanks, Kara. All right, how many people in the room are implementers? How many people get your hands dirty or hands wet? All right, that's not bad. Not bad. But we need at least 50% of the people at the COP to be implementers, to be people that do the practice of restoration, right? So that we can merge the policy and the practical space, because that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day, right? Okay, so I'm going to just walk us through a little bit of the implementation and the ongoing management bit. And the thing I want to say is that there is a lot of information in the SOPs, and there's no way that we can do any kind of justice to the amount of information that is here. So all we can do is give you some highlights, right? But you really need to dig in so that you can understand it. And even if you're not a practitioner, it would be really important for people in the policy space to read the parts on implementation and ongoing management and monitoring and so forth, because if those are not done right, if those are not incorporated correctly into the planning, into the assessment and so forth, restoration is not going to be successful, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff here, and I'm just going to present you with a little bit of a few highlights. So one is that we're after net gain or net improvement, or however you want to put it. We want things to get better, and we want to concentrate our effort on that and whatever that takes. We also want things to get better across the board. We don't want things to get better for one component or one thing, like carbon, and nothing else benefits, right? So we want to get, we want to gain things across the board. Restoration is a new thing. It's an old thing. Whatever it is, we can argue about that, but it is under evolution, under rapid evolution, innovation, experimentation, trial and error. All kinds of things are important, and we need to understand that. We need to do that. We need to go into restoration with our eyes wide open, and we need to think about doing things in different ways and learning from our experience. And then we have to document what we do, because if we don't document these things, then they can't be used in a monitoring framework. Can't be used to actually learn and communicate effectively. All right, so very quickly, we're going to go through some of the subcomponents. So broad engagement, we want people to be involved. If there's money involved, we want there to be incentives, and we want people to be paid fairly, right? We need to pay special attention to Indigenous people and rights holders and so forth. With regard to materials, supplies, equipment, capabilities of people, we want to be thoughtful about that. We want to make sure that people have the capabilities to do the job, that they're in the right role, and that we provide the training so that people can do better. Because no matter how much we know, myself included, all the other authors of the SOPs included, we all can learn. We're all still learning. So training is a super important component no matter where we are in the process. We have to provide for health and safety and welfare of workers, and we want to be efficient in our use of materials and financial resources and so forth. Legal frameworks. We need to do things by the book. We need to make sure that we're complying with local, national, and global regulations and so forth. This is just a no-brainer. Let's make sure that we get that done, and that everybody on the team understands that that's the way it's going to be. If there are issues in the way, if there are regulatory frameworks that are in the way of restoration, then make policy change, make regulatory change so that things can come into line. We need to maximize opportunities to learn. We need to follow the plan. If you don't think the plan is right, then modify the plan, make it official, but don't just go off and do something different and then not write it down, and then nobody knows exactly what happened, right? And then we're going to need a mix of approaches. One thing is not going to do everything that we need to do. Even on a small project with a single ecosystem, different approaches are going to be needed. All right, one of the key things is we want to do the least amount of work possible. This is just like a very simple thing to remember. The least amount of work possible, because our job is to help nature to heal itself, right? Nature is way smarter than we will ever be, right? So whatever we can do to facilitate natural processes, natural regeneration and so forth is what we need to do. Next, recovery takes time. We can't get in a hurry. We need to understand that things are going to unfold and that we need to look and learn and adapt and so forth. And it may take years or decades or centuries for things to come into line with what we want. And then we have to understand barriers, things that are getting in our way. And often this is the modification of natural disturbance regime, lack of fire, or fire that's happening in a way that it shouldn't, flooding, lack of flooding, too much water, and so forth. What are the natural processes that drive the ecosystem that you're working with? Make sure that those processes are occurring. Okay, if we're going to move plants or animals or fungi or any other organism, not getting into any taxonomic arguments today, we need to do that in a certain way. We need to make sure that, that we follow protocols for provenance and ideas about genetics and adaptability to climate change and all of those kinds of things. All right? We want to not use species that are not appropriate, that are not native to the area, understanding climate change, distributions are changing, ecosystems are reassembling, all of those things, all right? But not using organisms from some other part of the world unless it's absolutely necessary. And in some cases it may be. There may be good reason to do that, right? But if you do that, document and justify those actions. Don't just do it because. Well, the nursery down the street had these, and they were selling them for really, you know, really cheap. So we used them. No. All right, there may be short-term impacts on species or on communities or habitats in your restoration area. We want to avoid any major or long-term or permanent damage doing restoration. But small disruptions will occur. And so we want to make sure that we are looking for those, we're preparing for those, and that we're mitigating those kinds of impacts. And these include, you know, all kinds of collateral things. You might burn when things are nesting. You might plant and disrupt things going on in the soil that you're not thinking about. So think about these smaller collateral damages that you could do, and how do you avoid those or mitigate them. All right, we need to keep records. We already talked about that. So, and often it's like, well, we're going to do monitoring, we're going to do transects, or we're going to do plots, or whatever. That's all great. But you actually need to document the work itself. Because without knowledge of what you planted, when, or when you burned, or when you flooded, or when you did whatever, what invasive species you removed, if you don't record that information, then the monitoring data that you collect is only worth so much, right? And then we need to communicate what it is that, that we're learning, right? To the stakeholders, to scientists, to all the people that we need to communicate with. All right, ongoing management. I guess I need to press the button. All right. So ongoing management is what we often think of as maintenance. But we're trying to recast this to get people to think about it in a different way. Restoration does not have, it might have a very abrupt start, but it does not have an abrupt end. Right? So the activities, the major activities, whatever it is that you're doing, whatever you got funding for, may come to an end, but the restoration does not stop. It keeps going. And so what is your plan to support the work that you have done? So this section covers that. All right, so what we're interested in is that people understand that ongoing management is essential to restoration success. That we need, especially in ongoing management, to make sure that the people, the stakeholders, everybody is involved, because this is for the long haul, right? And even if you've made mistakes and haven't talked to people beforehand, in this moment, you better make sure that people are on board. Yeah. And we also want to look always for opportunities to do other things, to do things nearby, to learn from our efforts, and to do things that we didn't think were possible in the beginning, or to do things in other places. All right, make sure ongoing management is incorporated into your plan, and your plan is co-designed and implemented. Budgets, make sure you got money to do it. We want to maximize outcomes, but also we want to really make sure in the ongoing management that we are preventing things from falling apart. Okay, we invest a lot of money, time, and effort into restoration, and if we just walk away and we don't have an ongoing management plan, then things are not going to get us where we want to be. All right, last line. I think we're going to do it, Kara. Yeah? 1 minute? All right, I got you. All right, so we want to build on our experiences, to do progressively, to get more and more things done, to improve things more and more, and that we want to consider opportunities beyond where we are. Okay, there's a ton of stuff here. Thanks for your time, and back to you, Kara.
That was amazing, George. You covered so much in a short period of time. Let's see if I can do the same. I'm going to unpack the monitoring and evaluation component. And so when you go to the standards of practice for the subcomponents that George and Jim discussed, there are specific practices embedded that detail how to do each of these core requirements for effective ecosystem restoration. Because at the end of the day, 100 years from now, we want our kids to say, wow, it was amazing that we invested in restoration. We got a lot out of it, rather than leading them to fixing the problems that occurred from our good intentions. And so of central importance to this is monitoring. There's a lot of monitoring discussed as part of Target 2 and other targets at the convention. The standards of practice are for projects. They're at the project level. And so what I'm going to talk about today, and hopefully stay in my allotted 10 minutes, is monitoring. And the practices in monitoring we feel very passionate about, because many agencies and organizations devote a lot of funding to monitoring. What they get is information. Maybe it's not in file cabinets anymore. Maybe it's electronic information, but it's information rather than answers, rather than increased understanding. And so the practices, the subcomponents and practices in the standards of practice detail the recommended practices to maximize your investment in monitoring and evaluation. Okay, so here's the subcomponents that I'm going to go through quickly. And I want to first say that monitoring must begin at the project planning, the project initiation phase. So these subcomponents might look like, oh, you do this early on and then you get your data and then you deal with evaluation. It all needs to be planned early. The broad engagement, the stakeholders need to be included early, and the entire monitoring and evaluation plan needs to be done when you are developing your concept for restoration and your restoration plan. Why? Otherwise, you won't collect baseline data, or your baseline data will not be collected in the same way as your post-activity data. Why else? You won't have funding. So there's a variety of reasons. These are detailed in the standards of practice. So I'm going to move on. And I'm going to talk about the next two subcomponents, which are developing your aims and objectives. Originally, in our early drafts, we called them monitoring goals, and people were confused because they said, wait, it's the goals are for the restoration. No, but these are goals of your monitoring program. We've called them aims to distinguish. So aims and objective. Why are you doing this monitoring? Most of us, when we think of why we're doing monitoring, we think we're doing it for implementation. We want to understand if the activities were done as they were supposed to be. We want to monitor efficacy. Did we reach our goal? We wanted the area to be recovered. Is it now recovered? But beginning. I'm here in my hat with IUCN CEM, but I'm also a professor at University of Montana, and I teach monitoring designs. And something that really happens is that you have indicators, but you are not able to reliably estimate that indicator because you do not have the right amount of replication. Here's a very busy table. This is fuels, which we really care about in the US. Each row is a different fuel component. And this is N, is the number of replicates we have. And then here, I'm expecting a gasp from everyone. This is the number of replicates you need in purple for each of these different fuel variables to get a reliable estimate, 20% around the mean. If you do not think about this in your sampling design, then you will not be able to make any inference. Okay, data collection, of course, George mentioned, you want to collect data from your implementation and from your monitoring, and the data collectors have to do everything in the exact same way, pre-treatment and post-treatment, right? Because otherwise you get observer error, and that observer error is bigger than your inference, so you need to keep those records. This is my favorite thing to tell you. If you do not have a plan for evaluation, if you cannot make a graph when you set up your monitoring plan of the story you hope to share, then you may not be able to share a story at all in the end, because you may not be collecting the right variables and you may not have thought through what kind of analysis. So check out the standards because there's advice on that. Okay, we're closing in here. Evaluation of the effectiveness of the monitoring plan itself. So here we have a large-scale federally funded river restoration project in Montana. It was something my lab worked on the monitoring. When we evaluated the effectiveness of our design, we realized that we could cut our sampling by a third. We went from 500 replicates to 150 replicates and had the same power of detection. If you do not check the effectiveness of your design, you may be spending money on data you can't analyze or spending money on data you don't need. So this is a critical component of an effective monitoring program. Okay, here's my last ones, are information management, communication, and adaptive management. One of the things I'm proud of, we're all proud of in the standards of practice, Jim Hallett mentioned it, is there are different practices associated with adaptive management in each component of the restoration process. And so adaptive management is more than just doing something and then checking what you did and telling people. It's really having a commitment in each phase of restoration. So I'll stop there. Appreciate your time. If you haven't looked at the standards of practice yet, here's the QR code. They'll be posted a couple more times. I also have postcards with them too, which I'll leave out in the front. And I'm going to now invite our World Restoration Flagships up. Hopefully many of you have heard about the UN Decade World Restoration Flagship Program. This is a program that aims to create awareness about the most promising examples of restoration in ecosystems around the globe. I had the pleasure of hearing about these projects yesterday in the UN Decade Advisory Board meeting and was really amazed. The goal of our session was to unpack the standards, but also to create tools for the use and adoption of the standards. And so I wanted to have the flagships up to talk a little bit about their perspectives on the standards before we move to the tools. Okay, so let's invite all three of you up here. Yeah? Welcome and thank you so much. Yeah, and Oscar, we'll start with you. We'll start with you, Oscar. Let's see. Yeah, maybe do you want, should I pass the mic there or you want to come sit? Okay. Oh, we have another mic. Okay. There we go.
Thanks, Cara.
Yeah, so this is Oscar Rodales from World Wildlife Fund, and he's the Climate Policy Director in the office in Paraguay.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is a pleasure to be here and truly honored. I'm representing a very important part of Latin America. We are working with 400 members, institutions all across Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, working together to restore the Atlantic forest. The Atlantic forest is a tropical rainforest, a biodiversity hotspot that connects Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay, 3 countries, in over 142 million hectares. It is home to over 148 million people, 1/3 of South American total population. One of the richest and most threatened reservoirs of biodiversity on Earth, with over 20,000 plant species and 2,300 vertebrate species. Our flagship works in a sanctuary, at a sanctuary of biodiversity that is at the brink of extinction. We already lost over 70% of its original cover, and nowadays approximately 43 million hectares still standing of the original Atlantic forest. The Atlantic Forest Pact and the Tri-National Alliance, remember, is a 3-country effort, act as a solution that connects 2 multi-stakeholder coalitions that bring together institutions to articulate forest landscape restoration at a very large scale. Our ambition is to restore 1 million hectares by 2030 and generating biodiversity and socioeconomic benefits in this process, and scale up to an ambition of 15 million hectares until 2050. It's a huge effort in a very important place. Talking about the standard of practice that the presenters mentioned, in COP15 in Montreal, we were recognized as a reference as Flagship because our approach was aligned with the UN Decade of Restoration. We already have a long history of working in this place for the last 30 years. Now we understand that it's key for us, the flagships around the world, to keep moving as a reference through the Decade of Restoration to inspire global action at a large scale and a global level. And to continue with this momentum, all the work that the Best Practice Task Force promotes, we believe that standard of practice are key to the implementation level. And to tell you how we connect with the standard of practice that you already assist here, and how important they are, let me explain how we operate at the front lines. We are connecting local, regional, biomes, national level and international level institutions with members from a diversity of sectors to promote a landscape holistic approach, working with strategical coordination and negotiation, advocacy, science and practical and traditional knowledge on restoration, promoting land use best practices, building the capacity and the knowledge exchange and restoration implementation. We are based on local traditional knowledge and the best science, voices from the field, and the reality has been heard by policymakers to address practical challenges at the territory. And then we use to be translated in practices in the field, looking at the local level again. We are working with grassroots institutions like the National Federation for the Self-Determination of the Indigenous People in Paraguay, WIRA Paraguay, that is a local NGO, and other many NGOs, and including private companies, to identify degraded lands with local communities. This knowledge is acquired daily from the field and used to the planning and the design phase of these practices. In my country, Paraguay, we bring an extremely important value to the restoration, the cultural value. In this case, using the native tree of the yerba mate, that is a tree from the Atlantic forest, to produce mate tea while recovering the forest. We had to create economic opportunities for local communities in order to have the resources to move forward. But we still have to analyze some crucial aspects that were mentioned here, especially on the implementation phase we are now moving on. One crucial aspect we haven't not fully put into practice in the restoration efforts is an effective reporting and sharing progress, as Cara mentioned, with not only with the members of our coalition, but outside stakeholders. Doing so is key to build awareness, securing and sustaining support from the public, government, and donors, and encouraging collaboration and knowledge exchange with other restoration professionals. There is a question how we can use or accumulate knowledge of decades working in Atlantic forest with more than 400 institutions to create a common base of knowledge, but helps at the same time to improve the capacity of the local institution to ensure high quality implementation and broaden participation in the restoration process. Finally, on the ongoing management component, there is a big challenge that must be addressed through all the decade and more, you mentioned, centuries in the future. And finally, restoration targets and conservation targets are in the same space for us when we build a theory of change for the Atlantic forest. This is a work in progress that we have a next workshop in a few weeks in the future in South America. And in this workshop, we will include in a participatory way the indigenous group of the Atlantic forest. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that introduction to the flagship. And as a reminder, on the UN Decade website, you can find videos, details about these amazing flagships. And I'm going to pass the mic now to learn a little bit about Regreening Africa and welcome Khalil to give us some perspectives.
Thank you so much, Kara. Can everyone hear me? I hope so. It's not that big of a room. Good morning. My name is Khalil Walji. I'm from C4ECRAF, the Center for International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry, which is a mouthful even for me to say. So Kara and Jim, thank you for the invitation. This is a wonderful opportunity to share once again how Regreening Africa moved ahead with its restoration process. We were asked to respond to 3 specific questions. So first, to just introduce to you all, the restoration flagship, what were the objectives, and then really to take a read of the standards of practice and look at what were the specific subcomponents that we felt that our flagship specifically excelled at. And then also reflect on maybe a standard of practice or one of the subcomponents that we think we could maybe utilize from the standard of practice and improve. So I spent the evening yesterday reviewing the standards of practice, which was great, and I've taken notes. So I will ramble through my notes, and hopefully it can be useful for the discussion. So Regreening Africa, and I should just mention that I'm presenting on behalf of my colleague Mika Bourne, who is the project manager for Phase 1 of Regreening Africa. Regreening Africa Phase 1 went from 2017 to 2023. It was across 8 countries, 4 in East Africa, and then 4 in the Western Africa, mostly in the Sahel region around the Great Green Wall countries. The headline indicators were to reverse land degradation across 1 million hectares. This was the headline goal. And also to reach 500,000 households with some form of benefits from restorative practices. Okay, the program really started from an approach of FMNR. So what George mentioned, this idea of farmer-managed natural regeneration, but really looking at assisted restoration, right? Where can we really just provide a little bit of support for nature to start restoring itself? And that's really where the project started. But the types of practices expanded to 15, 20 different types of practices, to enhancement planting, to water and soil conservation practices. So the program itself became a much broader restoration program. And in terms of the types of land it was working on, it was mostly communal land and mostly farmland as well. And so within the productive and sort of managed landscapes, we're not talking about protected areas. We're talking about marginal land that has high levels of degradation, often are at threshold values and looking to work with farmers to increase their resilience through restorative practices. Okay, so the project was relatively successful. We reached 90% of the target hectares in terms of people reached across those landscapes, and 65% of households through household surveys showed some form of greening practice. So they were part of a training. They adopted some of these practices. So fairly promising results. The household surveys also revealed that on average there was an increase in tree density, an increase in the number of trees across the landscapes, and the diversity of trees. And these results, I should mention, of course, it's not uniform across those 8 countries. In some countries we saw great successes, upwards of 90% success, and in other countries we saw much less adoption, less than 10% adoption. And so the numbers I'm providing now are averages. But as Cara mentioned, the Regreening Africa program, all the information and all the specific country country project reports are all available online. So if you are interested in hearing more about one of these countries, please do have a read. So what were the keys to success? And we presented this yesterday at the advisory board. So Regreening Africa really took a human-centered approach, a people-first design for restoration, and it was the dynamic partnerships that I think when we went back after the program finished in 2023 and we asked our multiple stakeholders and said, well, what do you think worked? Why did this project actually work? And so this is what they mentioned, that the dynamic partnership, which leveraged the different skill sets of the leading partners, was really important. Regreening worked at multiple levels, so it focused a lot on engagement at the local level with farmers, working with community-based organization, but also trying to find restoration champions. So who are those farmers within a landscape who are willing to take a bit of a risk, who have a risk appetite to start doing things a little bit differently? Because often that can be quite a barrier. We also worked at the national level through what we called national oversight committees, and this involved finding a political leader who was willing to sort of endorse the restoration process, and that made sure regreening was really aligned with sort of policy movement and policy change. I think in the end, again, that people-centered approach, there was an ethos that we utilized, which was if we can share risk with farmers, then we can create value. And the only way that we can do that is by building trust. And so the program really tried to work and put the resources and the tools in the hands of the local communities and then see what emerged. In terms of the components of the SOPs, if you remember that diagram that was presented, so the 5 steps or the 5 core components, and then right in the middle we had those cross-cutting components, which was broad engagement, which was information sharing, and adaptive management. I think that's really where Regreening Africa thrived, and that's really where our success came from. So we did a lot of broad engagement. Information sharing was pivotal to the work that we did. And through what I think is a really unique approach, which is our joint learning and reflection missions. So in the development of the data and the evidence, and so World Agroforestry was the main sort of scientific partner in Regreening Africa, the data was generated rapidly and it was brought back to the communities to test their theories. So within 2 or 3 weeks of sort of an assessment being done, that data went right back into the community decision-making process. And it was facilitated through a JLRM, a joint learning mission. And so the adaptive management component was critical. As we move forward, with restoration, we know it's a long-term process, but as we move through a system into the future, things are becoming more and more unpredictable. And that means adaptive management is maybe our most important tool that we can use as restoration practitioners. And that was at the core of what we did in Regreening Africa. And then finally, I think the assessment, so I think it's subcomponent 2 was really vital for us. And that was around assessing site conditions. So we have another approach which is called options by context. And that's another facilitated process that our community facilitators would go out with communities and they would assess, well, what are the social contexts? What are the production contexts? What's the economic landscape? And starting to choose practices that are aligned with these realities on the ground. So the options by context was another sort of strong component for Regreening Africa. I don't see a time limit yet, so I'm going to keep going. And Apollo, 1 more minute. Okay, and then finally, I think to answer the third question, which was from the standards, what was the standard that was maybe something that we could learn from it? And for us, that's land and resource tenure. So we do have one success story in Niger. Regreening Africa, through technical and financial support, was able to support the successful emergence of a presidential decree on tree tenure, which was a success for the program. But it wasn't a systematic approach, and it wasn't a systematic focus for regreening to work on landscape and tree tenure. So in terms of that subcomponent, I think there's lots that we can learn in terms of taking a more systematic approach. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I loved how you highlighted the ecological, cultural, and socioeconomic dimensions, which in the standards are treated sort of equally as you work through the different parts of the process. So our last flagship, I want to invite Mark Day from the Royal Society for Protection of Birds to speak to us about grassland conservation in Kazakhstan.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation to sit alongside these amazing flagships. Every time we get together, we learn a huge amount from each other, and that's a very immensely valuable step to take. So let me introduce Altyn-Dala as the first step. So Altyn-Dala means golden step in Kazakh language. So we're looking at Kazakhstan, the country that sits between Russia and China, is the size of the European Union. And interestingly, to contrast with your example, we're working with state-owned land entirely. And we have working in a top-down system, and our objective from the beginning was driven by a cultural value and a species conservation need, which was the conservation or the prevention of the extinction of the Saiga antelope. So our project area came together as the historic range of the Saiga antelope. This is an Ice Age remnant species, covering an area basically the size of Texas or Turkey, if you prefer, so 75 million hectare. And the government and civil society got together to say, we will stop this extinction. And actually the goal of the project was to go way beyond that, to say we will restore the ecosystem functions of that entire historic range. This is temperate grassland. You have to imagine in the winter it's -40, to the summer it's +40. This is the largest temperature range anywhere on Earth. These are very remote areas. The romantic view is in the spring when the entire steppe is covered with tulips. All of the tulips that you recognize from your own gardens, they come from Kazakhstan. When we designed the program back in 2005, and I was there in that process, it was very much aimed at species recovery using a set of restoration techniques, but especially, exactly as George said, we were working on doing as least work as possible because the scale is so vast. So we're looking at restoring the populations of the grazing species in order to then enable passive restoration of the grasslands. And without the grazers, what was happening was a massive shift to greater amounts of fire. And the fire was then causing problems both for the wildlife and for the climate and for the people who lived out on the steppe. So we had a human driver, and we had a climate driver, and we had a nature biodiversity driver. The partnership is core, simply the government plus one national NGO plus 3 international NGOs from the beginning. That's our stability, and our flexibility comes from a very much wider range of collaborations where expert groups can come in and out of the partnership in order to then provide specialist knowledge, so we're not limiting ourselves. We don't create a bottleneck of our own making. We're working with stakeholders from nationally, from the decision makers in the ministry, and we have a number of ministries that we engage with, and then additionally right down to the local communities who are in these very immensely remote areas. However, we also have ambition internationally. So because of the value and the importance of steppe grasslands and temperate grasslands, but the fact that they've been ignored for so long, we're working strongly with the teams in Montana, for example, with American Prairie, or also with teams in Argentina and now Mongolia as well. So we're looking to establish good practice, but also it's really important for us to do knowledge sharing in all directions and capacity building, because Kazakhstan is a young country with a young population and a small population. So the amount of people able to do restoration planning and delivery was rather limited at the beginning. I would like to shift the emphasis onto the answering the other questions that you posed. Firstly, the document is so impressive, and congratulations to everyone who contributed, because you've managed to synthesize decades of work into an accessible and a valuable tool that can be applied in so many places around the world. So deep congratulations. In terms of, for us, we were looking, I looked through with a lot of humility actually, thinking we're doing some of it quite well, but not anything really well, to be entirely open and say, well, we know we need to do more. And documents like this and processes like this are immensely valuable. So in terms of the thing we think we're doing quite well in the planning stage, or the assessment stage, is around the subcomponent looking at assessment of landscapes. So we work on individual landscapes, and we have to build in the biodiversity, the hydrological, the land use, and now increasingly the social elements that go beyond at the community level. So these are areas we know we're doing quite well, but we know we can definitely always improve, and learning how to do that will come from these guidelines. And we have one project looking specifically at this large landscape and ecological corridor approach. Coming on to the areas where we feel that we would really like to apply more and would really be valuable. Under the planning, we are now working on one project funded by the Endangered Landscapes Program. And I should say that all of our funding comes from a co-financing of government plus usually philanthropy or institutional funding. That project is looking at restoration planning for a landscape of 5 million hectares, which relates to one population of Saiga antelope and one area. The timing for these documents is perfect. We have a project running for another year, and we will be able, I really hope that with your help, we can build in the really strong restoration planning for the entire landscape. And this would be a first not only for the country, but for the region. So, and we know that colleagues in Mongolia and elsewhere in Central Asia are looking to see what we're able to deliver in order to then share our benefits and also our experience of what we do wrong. And then lastly, I just wanted, because I think it often gets missed, and you picked up on it very nicely, Kara, is under the subcomponent on monitoring, we work on such a large scale, and as with all the flagships, there is so much data gathered. We feel that under subcomponent 41, under the management and analysis and evaluation, I think this often gets lost in the mix of finding the money for the work, planning the work, delivering it, fixing all the problems that come along the way, and then ultimately, are we really telling our story properly? No. And that's an area that I really hope that we can use this immense piece of work to drive forward better and improved work. Not to be worried about what we haven't been able to do in the past, but to really focus on what we can do in the future. So we're really looking forward now to share this, not only these guidelines and the standards of practice, not only within our core team, but also within our wider region. And I really hope within the other temperate grasslands with whom we collaborate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I love that you highlighted the landscape assessment, because that's one of the core principles for ecosystem restoration. All ecosystems are embedded within a landscape. If you don't assess, even if you're working at a site scale, the larger landscape. So thanks to all of you. And we're going to move on now to part 2 to talk about tools. And we did start about 10 minutes late because of the prior event. So apologies. I'm sure many of you are anxious to have the floor. If you give me just 5 more minutes to introduce the tools, then we'll turn it over to you. And I've been told we can run a little long for those of you who don't have a next event. And I want you guys to see the presentations because feedback and inputs from the flagships on what we're thinking about these tools is really important. Okay, so you have now heard how comprehensive the standards of practice are. And you also heard from the flagships that they're accomplishing some but not some of the recommended practices. And I want to off the bat say that there are a variety of different types of restoration projects, and some may only be able to implement a few of the practices based on resources, and others may be able to implement a lot. And so the quality of your project is not necessarily the number of practices you implement, but we believe that the power of the standards of practice is in providing this synthetic guidance to help projects choose what to use. But because it is so comprehensive, there's a real need now for tools. And I heard the analogy yesterday of surfing, swimming out, right? You spend all your energy swimming out, but then you have to get up and on the wave. So we now have these guidance documents, but it sure would be a shame if all that swimming didn't matter if we can't get up on the wave. So these are the tools to get us up on the wave. And there are 3 of them. I'm going to talk about them really quickly. Navigation tool. These are all going to be on a platform, a multi-tool platform. An e-learning course and a decision support tool. And I'm going to take just 4 minutes of your time to go through these and then hear what you all think would be most useful. So, you know, it's easy, right? Do all these practices. The document is hard to navigate itself. So the idea is to take this linear format that you're forced into with a publication and turn it into something with links. And the key feature would be these navigation links. Secondly, Jim talked about the number of other guidance documents that were listed. So this would be a place you could find all of those documents. And then third, we would have translation. Okay, the second tool is an e-learning course that's being supported by FAO, who's the key partner and lead of the Best Practices Task Force. It is using a scenario-based approach. We aim to have examples, the on-the-ground examples from the flagships, so that you read about the flagship and then highlight those great practices done by different flagships throughout. And then there's 6 lessons, an introductory lesson and 1 for each component. We have started this development. If you would like to be engaged in reviewing any of the elements going into the e-learning course, you can be in contact or we can discuss that now. Here's just the components that you heard, will each be a lesson. Okay, what I'm really curious about, would love the most feedback and inputs on is this decision support tool. And this tool would be utilizing a survey approach. So for each recommended practice within the standards of practice, implementers or projects could detail whether or not they chose to implement the practice, and if so, a couple of sentences about the method of implementation. If not, there'll be some quick response options for why. And then there'd be the option to share your responses with the global community or to do it privately. And so in sharing, we would then learn which practices are not being adopted. The outputs of this decision support tool would be, first of all, a customizable project plan that you could share with your stakeholders. So your output would be a text file that you can then customize. A checklist for self-assessment, importantly, because once you have decided what you want to do, then you can assess what you did do and you can share those accomplishments. And then third, we would have global metadata, again, for capacity building for those projects that opted to share. So this is my last slide before I throw it open. This is a slide that Jim showed, and just highlighting that there's different kinds of projects, from small-scale projects to large-scale nationally funded ones, you know, zero funding to hundreds of millions of dollars, and synthetic review should assist all types of projects, but we need to make it easy for practitioners and implementers to be able to integrate the standards into their plan. And I forgot to mention, with this decision support tool, there'd be upper level filtering about your type of project that then would reduce the complexity within the document. So I'll stop there and ask you guys for questions on anything related to the standards of practice, since we skipped that, questions to the flagships, and ideas you have about how you might or might not use the decision support tool or e-learning course. And I believe we have a mic for the audience. There we go. Let's see. Anyone want to start with a comment? Excellent.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Monica Yator. I'm the founder Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. And I'm so interested with the monitoring, especially when we are doing restoration in drylands and targeting grassroots organization where we don't have GPS to report and also monitor our progress, especially when we are doing restoration in those regions. So how can you assist us develop tools to do monitoring in those landscapes where we don't have the, what do you call, GPS support, and also, what do we call that? You can use your remote to do the mapping, especially for a bigger landscape, like 50 to over 200 acres of land. Thank you. Yes, a drone, that one.
Okay, excellent. That's a great question. So with the standards of practice, it can guide you into creating a design that will be cost effective and applicable to your project. But in terms of technological support and capacity development, it doesn't get you there. But I'll turn it over to some of the flagships if you have experience with, yeah.
I think we're dealing with similar landscapes in very different parts of the world. So we've started to shift a lot of our monitoring to phone-based systems, so that people are not dependent on high-resolution mapping externally. And so therefore we use things like, in terms of mapping and understanding, we use things like smart conservation tools, because it's phone-based and everybody has the phone and is happy to use it. So it's an accessible tool that we're using in certain landscapes, and it's also not an imposing tool. It's a tool that everybody is familiar with, so it's not an external push. It's not an intrusion in any way. But I think that we also have had to invest in drones, and so therefore, and also because of the scale, we're also realizing that actually working using satellite imagery, which is freely available, is also another very valuable mechanism, as long as you have access to the right people to do the analysis. And that's a challenge for everyone, I think.
Yeah, I'll just also say that there's expenses in all the different parts of monitoring. And so if you are putting a lot of effort into site-based monitoring, but you don't have enough, it might be better to change your indicator and do something like a landscape assessment, which might make you change your questions a little bit. But it would be great through the decade to have some guidance on, methodologies for monitoring in that kind of situation. It's a really great question. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone excited about this idea for utilizing the standards of practice through a tool that dumps out a project report? Yeah. There's a mic coming to you.
It's great to be here at IUCN, Pavilion. I used to work for IUCN for 7 years at my early career stage. Now I work for Oxfam in Bangladesh, and see we have conservation work also, like we call it ecosystem restoration and natural resource rights. So we also focus ecosystem restoration, and we have developed tools, like we call it community stewardship tools. Like, where to plan for the ecosystem restoration. So I didn't know about the standard of practice, but we focus the community first. Like say the ecosystem restoration should be consulted with the community, and the tools should guide the local forest department, like how to do the ecosystem restoration by the consulting of the communities that within the tool system. So I want to know whether it can be escalated, like in your decision support tools, like to make the community first, like say the tools will have the mechanism to select specific regions of conservation where the community would have the stewardship, and the resource rights should be distributed in a way.
Yes.
Because like the community would be steward and they take care of the land so that they will get benefits. Let's say it's a cross-cutting issue. Like when I worked for IUCN, it was like conservation first, and now Oxfam, it's resource rights first. So how can we blend it in our community of practice? Thank you.
Excellent. I have a response, but maybe Jim, do you want to answer? Okay, Oscar, here comes the microphone to you.
Yeah. As I mentioned at the stage, in next 2 weeks, we are planning a consultation, not a consultation, really an integrated work with the local indigenous communities there in the Atlantic Forest Flagships. And the rights approach and the community-based approach is so key that we are doing a big effort to really integrate this indigenous people knowledge and effort, because at the end of the day they are the ones that take care of the restoration process in the long term.
Yeah.
This is our perspective. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And so with respect to the standards of practice, there are practices for throughout broad engagement in each component that include working with Indigenous peoples, leadership by Indigenous peoples, a variety of them. And so within the tool, it would allow each project to state their plan for doing that practice. We did review the tools we could find, including tools from WWF and FAO, or the Aurora tool, the open standards for conservation practice. And we wanted to create something that was complementary to the tools that are out there, but added value. So this tool would, I was going to use the word force, but a more positive word, guide, would guide you through reviewing the document with the filtering, so it reduces the complexity, but then allow the flexibility to opt in or not on the different tools, and then you end up with a product, which is this report in the end. We didn't see anything like that out there. So if you're using the open standards for conservation, for instance, they don't walk you through the restoration standards at the project level. It's more about the theory of change. But this would be absolutely, excellent to utilize, and you could put it in as an item in your project in the open standards for conservation. You could also use Aurora to do your indicators. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So in reviewing the document, I just had a few questions, maybe to the authors or others. How do I know when I'm doing effective restoration? And this is something that came up when we've interfaced with the target 2 pilot countries. I mean, obviously the headline indicator is area under restoration, but we speak a lot about effective.
Effective restoration.
So is there a threshold? If I do 3 or 4 or 5 of these components, does that make me effective? The idea of effective being standards-based. And George, you mentioned, obviously, it's an incremental thing, right? It's a net benefit. So maybe it's the wrong question, but I'd love to hear the reflections on when do I know if I'm doing effective restoration?
Yeah.
And then the second question is, they were built around the principles, but it's a little bit unclear also how the principles relate. And so maybe there was a mapping that was done that certain components go back to the principles. I just want to sort of understand a little more of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
First question is the money question. That is it, right? And so I think it's interesting for us to have a discussion here about that. But I'll do the second question briefly. We did start a mapping exercise, practices to principles. However, we found there was so much observer error, meaning whoever was scoring would choose different principles. So I would say that almost all the practices address almost all the principles when you come down to it. So in the end, we decided to go with the phases of the restoration process, understanding they're not linear. Now, why are we here doing this event? We are here for the second question. And hopefully George is going to comment on this. The first question. The first question, we are talking about effective restoration under COP16, right? How are we going to measure effective? The standards of practice have a very important role for identifying what is effective restoration, but it's the community that then needs to decide how much is enough. So, George, what are your thoughts on this?
Hello. All right, here we go. All right, so my thoughts are that the first thing is to use some system, whether it's the UN Decade Standards or the SER Standards for Ecological Restoration or standards for shellfish reefs or whatever. Try to follow guidance, right? Then I would suggest that that we look at things in terms of both process and outcome, right? And on the process side, we want to lean on the side of not violating anything that's really serious. So if you go into the standards, there's suggestions of how to do stuff, and then there's like, don't violate the rights of Indigenous people. Reach out to local communities and such. So if you're crossing a red line, right, in those areas, then you're not doing effective restoration. But if you're generally aligned with the concepts in the process side, then you go to outcomes. And on outcomes, the principles of the UN Decade state that we need to show net gain for people and nature. So if you're only benefiting people and there's no benefit to nature, then it's not standards-based ecosystem restoration, and vice versa. Yeah?
Let's hear another couple thoughts on this, and then I'll put myself in the stack for some remarks too. Anyone want to jump in? Well, while you're thinking, I will say that in the United States, there is a law, the National Environmental Policy Act, that requires assessment, requires thinking about what you're doing, and then ultimately the decision is not required, right? It's about assessment. And as an educator, I have to believe that when people have better information, they make better decisions. So George, I love your comment about a process. So one part of effective restoration could be that process that you have considered the trade-offs and then the outcome. So just kind of complementing what you said. Other thoughts on the issue of how we can unpack effective in Target 2, which is our chance to really imprint the way we do restoration in the next decades? Or about the tool? Yeah, Oscar.
If we consider an effective approach, we have to be cost effective too. Mm-hmm. Because can you imagine that during this presentation we mentioned 1 million hectares in South America, 1 million hectares in Africa, 5 million hectares in Kazakhstan. The standard price per hectare in my country is almost $2,000 if you are putting your money alone for every hectare to recover. We have the numbers. But at the end of the day, as I mentioned on my presentation, you have to consider the effectiveness of the relation of the effort and the cost. And we are including the case of the mate tree, the yerba mate tree, as a native tree that brings some effectiveness on the element of the cost, bringing some social benefits in terms of economics for the community. This is a point you have to consider in the effectiveness evaluation too, the cost and the effort.
So we're just about out of time here, so I'll just say if anyone wants to make a final remark before I thank everyone.
Just wanted to bring us onto this issue of the e-learning, because this is a really unusual event for me in the sense that there's lots of big reports launched at COPs and things like this. This is the first one that says, this is the document and this is how we will roll it out. And that matters enormously because otherwise these documents with all of their energy get lost. So I think the ability to work into the e-learning course and work across, ideally, UN languages would make this tool immensely accessible. My question is, in relation to the e-learning course, is there a clearly defined set of audiences for that course at the moment?
So we have a initial audience of practitioners, implementers, policy makers. We have an expert working group who is providing feedback on that initial idea of the target audience. And I'll close and sort of address the question at the same time by saying that all of this work was done as a partnership between IUCN Commission on Ecosystem Management, the FAO-led Best Practices Task Force, and the Society for Ecological Restoration. The work of the task force, the Best Practices Task Force, it's an open task force. If your organization would like to join, please join. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's many initiatives being launched, and your support from your corner of the world and corner of type of restorative activities is really, really welcome, so that we can produce the best products, guidance, and outcomes from the UN decade. So with that, I really want to thank the speakers for taking time to join us today, and thank all of you for giving your time for listening and sharing. And I do have some postcards that I'll set out at the end, or you can ask me with the QR code. So thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Yeah, perfect. You can hear me now. Just let everybody know when we're starting in about 1 or 2 minutes. We're just locating the clicker for the slideshow. We all good? Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming. If you're at the back and joining, please come and take a seat and join. We'd really appreciate that. My name's Jonathan Churcher. I'm the General Manager for the International Ranger Federation, and it's my job to welcome you here today for this high-level event, introduce what we're going to be talking about, and quickly just set the scene on who the IRF is and what we do. But before I do that, if we could have the next slide, please. If we do require translation into Spanish, please use the QR code. You'll need your own headphones, and then you'll be able to listen in Spanish. Next slide, please. So, the International Ranger Federation, we have a mission, we have a vision, but fundamentally, we are the voice of rangers for rangers. It is our job to listen to what rangers need and raise that to the highest possible levels, which is why we're here today, bringing that voice up here to discuss the main theme, which is without labour, nothing prospers. Resourcing rangers and the site-based workforce necessary to protect and manage 30% of the planet. Now that's a big job, and that's why we've got some very important people here in this audience to discuss this. And we're not going to be discussing training or individual needs of individual rangers. It's about understanding how we can implement some of these issues that face rangers into the highest levels of government policy. So we have a strategic plan. If you can go to the next slide, please. And this sort of gives you a breakup of who the voice is and where they're from. And as you can see, we have 189 members and 130 ranger associations all across the world. And 3 weeks ago, we were in France at the World Ranger Congress, which is an opportunity for 450 rangers from 88 countries to gather in one place. And the output of that Congress was the Here Ranger Declaration, which is going to guide our work. And I think we're all going to be pulling on that declaration as we go through the event today. So I'm really excited about hearing how we can implement some of the points from that declaration into the highest levels of institutional and government level policy. I'm just going to hand over to, sorry, can we try the next slide, please? But before that, we're going to quickly have a highlight video of the World Ranger Congress. And then I'm going to hand over to Rohit. Read that. Great. So just a very brief taster of what was a pretty impressive 5 days in the south of France with some amazing rangers from all over the world telling us their story and us listening, very importantly. So I'm now going to hand over to Rohit, the Vice President of the International Ranger Federation, who will be moderating this next session. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Before I start, I would like to thank Ranger Association of France that hosted the Congress. So this brilliant event you just saw was put together by French Ranger Association. So as John said, my name is Rohit Singh. I'm Vice President of the International Ranger Federation, and I also work for World Wildlife Fund. Today, we're going to hear from some really important speakers. So I would like to invite Valerie Hickey first to start. And Valerie Hickey is a Global Director of Environment, Natural Resources and Blue Economy at the World Bank. Valerie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Rohit and Jonathan. And I'm very sad that I have to leave, unfortunately, at 1, because I'd love to hear from these really important people, because I am not one of them. But I do want to first thank the International Ranger Foundation. You really are the voice of rangers for rangers. The problem is your voice isn't enough. And that's the reason the World Bank was invited here today, is because we believe it's important to lend our voice to speak up for rangers. Because there is no global biodiversity framework without rangers. We have a new mission at the World Bank to end poverty on a livable planet. There is no livable planet without rangers. And that's why it's important for us to lend our voice to this discussion and try and move this from being a small part of the discussion to being a big part of the discussion. So already, I mean, like many of you, have been sitting in events for the last several days, and I keep hearing 3 terms used again and again: sovereignty, effectiveness, and structural change. That's what people keep calling for in order for us to be able to meet the ambition of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And yet, I'm not hearing about the role of rangers in that. And yet, you're not going to have sovereignty if you don't have rangers. Forget about park effectiveness if you don't have rangers. And structural change is all about moving rangers from what they are today, which is quasi-volunteers, to real paid-up members of civil services. But before I start, and not to be a downer on all this, I do want to remember the men and women who have lost their lives doing this job, because we don't remember them enough. Here in Colombia in the last year, 196 environmental defenders have been killed. That's not all rangers. In fact, technically no rangers in Colombia have lost their lives in the last year. But 196 people working with them, who saw themselves as rangers, who saw themselves as environment defenders, are dead. Dead, doing their job. And we know that there's 148 rangers dead from 39 countries in the last year. Think about the families that have been left without a loved one. So it's important for us to remember when we're talking about rangers, we're not talking about people like me who sit in a nice air-conditioned office, talk about what we need to do to make the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework work. We're talking about the men and women who put their lives on the line, and put their lives on the line for very little money and even less security. Because when we talk about rangers, we talk about rangering as a job. But we really mean that term in a very loose way. Because for an awful lot of rangers today, they're not formal parts of civil service. They're hired through a project. We talk about volunteer community rangers. We use all sorts of loosey-goosey terms, which means we're not serious about protecting them and giving them the rights and responsibilities that should accrue to every ranger. But we're certainly very clear that without them, nothing would work. Within the bank, you all know Lisa Faraway, of course, who's been the voice of rangers within the bank. And she is leading the Global Wildlife Program at the World Bank, which works across 38 countries in 87 million hectares. We've managed to have anti-poaching plans in 100 sites important for wildlife. We've had 130 joint law enforcement operations, none of which could have happened without rangers. Under our new mission at the World Bank to build a livable planet, we're now counting how many hectares of land is better managed, proven to be better managed because of our investments. And right now we're at, just this year, 45 million hectares. We didn't do that. You know who did that? Rangers. And so that's why we need to change how we think about rangers. And we need to accord them the same rights and responsibilities that other members of civil service have. And that's why we're here. And we think we have to do that in 3 different ways, that there are 3 interventions. The first has to do with policy. We have to make rangers part of a civil service. No more volunteering. No more project-based rangers who have to suffer through the boom and bust of project finance. That means talking about what pay looks like, what benefits look like, how they get access to the rights and responsibilities of any member of a civil service. In some countries that already exists, in too many it doesn't, and that's not good enough. It means working with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, and I know the IRF is doing that. We're doing it too. How can we get rangering declared a job type? These things may sound very niche, very bureaucratic, but they matter. The second thing we have to do is build the institutions that rangers work with. That may mean ministries of environment in some countries, or national park services, or ministries of forest. It may mean ministries of police or national security. It doesn't matter where rangers sit. That's up to a country to decide. What matters is they have the support of that ministry. What matters is that we as the nature communities, the development community, can help protect the rights of rangers within those ministries and make sure they are seen as part and parcel with the full rights and responsibilities. I keep coming back to that, but it matters in those ministries. And we have to build those institutions so they can represent their rangers. And the final thing we have to do is invest in infrastructure and equipment. Part of why rangers' jobs are so difficult is they're working in incredibly difficult areas. All of us love to be tourists in national parks. And we end up seeing the very frontier, the easy places where there's infrastructure. We expect our rangers to be hiking for days and weeks in incredibly difficult terrain, and half the time in flip-flops, because nobody's thought maybe they might need boots. Even though all of us tourists will go with our multi-$100 REI boots to walk on a nicely curated path, we expect the rangers to do something differently. Why aren't we giving them the equipment they need? And the radios, so they can talk back to patrol for their own safety, but also so they do their job better. So if we take seriously our need to make policy changes so that rangers are embedded fully within the civil service, if we work on the institutions in which they're going to be embedded to make sure they understand how to best equip and inform and train and pay their rangers, and then if we make sure we're investing in the equipment and the infrastructure that these rangers need, then we can finally move the agenda. But all of this, of course, is going to take money. It's part of why we're always invited to talk about events. We're a bank. People want to hear what we have to say about money. And in this, my message is very simple. We have to stop talking about money for rangers as if it can be accomplished through a nice GEF grant. It can't. Rangers don't just need to be paid for the next 2 weeks or have one pair of boots, and that's it. They need long-term regular financing, and that means they have to be part of public budgets. And yes, we can use international public finance like the GEF to do some initial funding, to help with the policy reform needed or the institutional building, to help with some of the first equipment offerings or some of the first infrastructure. But for the long-term, sustained ability of rangers to do their job, do it safely, and get the rewards they need, we need to tap public resources. And we're committed, as we stand here as the World Bank, to use our policy finance, where we talk with governments and we help them think through how to reform their policies to continue to build green, resilient, and inclusive economies, to use that to make sure rangers are included in that. And their needs and their future are taken care of, because rangers matter. Yes, they matter for us meeting the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Yes, they matter for us at the World Bank to build a livable planet. But they also matter because they're people. and people who've put their lives on the line for the rest of us who sit in nice air-conditioned rooms and talk about what they do. So that's why we raise our voices together with IRF, and we will continue to do so until rangers take their place, their rightful place, as leaders in this movement. Thank you, Rohit.
Thanks a lot, Valerie. You have been great supporter of rangers. Like, I always think, like, we are talking about global biodiversity framework here. Can you write a global health policy without doctors and nurses? Can you write global education policy without teachers? Here, where are the rangers? There are 23,000 registrations. There are 5 rangers that were sponsored by us. Next, I would like to invite Mike Appleton, Chair of the Universal Ranger Support Alliance, to walk us through the progress we have made in last 5 years. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Valerie, very much. I really appreciate your time and your commitment. I'm just going to give a little bit of background. Have we found the clicker? The clicker is missing. So I'll just have to say next. My name's Mike Appleton. I'm the chair of the steering committee of the Universal Ranger Support Alliance until the day after tomorrow, when the job will be taken over by Alexa Montefiore from WCS. So this is one of my last duties. I'm also vice chair for capacity with Rewild and with IUCN WCPA, and actually the people who pay my salary are Rewild, but they let me do all this other stuff, thank goodness. URSA is a coalition of conservation organizations established to support the mission of the IRF. We provide technical assistance, finance, advocacy and policy support, and everything we can do to help IRF and the Rangers community get what they need and work towards what Valerie was describing. Next. When we think about Rangers, quite often we only just think about perhaps sort of armed guards with guns patrolling in the forest, and that is part of the work. But actually Rangers are an incredibly diverse community. They are firefighters, community workers, educators, interpreters. They do biological surveyors. They do a vast range of work. Next, please. And they also go by many names. Actually, rangers, most of the people in the world who do ranger work aren't called rangers. They have some other word. They have a word in their own language. So we're thinking of this broad family of people in service on the ground and on the water to protect our growing 30%. Next, please. Well, how many are there? We did a survey. It took a long time, and we think in the terrestrial world there are 286,000 rangers employed, more or less. That's 1 per 72 square kilometers for 24 hours a day, which is about a third based on common norms of what is needed. Based on that, for 30% of the planet, we need 1.5 million people who are rangers or doing ranger equivalent work as community members, and working for other organizations. We have a huge labor shortage. Next. Next, please. Working conditions, well, we can provide you with plenty more information, but here's just a few salient facts for you to look at. 50% don't have access to clean drinking water. 80% don't have access to first aid. 50% don't have adequate equipment. And 45% don't have medical insurance. This is our workforce who is protecting the planet for us. Next, please. If you want to see what that looks like, these are rangers actually in St. Vincent in the Caribbean. They've just spent several days in the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. They've been digging out watercourses, cutting down trees, rescuing people, rescuing livestock, and even carrying out plates of fruit to the forest to feed the parrots who've lost their food supply. If you can see the picture, look at the chap in the middle at the front and what he's wearing on his feet. 1 Wellington boot, 1 flip-flop, and 1 old COVID mask to protect him against volcanic dust. Is that what we want? Next, please. This is the washroom shared by 4 female rangers in a park in Asia. I won't say where it is. They asked me to take this picture to share around the world. This is the facilities. We need more women rangers out there, but this is how they're expected to live. Is that good enough? Next, please. IRF has just published a new State of the Ranger report with updated statistics, and that will be repeated every 3 years, so we can actually track the progress which we expect to see from now on. So if you don't have time to do the clicking thing, then remember State of the Ranger report and you can soon find it. Next, please. We've taken this argument to the last COP, the last CBD COP, also to high-level meetings in Brussels and Washington, D.C., supported with great support from the World Bank and the European Union. And we started to try and put this message across now for several years. And I'll tell you what we found. Next, please. If you've got a development program or a national assistance program which is building a hospital, at the same time it's building the hospital, next please, it's also planning for doctors, nurses, orderlies, porters, ambulance drivers, all of these people you need. We are planning for 30% of the world, and we haven't been planning for the workforce. I spoke to an economist about this, and he informed me, next please, that a productive economy is a combination of capital and labor, and as we're talking a lot about capital, but we're not thinking enough about labor. As Carlos Manuel Rodriguez said, all we talk about is dollars and acres, and we have to change this. The title of this talk, Without Labor Nothing Prospers, actually comes from the Greek playwright Sophocles 2,500 years ago, so this isn't a new idea. At Montreal, with assistance from Valerie and others, we came up with this basic framework for what rangers need: to be effective, to be safe, to be responsible, to be accountable, to avoid conflict and abuse, and to actually do what we're asking to do. A framework of working conditions, of competencies, and of conduct and accountability in a rights-based framework focused around a diverse and recognized and properly supported workforce. And this is what we're trying to achieve. Next, please. The IRF and URSA have published a sort of framework of guidance on this, a Ranger Code of Conduct, a draft labor convention for rangers, setting out minimum employment standards, and a framework of ranger competencies, plus a lot of other materials. Next, please. We've just published with IUCN WCPA a wonderful, very practical guide on building trust between rangers and communities. Actually, on practical things rangers can do to work with the communities they serve to build collaborative management and to build trust. And that includes a whole set of accompanying videos for rangers to look at. Next. And don't forget, we're not just talking about Target 3 here. Actually, rangers are important across the whole global biodiversity framework. Next. And also across most of the SDGs as well, because this is our primary workforce. Next, please. We're really pleased to say that since we've started this process of advocacy, all of these organizations are basically saying yes, they're getting it. They're getting in the argument you're hearing now, which is fantastic news, and we really appreciate their support. We now need to start getting this working in the countries. As Valerie says, this has to be mainstreamed and institutionalized. It can't just be projects now and again. Next, please. And we are seeing some progress. We're not claiming credit for all of this, but things are moving in India, in Peru, in Argentina, here in Colombia. There is a process now for new legislation to make rangers civil servants. Julia Miranda here is pioneering that. And the IRF materials and competencies are being adopted around the world. But there is a long way to go on this, and we need your help to do it. So looking ahead, next, we want rangers and the protected and conserved area workforce to be at the heart of planning and implementation. And we need the institutionalization of measures to address these needs. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mike. And I think to summarize how our approach has changed, we are moving away from treating rangers a small welfare project to changing the thing on the ground and institutionally. So next we have two really good speakers who are going to tell us how we can bring these institutional changes. So may I request Kathleen Fitzgerald, Project Director, Enduring Earth, to share her thoughts. And I'm sorry if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Thank you.
No, you did a great job, so thank you. And thank you so much. This is a topic that is near and dear to my heart, and I really appreciate that you're elevating this issue. There is obviously a lot of discussion about management effectiveness, and as Valerie said, how can you talk about management effectiveness without talking about the people on the ground who are making it happen? So thanks to the International Ranger Foundation for lifting up this issue. I had the privilege of spending about 15 years working in Africa and supporting rangers, community guardians across the continent. And they are dedicated, hardworking, and as Valerie called out, they deserve the respect and the support that they need in order to succeed. I suspect everyone in this room has a story about being in a protected area, being in an incident where something was needed, and yet the people on the ground could not respond because they didn't have the resources, they didn't have the capacity, they didn't have the mandate. So that's what we need to change in order to ensure management effectiveness. And Mike, I'm glad you pointed out that rangers are filling a diversity of roles, right? It's not just about anti-poaching, it's about human-wildlife conflict. It's about community relationships. It's about collecting information, indigenous knowledge. So these are unicorns. These are really special staff members that are so critical to the success of management of our protected areas. And yet, in all the business plans I've done for protected areas, it always struck me when you look at the budget lines. And I would often say, wait, is that number right? How can that number be right for the salaries of these rangers who are, again, putting their lives on the line? So again, to reiterate what Valerie has called for, it's a change in terms of acknowledgement and recognition for rangers within the system. And the last thing I want to point out from a community standpoint and working with communities around the world, and again, many of you could tell the same story. You talk with them about needs. You know, maybe is it social infrastructure? Is it financial support? The number one thing I hear all the time, jobs. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And the pride that rangers take in terms of putting that uniform on, representing country, representing community, you can't codify that in a stronger way. So I wanted to highlight that point. In southern Kenya, I want to give one example of where we've just seen an incredible transformation as a result of rangers. So more than 200 community rangers in southern Kenya literally changed the poaching crisis, number one. Number two, they are the ambassadors for the conservation areas in those landscapes, not NGOs, not outside political interference, but the communities that live in those areas, and that's how you achieve durability. So the other barriers that we've seen in terms of challenges in achieving this, two I want to highlight. One is long-term funding, right? Everyone who's been involved with a project, say with a rhino project, you're talking about 1 year of funding. You can't hire someone for 1 year. You can't train someone for 1 year. So long-term funding and then long-term planning. Those are the two key things that I want to highlight. And that's why I'm really excited to speak with you about Enduring Earth. So Enduring Earth is a partnership between the Pew Charitable Trust, who I work for, World Wildlife Fund, the Nature Conservancy, and Zoma Labs. And the whole concept about Enduring Earth is bringing together partners around a common vision and planning for the long term. So I'll continue with the Kenya analogy. Rather than just looking at one protected area over the next 5 years, what a project finance for permanence does, and that's the tool that we use in Enduring Earth, is it says, what do we need for the entire system over the next 20 years, over the next 30 years? What is the vision? How do you plan for that from a financial standpoint? And then what are the policy changes needed to unlock those opportunities? So Valerie commented on the need for public funding. In a project finance for permanence initiative, you've got your vision, you've got your financial plan, parties come together. The leverage that that brings is where you say to government, we can bring resources to finance this vision, but the government commitment needs to be perhaps support for the rangers on the ground. So I highlight that initiative, Project Finance for Permanence. I know it's a mouthful, that term. PFPs may not be appropriate in every location, but the concept around long-term planning, financial durability, so how do we sustain this funding long-term so the individuals that we bring in who are doing the work on the ground have the longevity that they need, and the duration enables adequate training and capacity so that they can grow within the ranks to succeed. And if you want to learn more about Enduring Earth or Project Finance for Permanence, a number of us are around and very happy to speak with anyone about it. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot, Kathleen. Rangers are really proud of what they do, but we can't take it for granted. When we interviewed 7,000 rangers in 28 countries, 82% of them said they don't want their kids to become a ranger. That's a problem. So we need to think of it. Next, can I invite Ono van den Heuvel from the UNDP Biodiversity Finance Initiative to share thoughts. Ono. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. I as well have to leave right after this because we have another event at the same time. And I wish I could be here longer to listen, because when I was invited to contribute here, my thought was, well, actually we don't do very much for rangers. We should actually ask them what are the ideas they have and what are some of the things we can do more. But we do have quite some activities related to protected area finance, which in turn, of course, hopefully contribute to creating more jobs for rangers on the ground. So I'll just share a few examples. So just very in a nutshell, what BIFIN does is we develop national biodiversity finance plans and, more importantly, help to implement them. So the national stakeholders, they come with the ideas for the solutions. And I just want to highlight that the idea for BIFIN came from a person called Nick Sekran. He's here with us, so it's always wonderful to have him in the room. And so I'm going to just share 4 examples. First one is actually during the pandemic. We have done a crowdfunding campaign in the Philippines on Mindoro, where local communities and some maybe rangers or actually voluntary rangers, basically local communities are doing the conservation job, including everything that's needed there. And we did the crowdfunding campaign because tourists were not coming, of course, during the pandemic. And no income was coming anymore from tourism for a while. Nobody knew how long it would take. So we had a lot of people coming together in the Philippines, and we generated around $35,000 to get the communities through the pandemic. And we're now trying to follow up with some more sustainable financing activities. Another example is also in the Philippines, where we first did an analysis actually of how much funding is going to biodiversity, and we found that protected areas are getting quite little funding, and we started to ask why is that. So it turned out that a lot of protected areas, they were officially, they were proclaimed, they were not formally gazetted because they had to be written into the National Protected Area Law. So we helped to put them all into the law, 91 actually protected areas. And this was passed by the Congress the next year. And we helped also with underlying regulations. And then we supported a Congress member to advocate for a big budget increase, around $10-15 million per year. And so that was then approved for a period of 3 years. And ever since, they've had this budget increase. So over the years, it's now more than $80 million, the cumulated increase of those years together. And another example, which is a bit similar, comes from Kazakhstan, where again we start to look at why is finance not going to protected areas, and they found that the law is not very specific about management plans having to be funded. So again, we changed the legislation. I think it was 2017, And now it says all protected area management plans must be funded, but also there weren't really like good, detailed, investable management plans in Kazakhstan. So we then helped to create a new generation of results-based management plans with the financial needs indicated. And this new generation of management plans has been in place for the past few years, and they've seen very significant budget increases as well. This year alone, it's an increase of $30 million, and in total around $70 million increases over the past years. So those are some promising results. Then in Botswana, similar situation. We looked at the at the current context first, and we saw that actually the protected area fees, they are actually they were not really optimized. So we did a bunch of studies to see, what could be a better level of all the different fees. I didn't know it was that funny. It's the first time protected area fees is funny. But this was also then adopted in 2022. It was a little bit delayed because of the pandemic. And ever since, it has around $3-4 million per year in increase in revenue, which sounds like, again, a good example, but there's the issue of earmarking of revenue. So this is not, strictly speaking, always going back to the protected areas, but of course you can renegotiate it back. That's what we call soft earmarking versus hard earmarking. So even if you don't have earmarking, doesn't mean you can't get that money back. You can make a strong case. So my conclusion is we really would love to do more things that impact rangers and hear from rangers what are their ideas. So we have work on more at the protected area system level, and hopefully we have new ideas in the future that are more directly benefiting rangers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ono and Kathleen, for taking time from your busy schedule. Now we're going to dig deeper into some of these issues that have been highlighted. So I would like to invite my panelists to the stage. Dr. Puri Kenal, coordinator of the Global Network of MPA Managers, a project of the Ocean Foundation. Duset Kayambo Seni, partnership liaison at ICCN DRC. Nick Sekran, Chief Conservation Officer at World Wildlife Fund. Thanks. I'm going to use this, but before I start our conversation, I would like to acknowledge one ranger we have in the room, Johan. He's the president of the Colombian Ranger Association, and he has been physically, literally carrying the message from here to here. So thanks, Johan. Let me start with you, Dr. Kenal. In ranger world, we sometimes overlook at the marine protected areas. And marine protected areas are some of the, and not just protected areas, but conserved areas are some of, we can see some of the best examples of community management. So can you share what are the incentives that work and what can the governments do to support the communities better?
Mm-hmm. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I really like this session because my main focus has always been to support management on the ground. So when you come to this conference, it's not often to have this level of debate. So thank you for organizing. And in marine protected areas, there are some specificities. There are a lot of commonalities, of course, with terrestrial, but some specificities. And certainly the management and the effectiveness, the enforcement is often a challenge because it's not so obvious what's happening there. You need to be in the place. And that means that if you don't do with a strong support of the coastal communities, when we talk about marine coastal areas, we talk about more high seas, that's another story. But in coastal areas, you need absolutely the support of the community. And some of the best examples I found are especially in countries in which the community is conscious and it depends directly on the resources that these marine protected areas provide. So this is not so often, for instance, in developed countries. Developed countries has very few commitment of local communities, except small groups, sometimes fishermen. There are some nice examples, but not so often. But when you travel to other regions of the world, I've been working the last years a lot in Southeast Asia, And some of the best examples were, I was working in restoration projects with the World Wildlife Fund in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. And the best happened when you work with them from the very beginning, building capacity with the process. So it's not to go there to tell people what they have to do. This is a colonial approach that is not nice for people and is not effective. So forget it. You are there to provide some resources to help people to create a process of learning how to do. Sometimes it's including often their old traditions of doing things that for different reasons may have disappeared, because this is also happening. Sometimes old traditions are not there anymore, but they can come back. So you help them and you work with them. For instance, a nice example in Balabac in Philippines, restoring mangrove that was destroyed by a typhoon. It was done, we start working with an indigenous and a local community, learning how to restore these mangroves. And other communities wanted to join the trainings. And this was a theoretically protected area with no management. But by working with this restoration, they were engaged in taking care of this protected area of this land. Other communities want to learn, and after 2 years, other areas ask us to create a hub center for permanent training of local communities on mangrove restoration. And this helped a lot because then through this specific activity, these people was engaged and they want to take care on this place that they put time and efforts. And at the same time, when we did this, we create a hub for them to connect to internet, because this is one of the big challenges in some remote areas for the communities. So if you connect the possibility to restore, to manage, with bringing advantage in terms of facilities to those people, this is a nice way to show them that everything is connected and they are responsible of this in the first step, but they are not alone. The same example in coral reefs in East Kalimantan, in Derawan, there was no management of the marine protected area. We started restoration of coral reefs, and through this involvement of the local people, they start asking the government, the regional government, and the national government to manage this protected area. Now they feel that this place that they restored, that was destroyed by dynamite, fishing gears and things like that, now they restore, they want to take care, and they commit to do that. So, but you need to just support the process, and also, obviously, then more resources are needed. I don't want to repeat what has been said in the previous speakers, but what is important once you have this point is to institutionalize, not to make it rigid, but to acknowledge the value and include this in the system. Another nice example is in Senegal with the community marine protected areas, which are protected areas that are proposed by local communities. They take care of the resources, the management, the restoration in some cases, but the state, the government of Senegal recognize as protected areas in their national system. So probably they will need more funding, but it's a way to recognize that this local dimension is crucial, and you give them a value. It's not that they do because they are there. They do, and they contribute to the national system of protected areas. So those are nice examples. Obviously not enough, but it's a nice way to say that we cannot do alone. Yesterday we had a nice partnership session at the Ocean Day in which we show many different dimensions of partnerships, but I think those partnerships on the ground are the most critical, and supporting and enabling the conditions for the local people to take this responsibility and feel proud of what they do.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Kenna. Now from oceans to the forest of DRC. So this said, DRC is one of the most biodiverse places in the world, but it's also one of the most challenging places to do conservation. ICCN has been working on this new holistic approach of helping rangers, working on individuals while trying to reform the institutions. And you are leading that program. So can you share a bit more about it?
Yes. So thank you so much, IRF and URSA, for inviting us and having this opportunity to share our work. I'd also like to recognize the presence of our Director General, Yves Milan Gangai, as well as the Chief of Staff. They're here. And then I would like to talk a little bit more, yes, about the work that we do. So in the heart of Africa lies the Congo Basin, one of the most biologically diverse and ecologically vital regions in the world, covering roughly 68% of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This lush landscape is home to thousands of plant and animal species, many found nowhere else on Earth. Yet, despite its beauty and ecological importance, the Congo Basin and its protectors, our rangers, face a perilous reality. The very rangers tasked with safeguarding this treasure are not only under-resourced, but are often thrust into situations that few of us can truly imagine. Conservation efforts take place in the shadow of armed conflicts, constant threat from poachers, frequent conflicts between rangers and local communities, militias, and illegal miners encroaching upon protected lands. So rangers work at the front line of these dangers, far from stable infrastructures, often with limited backup, and their lives are at risk every single day. And in such an environment, our rangers are very much at the heart of conservation efforts. They carry out a multitude of vital roles that go beyond traditional conservation work. And because we recognize the critical role of our rangers, we are building a comprehensive support program designed to address the challenges they face and enhance their capacity to protect our natural heritage. This is ICCN's response to these intertwined issues and addressing the holistic needs of rangers who face challenging and sometimes traumatic experiences. This approach is not just a benefit to the individuals involved, but is critical to the effective stewardship of protected areas. And the program focuses on several key objectives: mental health and well-being. This is the main focus of the program because we understand the psychological toll that this work can take. Our program includes access to mental health resources, providing rangers with the support they need to cope with stress and trauma associated with their duties. Then there's training and capacity building. Here we're committed to enhancing the skills of our rangers through targeted training programs. This includes not only law enforcement techniques, but also community engagement strategies, scientific research methods, and crisis management skills. Then there's equipment and resources. Of course, to effectively carry out their work, they need proper equipment. So this is aiming to supply rangers with essential gear, such as communication devices, transportation, and field gear to ensure that they can operate safely and efficiently. And of course, lastly, but not least, community collaboration initiatives. Because by empowering communities to participate in protecting their natural resources, we can create sustainable solutions that benefit both wildlife and the people who live alongside it. Historically, rangers have often been seen as enforcers rather than allies, which has created a barrier between conservation efforts and local communities that feel marginalized by conservation policies. So we recognize this, and our program prioritizes community engagement initiatives by fostering positive relationships and involving local communities in conservation efforts. We aim to break these barriers, ensuring that conservation is a collaborative effort rather than a top-down mandate. So our rangers are not only defenders of wildlife, but also bridges to the communities they serve, creating a shared commitment to protecting the natural resources that sustain us all. And of course, these initiatives are not just about improving conditions for rangers. They are crucial for the future of conservation in the DRC. When we invest in our rangers, we invest in the health of the entire ecosystem they protect. And lastly, our commitment to ranger well-being is directly aligned with GBF targets, including improving management effectiveness, target 1, fostering equitable governance, target 3, reducing human-wildlife conflict. By supporting the ranger's mental health and well-being, we're investing in a workforce that can more effectively, sustainably, and safely manage the conservation of DRC's protected areas, which is ultimately contributing to the 30 by 30 goal.
Thanks a lot, Desai. To make the best way to summarize the challenges of rangers, I can never forget these lines that one ranger said: "We, the willing, led by the unknowing, are doing the ungrateful." We have been doing so much with so little for so long. Now we are capable of doing anything with nothing forever. That's what rangers are. Next to Nick. Nick, how can you tell us how WWF is working on institutionalizing ranger and human resource needs into government policies and practices?
Sure. But first, let me sort of hark back to the conversation at the very beginning, Valerie Hickey, in talking about the essential role of rangers in terms of sustaining the economy of many countries. Globally, some 50% of GDP is dependent on nature, either highly dependent or moderately dependent on nature. And when you lose the ability of nature to secure its services, for instance, water, you start to see real challenges. City of Cape Town, city of Sao Paulo, city of Chennai, very recently ran out of water. They didn't in the end, but there's a good chance they will potentially in the future run out of water. And of course, we attribute this to climate change, and that is an absolute critical factor. But also the management of nature to sustain those services is equally important. And so rangers who are responsible for the management of the headwaters in water supply areas for those and other cities in the world, absolutely key to the economic prosperity of those cities. Similarly, in the context of wildlife, those countries which have enormous wildlife economies, Namibia is a good example. The value of nature, the value of wildlife to jobs and livelihoods in communities is absolutely critical. I think Namibia has just shy of 15% of GDP, which comes from nature-based tourism. If you lose the wildlife, you lose the tourism, you lose the jobs. And so I don't think, in the context of rangers, a lot of people think, oh, it's nice to have. Right? When I started off my career in a Ministry of Finance, and nice to have generally meant they were never funded. And I think we need to move the paradigm away from nice to have to absolutely essential and vital to the economy. And that's why we at WWF, we're so, on this agenda, and Rohit, thank you so much for all the leadership and guidance you've provided. We are wanting to ensure that it is the efforts moving forward of URSA and the International Ranger Federation meet the objectives that you're seeking, which are enormous. I think you're on a journey at the very beginning. You're focused on a huge number of partnerships that we're going to need to change the paradigm for how we address rangers moving forward. And so at WWF, we were a founding partner member of URSA and an associate member of the IRF. We love the focus on partnerships, and we also, and I might add, and it's a key issue, on the one hand, rangers are responsible for supporting the collective and public good. But sometimes there has been some rogue rangers who have basically had human rights and other challenges. And so we as a group need to ensure that rangers uphold the highest standards in terms of their duties and they adopt a human rights-based approach. And I'm really delighted that URSA has been working in partnership with the UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights in this context. So we've been applying IRF, URSA tools and standards in our projects and our funding proposals and the strategies when engaging with rangers. The code of conduct training is an integral part of ranger training programs that we support, and very proud of that. And we've been working with the governments of Bhutan and Cameroon to endorse the IRF code of conduct developed in partnership with UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And we've trained thousands and thousands of rangers as a result of that. We need to ensure that we're also incorporating other tools and standards in the global ranger competencies, gender equity, occupational health and safety standards, and they're all being incorporated into our work as well. And we're then seeking by incorporating them into our work, we're seeking to ensure that they're funded. And so that's a key part of what we're seeking to do. We obviously are founder partner of Enduring Earth, and we're looking at generating more and more funding across the world. Here in Colombia, Herencia, Colombia, we have a big initiative on protected areas under Enduring Earth, 15 years. And that's the kind of thing we need to do to put in place a new paradigm, a new baseline of support for rangers moving forward. So I guess that's at the heart of what we're trying to do. We're really trying to be holistic about the approach, and we're really guided by you, Rohit, I think, in the context of what we ought to be doing.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Just like the point you made about, I think that's where we need to shift, because one of the slides that Mike showed, that 60% rangers don't have access to clean drinking water. A lot of people don't have access to clean drinking water, but it cannot be about that welfare approach. Okay, feel pity about rangers. It's about rangers protect the places that provide clean drinking water to millions of people. That's why we should be supporting rangers. So now we have 15 minutes for questions. So we are a bit tight on time, so please be direct and yeah, Julia, who's better than you then ask about rangers? I'll pass on Mama. Okay.
So good morning, afternoon now. Wonderful presentation, wonderful panelists. I just wanted to share. My name is Julia Miranda. I was Director of National Parks of Colombia for 17 years. So I saw with my eyes the unfair situation for the park rangers. Now I left the national parks in 2020, and I decided a new adventure, and now I am in the Congress of Colombia. So the first thing I decided to do is to write a law with them, of course, and looking in how it is working well in other countries. And I submitted a bill for park rangers focused on the specific labor regime tailored to the nature of their work and the environment in which they operate. So the bill is about to start the process in the Congress. And I really hope, because I have the support of many parties that understand that without the rangers, there is no possibility to take care of the parks and our natural patrimony. So the bill is about what we just heard that is missing. Is a capacity building and professionalization. They're expensive to go and come from the parks and see their families and have a decent, relaxing time, not taking into account the time that it takes to go to the park, the complete time for rest. Also, labor security, the dotaciones, how do you say that? What they need to use for their duties, and also the cabins and all that, what they need. Also some money to compensate the security issues here in many places in Colombia, and also the far conditions, far away from everything. So that it is going to give them more money in their salary to have enough money to get where they need to go. And also with the pensions. In the regular pension system of Colombia, we want them to have an early retirement because of the strong duty, and their bodies are suffering so much with the strong conditions. So more or less all those kind of things, we really hope to succeed very soon in the Congress of Colombia, and to have the law as Peru did recently and other countries have. We hope we will have it. We are very committed to that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Julia. I think many countries can learn from you. Can we pass the mic there, in the first row? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming from Ghana, so I have one. So my first question to my beautiful sister from DRC, right? So that's a very wonderful work. So what I want to ask you is, what institutional and legal framework that guides the implementation of or the work that you do in your country? Then also, how effective are these frameworks or laws or guidelines that help in the work that you do in your country? Thank you very much.
That's a very good question. We are strengthening ties with the legal framework in order to have full support of implementation of this program. I would like to mention that we are still at design stage, so implementation has not quite started. It requires a lot of input from various sectors, and that's where we're at right now. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Hussein. Any of you want to talk about any other frameworks? Yes, please, Dr. Kanal.
I think that has been mentioned several times, the need for training, for capacity building. I think this obviously is fundamental, and all of us will have experience in preparing specific trainings, learning exchanges. It's very important that the rangers and other management staff have finds equivalent people to share how they are doing, that this is an immediate resource. So when you have a community, you build a community of practitioners, this is very helpful. But when we talk about capacity building, we need to think on the system. What is helping in the system and what is just creating troubles? What are the obstacles in the system to really allow people to do their job and to be well trained? So for instance, now I'm participating in a very interesting initiative of the Blue Nature Alliance, which is a think tank that is trying to do a map system at global scale on what are the key points in which we should intervene to really create enabling conditions for good training, for good capacity building in a permanent and long-term basis. So I think this is something that has to be discussed also at the COP, because the COP, normally the COP is for the politicians, for the governments, but the implementation is a responsibility of all the citizens. So I've been for 15 years the president of a network of managers in the Mediterranean, of marine protected areas. And I think we were the first group of managers that were attending COPs. At the beginning, people look at, what are you doing here? And even some managers ask me, why do you want to go there? I want to go there because your voice is important that is there. And this voice has not only to be from the Mediterranean, it has to be a global voice of rangers, of other management staff, working with governments, working with scientists, working with other institutions, but we need to enable the conditions for those people being able to be there and bring their voices there. So that means really changing the key points in the system for this building capacity happening well.
Thanks. Yeah, Nick, please.
I could not agree more. I think one of the preoccupations in conservation today is that we're very fixated on specific sites. And that's wonderful. These sites are critical to nature. But if you forget the system, we are unable, I think, to secure those sites in the longer term. And of course, rangers, the civil servants, etc., they're part of a system. And so you need to address the system to address the needs of rangers. And I think that's something which we need to address much more, because I think there is this big preoccupation between site-based conservation without necessarily recognizing that you need to address the systemic issues as well. And that's happening now.
Thanks a lot, Nick. Any more questions? Actually, I have a question for you, Mike. Because Julia mentioned about some of the labor law changes. I know IRF and URSA has been doing a lot with ILO. So can you share some thoughts?
On labor laws?
What URSA and IRF are doing on labor standards for rangers?
Yes, we are. We're starting to talk to the international. We've been talking for some time with the International Labour Organization on this, because rangers were not really on their radar, actually. I think they were classified as originally as part of the entertainment industry, which was rather peculiar. And in the past few years, we're developing a much stronger relationship with ILO, and they're taking a lot of this on board. And the materials and the approaches which we are proposing are now beginning to get some traction with them. There is a further piece of work to do, actually to get trade unions and labor organizations involved, because they are the ones who drive the agenda of ILO, not conservationists. But the door is definitely open, and I believe, I think there may be some news quite soon about the fact that, well, Rohit can explain more, because he's asking me a question which he can ask better than me. That's very clever chairmanship. Thank you, Rohit.
So when we started the conversation with ILO, we said, okay, when we say rangers don't have XYZ, we at the end of the day we are talking about labor standards, and they say, oh, rangers are part of arts and entertainment, along with circus workers. It's like, okay, where do we start here? So now we are working on setting up the occupational safety and health and safety standards, working on getting the recognition of rangers in each country so they can match to the labor standards. It's a long journey, but we are making a lot of progress. Any more questions? Otherwise, I will continue with my panelist. Any questions? Yes, please, at the back. Do you have access to microphone? Okay, there you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the great presentations and all the ambitions. Very interested. I'm wondering, has there been a calculation of the amount of funding that is needed to make this ambition happen, and also different streams of funding, how it actually reaches the ground? I mean, it's been repeated over and over again here as well, and I love that point, but I think we need multiple finance streams, both the public funding through the ministries, but also private donors, you know, the whole set we need. So has there been some study about that? As you are experts on this, I'm very interested.
Thanks. I think, Nick, you are better placed to answer this one.
Look, I think one of the challenges we have is even where protected areas are providing massive economic dividend, it's a real challenge to ensure that that dividend is channeled back to the protected areas themselves. Ministries of finance don't like to earmark funds, and herein lies an issue, because then those sites get underfunded, rangers are underfunded, and then you're not necessarily getting the outcomes that you seek in terms of the security for nature and the vital ecosystem services that nature provides to people. And so it's sort of it's a real challenge, and it's something that we need to address in the context of first of all, and first and foremost, actually ensuring that those parks are being managed with resources at the right level, and so this is really at the heart of the issue. I think now we know a lot more, owing to BioFin and so on and so forth, in multiple countries, regarding the actual costs of managing the protected area system, and writ large outside the protected area system where rangers are active. So we understand what those costs are. I think what BioFin is seeking to do is to mobilize resources, public and private, domestic and international, to help meet the funding gap. But what we need to do more, first and foremost, is not to just pick nice little boutique projects, and a lot of climate projects and so on, are the ones that often get favored, and really address some of these more challenging and deep-seated issues around the systems. No one likes to fund the systems. They say, well, it's always for someone else to fund, and therein lies a challenge. I don't think we've got to the bottom of this particular challenge currently.
Thanks. Yeah.
I will add something, not about the amount of money, I don't know, but we can start doing a calculation looking at the numbers that Mike presented in the numbers of rangers we need, and looking at the average salary per country, we can have a first calculation. But I think the question is incomplete if we don't look on how we spend the money. It's about the money and also how we spend, because often this project approach that we traditionally apply is a have very low, is not effective, is not efficient. We lose a lot of the money we want to put in a place in many structures of the organizations, the public administrations. So here I want to just stress one aspect that helps to be more efficient, which is the concept of co-management. So obviously we need strong institutions, I fully agree, and I need that these institutions need to recognize the role of rangers, the role of other manager individuals, but this management, if it is only in the hands of the ministries or the directorate generals or the agencies, it's very rigid in the way they use this money. And I had very surprising experiences in Europe, Mediterranean European countries, I will not explain exactly where, that asking for money to MEDPAN for the management project in a protected area from a ministry, but asking, please don't give the money to us because the money will be to the finance ministry and we will not see a single euro. So please use this research, NGO, whatever. So this happens often. And the co-management is very important because you can have co-management agreements with local communities, with the local institutions. And for instance, the Mediterranean, we create the Med Fund, which is a trust fund specifically for the management of marine protected areas, not for the creation of new ones, for the management of the existing ones. And we work with local institutions, not directly with the governments. They must be in agreement with the government. We don't want to create tensions. We want to strengthen the co-management mechanism, but we give the money to the ground actor because it's the best way that this money is properly used.
Thanks, Dr. Canal. I know Julia wanted to add something to this, please.
Because for the purpose of presenting our bill, we needed to do the study of how much it is going to cost. So we asked and hired experts in economy, a very well-known organization in Colombia, which is FEDesarrollo. They do the studies of economy in our country, analyzing the costs of this law. And it is in Colombian pesos, 5,000 million pesos per year, which is $1 million, a little bit more per year. So it is absolutely affordable. And we will change the life of the park rangers. If you calculate precisely what they need in the labor, specific conditions for the labor, you will be able to develop this kind of law, giving them all the extra recognitions and the money that I already described.
This is brilliant. Like, we should be doing the similar studies for other countries as well.
It's not easy it's not difficult to do it because you can calculate that in some years they did that. And for instance, the national parks have the budget for investment that not every year they use it, the whole money, 100%. They always leave, like they execute like 95%. So if that money from investment goes to functioning, completely possible they will finance every year's expenses to finance this law.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Julia. We have a question from here. Yes.
Just a quick comment. I'm Joel from DRC. I'm a colleague of Doucet. Just a quick comment. Yes, there is a need to take care and find all requirements for the rangers to do their job. This is a basic in every organization. When you want people to perform, they need some resources to be spent so that they can perform. Now, the problem, the specificity of the ranger's job is also we need to act on threats they are facing while doing their job. These threats may also need an investment to be addressed, like the issue of militias, the force of poachers, you know, so that a ranger, when he's leaving or she's leaving their home in the morning, they don't go to a certain death, you know. And we need to act on this enabling environment also and invest on it. If we just keep it as a desirable condition, we will be spending on what they need, and we may be losing what the environment need also to be improved so that their job is made more safer. And I agree with the panelists saying that this project approach is the only way we have now, but it's not really efficient. The problem with project, you may have an amount of money, you also have an amount of time you need to spend this money. So sometimes you are spending it not on things that you consider like, but you have to spend it. If you don't spend, you don't get more. The idea of trust fund is doing its time, and it can be useful. But to conclude this, we should not keep government out of this responsibility of providing funds for the rangers' job. Otherwise, the contribution of government will be going slow and slow and slow because you'll find money from NGOs, from donors. No, money from donors is coming to supplement what government is already giving. And yes, public-private partnership is very critical, not only to raise more money, but also to raise standard. You know, private are known to have higher standard. So public, in every country, you start working, you go to public. When you gain experience, you go to private. So if you can bring private standard to public organization, we may keep our staff. It's really a challenge to remain working in park organizations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. One last question, and then we have to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Year in, year out, we keep hearing countries are undertaking good projects, they are doing restoration, they are doing conservation, and yet, if I cast my mind back at the Aki targets, when the time came for evaluation, most of the countries, of the report that we heard was that a lot of the targets were not met. Meanwhile, money was spent. Now, I wanted to find out, what is it that we are doing in our various countries that we still invest money and yet we are experiencing biodiversity loss?
Right, that's a difficult question for the last question, but I will ask all of you to make final comments.
No.
So Dr. Keras.
I don't know. I'm going to try to provide something that not the whole response is. This is probably the critical question for the overall COP. So you should put in the plenary. Yes. Okay. No, I think why we are putting money and we don't have the results. There are many reasons. The system is one of the key ones. That's why it's so important to map properly the system and see where are the entry points that we need to change, because this will allow the money to flow better to the right place. This is one element. The other maybe is not enough money. Other element that comes to me again is the project approach, because we put money for 2, 3, 4 years. I have the experience as manager of coastal marine protected areas 25 years ago. A beautiful project in my city, everybody very enthusiastic. The European funds stop, the management stop, and all what we trigger stop. And what happened is that then people don't believe when you go again and say, let's manage this to protect. Okay, you come again, but this was, you start and you stop. And this is very disappointing for the local community. And this is just the opposite to the long-term management, the long-term investment. So all those are elements that makes that the money we put is not effective, because the system don't allow to flow to the right actions. There is not enough money, and there is short-term use of the spend of this money. Those are some elements, but also because it's not just about money. Don't forget this. Conservation is not just about money. We need money, but it's deeper than that. It's about consciousness, it's about awareness, it's about feeling empowered to act and co-responsible on what's going on in your community, in your ecosystem. So this requires a larger approach in the messages, in the projects we do, in the activities, and better in the plans and programs, better than in projects. So I think all those elements are related to what you ask. Thank you.
Nick.
But you see, the bigger challenge is our pressures are growing. So our production systems, our consumption systems are growing, and that's placing the pressure on nature. So I think that had we not had all these investments, we'd be in a much worse place. It's hard to determine the counterfactual, but I feel that we need to be careful not to scorn all the efforts that have been taken over the many years, the work of rangers, etc., by sort of suggesting that somehow we've not succeeded, so why bother? And I think there are certain people who ask that particular question. I'm sure not you, but they say, well, if you're not succeeding, if you're not getting the right rate of return on your investment, why bother? And I don't think that's the right question. I think had we not done this work, it would be a real challenge. I can tell you we probably have all got examples from our own personal lives of how conservation has worked. I grew up in the Western Ghats in India. I can tell you the tiger is now back in the place where I grew up. It wasn't there when I was a child. And that's because conservation works. Inclusive conservation works. You need to ensure that you've got a societal consensus for conservation, but it will work because guess what? Wildlife in general is resilient. And we have many examples around the world of successes. And I know there's the doom and gloom, and our own Living Planet report from WWF, feeds that as well. I mean, you have a real major challenge, but remember that we are also winning when we put our minds to it as well.
Thanks, Nick.
Yes, and building onto that, I do think it is important to keep on trying. We are in very complex times, and it's very difficult to have kind of a, right answer. But the importance is that we keep on trying and we do our very best to ensure that things don't stay the same. And in conclusion here, I'd like to say that strengthening our ranger program is not merely a moral obligation. It is also a strategic necessity for the survival of the Congo Basin. And because of that, we keep on trying. We keep on fighting. From my personal work, it is very challenging to see what we see on a daily basis and keep on trying. I'm often asked, why do you do the work that we do when we go to parks and there's ambushes and then we see rangers' death rates increasing? It is hard to see those statistics and keep on trying. But then, if we do not, who will? And that is why, like they said, it's important to look at the other side, to say, what can I do in the face of all of this that is happening? What is the entryway to the more complex issues, and to try? Because that is all we can really do.
Thanks a lot, Duset. Can we thank all our panelists here? Thank you. I would like to hand over to John now, who will walk us through the final message from Rangers.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to all of our excellent panelists. Let's try and get this to work. So I've been asked to just sum up a few of the points that we've heard today, but before I go into that, I just want to highlight one thing that was said, which we didn't have on that huge list that Mike had of ranger names, and that is unicorns. Kathleen described rangers as unicorns, so Mike, I think you need to update your slide, because I think that's a wonderful way of describing the diversity of what they do and the role that they play in so many ways. So, on that, the title of the session was Without Labour, Nothing Prospers, which, as we found, is not a new concept, but also forms one of the core building blocks of modern economics. And yet, for some reason, we seem to forget this, and we seem to overlook this core principle of the importance of a labour force. And really, the summary I want to give really is 3 points that was discussed again and again, and I'm going to break them down into 3 ways. One is long-term, the long-term approach, long-term planning, long-term financing. Don't forget the institutions, the systems. If we forget the systems, as Nick said, we're going to be destined for failure because we're not creating the change at the right level. And recognizing the importance of rangers in our economy. If we're saying 50% of the world's GDP is dependent on nature, and yet we're not investing in the workforce to defend that and protect that 50%, then we're destined to fail. The most important point, though, I think, was the first thing that was actually said by Valerie, who stated very unequivocally that there is no coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework without rangers. So I could continue to summarize more, but I think that was basically it in the first sentence of this really useful discussion. And she absolutely summed it up perfectly. But we've seen how we can invest in rangers through mental health initiatives and some of the statistics that have come out of the recent State of the Ranger report, as highlighted by Mike. That report is a series of numbers, as all reports are. But actually what underpins that is human beings, is people, and these people we can't forget. We have to remember every one of them is a human being going about their lives and doing their job for us. So what next? And how do we ensure that rangers are part of the larger narrative and not just seen as a pity case, as Rohit said, but seen as the driving force behind having a productive environment, which is so essential. So firstly, we believe that ranger representation, and maybe just onto the next slide, I'm trying to remember where we are, the ranger representation must be included as part of a major group here at the CBD. Without this, we will not be able to adequately mobilize the labor force to create a productive and sustainable environment. We know this. We're aware of this. We're in this room because we believe in that. We also want to see further recognition of rangers at the sovereign level. Valerie talked about sovereignty being a key asset and foundation of this CBD, of this COP. And actually, we want to see the rangers and their welfare. And as we had the representative from Colombia talking about it, it's affordable. They can do it at the national level, and it doesn't cost. And it's a worthwhile investment, not just because of the moral case, as Doucette said, but because it delivers for us. And we have seen that the world needs and requires 1.5 million rangers. We need more rangers, and we need more of them now. It is critical that the member states implement diversity and inclusivity strategies in conservation workforce recruitment. And this can develop into a win-win scenario, supporting the environment, supporting conservation, but creating jobs, as we have seen. So, we created this call to Cali at the end of the here World Ranger Congress. And this was our message to the CBD and to the COP. And we've been thankful and very grateful to our partners from URSA and others who have endorsed this message and have taken this message with them. We've been very fortunate as well to have Juan, the Colombian representative from the president of the Colombian Ranger Association, to actually bring physically this message here and deliver it. But now it really relies on us to take that message forward, to do some of the things we've talked about in this workshop, to have a long-term plan, long-term financing, don't forget the systems, and recognize rangers and their contribution to the broader economy. We'll be having a press conference today at 5:30, which is an opportunity for us to, again, get this message out to the broadest and widest audience that we can. It is essential that people, not just in this room, hear the voice of the rangers. So is there a QR code? I can't remember. Okay, great. So please scan the QR code. That will take you to the Cali, call to Cali, and also the broader Ranger Declaration. And please, if you're able to join us at 5:30 at the press conference or tune in, please do. Tomorrow we also have an event where Juan, one of the few rangers here, at COP16 will be at the high-level HAC, so the High Ambition Coalition event on the Roundtable 3. So again, please, if you're able to join, I would appreciate that, and recognise his work especially, but also the work that he is and the voice of rangers that he is carrying with them. And I believe, Rohit, there is something to hand out at the end? Or is that at the back? Okay, great, perfectly. So as you leave, please take a copy of the Call to Cali and stay engaged. And I want to thank all of you and also all the panelists, Rohit and Mike, for an amazing event. Thank you.
Hello, mic test.
This works.
This one works. Hello.
Mais non, elle est là, à côté de Donia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, this is a very unholy hour, so you have a responsibility to make sure that your neighbor next to you is awake the whole afternoon. Whether you took coffee or not, but let's try to. This is an all too important topic to make sure that we are all awake and attentive during the next hour and 15. I would like to introduce to you my co-moderator, Elena Aguayo, from the World Rural Forum.
Thank you very much, and I would like to introduce you my co-moderator, Oliver Oliveros, from the Agroecology Coalition. I will say in Spanish first the interpretation thing because they are the ones that need it. So, para aquellas personas que hablen español, tenemos interpretación disponible escaneando el código e introduciendo el código de la reunión, IUCN 28.
Fantastic. So if there will be a simultaneous interpretation from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English, and make sure that you have your Wi-Fi working, took up your phone, scan it, and then include the top of the code IUCN 28 for the access to the interpretation. So before we kickstart, we'd like to show you a video which tries to capture the essence of our conversation and link not only CBD, but also to the two other Rio conventions. So by the way, the event is also being live streamed, so we have some
nourish billions of us daily. But climate change.
So we also have some participants joining us online. All right. So again, just to make sure that your Wi-Fi is ready with your phones ready for those who are needing interpretation.
Para aquellos y aquellas que necesiten interpretación, recuerden que tienen disponibilidad para escuchar. Ahora tienen que imaginarse el vídeo porque tal vez solo lo podamos oír. I'm joking, no. Let's wait a bit.
Wonderful. Well, just want to mention that this event is also being brought to you by the Agroecology Coalition, World Rural Forum, the BioVision Foundation, but also the Alliance Biodiversity CIAT. All right, I think our video is ready. All right.
Our planet and its diverse ecosystem nourish billions of us daily. But climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss are major threats today. Intensive industrial food systems are having unprecedented impacts on people and nature. They are driving extensive deforestation, degrading soils, and depleting fresh water. Today's food systems cause about 1/3 of human-induced greenhouse gas emissions, as well as harming the health of people and animals. These impacts are coming full circle and affecting food production itself. Farmers are facing decimated harvests, fluctuating yields, and an uncertain future. More than 30 years ago, 3 international conventions on climate, desertification, and biological diversity were born out of the Rio Earth Summit to promote a sustainable planet for future generations. It is now clear that changing the way we produce, process, consume, and dispose of food is critical to achieving the goals of all three conventions, as well as meeting the world's commitment to zero hunger. Relying on scientific, social, institutional, and indigenous innovations, agroecology works with nature and rebuilds ecosystems. That makes it a crucial pathway to achieving the objectives of the three Rio Conventions. By working with nature and locally adapted approaches, it promotes biodiversity, restores natural habitats and landscapes, and enhances the resilience of ecosystems, for example, by reducing threats to pollinators. By improving soil health and carbon sequestration, it offers solutions to both mitigate and adapt to climate change. It protects against violent droughts, floods, and soil erosion. Agroecology can help to combat the rising threat of desertification and restore degraded land, for example, by using diverse crop varieties that are adapted to local environments. Agroecology is highly water efficient, allowing farming to thrive in arid areas. By placing agroecology at the heart of the three Rio Conventions, and by channeling more funds towards it, we can bridge environmental, agricultural, and health policies. We need countries to take concrete action through national plans and strategies. Let's work together to champion agroecology and bring the changes we need.
All right, so this session will discuss policies and support that are needed to promote agrobiodiversity through agroecology and family farming as essential ingredients to ensure effective implementation of the global biodiversity framework targets and national biodiversity strategies and action plans, as well as the integration of agrobiodiversity considerations across the three Rio Conventions. So it will showcase the event today will also showcase local and national experiences both in the north and in the south in terms of practices and approaches that protect land and manage agrobiodiversity, and for meeting people's needs with sustainable use and benefit sharing, including initiatives from various stakeholder groups, particularly family farmers and the civil society groups. So to frame the conversation today, I want to give the floor to Marcela Quintero of the Alliance Biodiversity CIAT to give us an overview of the context. Marcela?
Thank you, Oliver. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you? Yeah. Okay, I'm Marcela Quintero. I'm the Associate Director General for Research at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. But here, I'm also with my hat of the Director of the CGIAR Agroecology Initiative. That is an initiative that is being implemented in Asia, Africa, and Latin America across 8 countries. So I wanted to bring some reflections that from the implementation of this initiative. I don't know how. Next. And just to give some input for the conversation today. Okay, so let me start with 3 main messages. It's quite noisy there. But first of all, just to say that agroecology is an approach to transform the whole food system. So it means that it's not only about changes in the farming practices, but it's also about the changes that need to happen in other parts of the food system to support that transition. The second thing is that it's a spiral up strategy, where we see that agriculture could be a beneficiary of the benefits of biodiversity, previous one, but can also be a contributor to more biodiversity if managed well. And also, if that means that the farmers play a key role in the contributions of agriculture to the conservation of biodiversity. So farmers and family farms are key actors for achieving through agroecology many of the targets of the global biodiversity framework, mainly the target 10, but I'm going to give you more examples on other targets. From the scientific perspective, because this is what we do action research in this initiative, there is ample evidence that with agroecology, diversification is at the core. And then in that evidence, we have seen that there is a positive performance of agroecology in terms of not only boosting yields, but also providing other multiple benefits, including the conservation of biodiversity, either by enhancing the natural habitat for biodiversity in the landscapes where agroecology is being implemented, but also by realizing the benefits to humans from higher diversity in their production systems. So the evidence is there. So what we have been doing is working, as I said at the beginning, across 8 countries, where we have, with our local partners, established agroecological living labs that mainly are spaces for co-designing innovations, for stakeholder engagement, for monitoring and evaluation, and capacity building. And we think that these spaces are key for to support the countries in implementing the GBF and their national action plans for biodiversity. So what we are learning from there that I think is very important for the conversation today, in all the countries where we are supporting the agroecological transitions in these agroecological living labs, family farms and smallholder farmers are at the center of those agroecological transitions. And is their vision the one that is driving also the vision of that agroecological transition, and together with other food system actors that are supporting them on that transition. So they are at the core, but their actions are not enough. They can initiate many transitions in the fields, but if this is not accompanied with other actions in terms of policy, in terms of better business opportunities, etc., they are not going to be able to advance in the agroecological transition as they wish. And this is an example of that and of an agroecological transition in the Peruvian Amazon, for example. So here, the small farmers who are already doing organic cocoa, they want to improve their system by diversifying the system, so it's not only cocoa. And then we have been technically supporting them on that, but that has not been enough. So what we did in this agroecological living lab was to help them to articulate with the national and the sub-regional government to have the right policy and incentives to support their more diversified systems. So, for example, in this case, there was then, as a result, a good alignment between a new biotrade policy that is now supporting these farmers with their new products that now they are producing through the diversification of their systems. So this is just to say family farms are at the core of the agroecological transition, but they cannot do it alone, and we need other food system actors to be supporting that. I'm going to skip that. This is just to show that is context specific, as Oliver just said. So in each of the agroecological living labs are different systems with different type of agroecological farming practices, but then different policies, different type of incentives are needed to support their transitions in each of these countries. Then I want to close just to initiate also the discussion. We just produced this position paper that is basically looking at how we can accelerate the progress towards the implementation of the GBF through agroecology. Levers to accelerate this progress. But at the end, levers to accelerate this progress. But at the end, we want to conclude in that position paper that we want to call all researchers, practitioners, and parties of the CBD to break down the sectoral silos and to try to help all together to kind of support that agroecological transition, not only with changes in the farming practices, but also in the policy, in the regulatory frameworks, the financial and environmental and investing environment for our family farms and smallholder farmers in the South. So with this, I want to close this opening, Oliver, and then give the floor to the rest.
Muchísimas gracias, Marcela. Thank you very much, Marcela, for these insightful opening remarks and framing the conversation that we will have today. Now I would like to give the floor to our panel. I will be calling each one of the panelists that will come. Please, when I say your name, come here and receive an applause from the audience too, because I know that all of you are very tired at this point of the COP, so thank you very much for joining us. First, I would like to give a great welcome to Karina Gonçalves. She is a Brazilian organic farmer. She's member of Inofo from several networks, member of Ecovida, Inofo, and World Rural Forum. Thank you very much. Where is the applause? Thank you. Now, please come here, Monica Yator. She is the chair and founder of Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative in Kenya. Thank you very much for being here. Thierry Dudermel, team leader for biodiversity at the European Commission Directorate General for International Partnerships. Thank you very much for being here. Then I would like to give to welcome to Doina Poposui. She is a technical specialist in agroecology and sustainable food systems at IFAD, and she coordinates the Raíces Ecológicas. And we will have online then, and you will see André Moreira, the general coordinator of the agroecological transition at the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Farming in Brazil. So now I pass to my co-moderator the word.
Fantastic.
To start this conversation.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Well, just before we start, I just also wanted to do a shameless plug. We came up with this together with Biodiversity, by the BioVision Foundation, Global Alliance for the Future of Food, Alliance Biodiversity, CIAT, and the Coalition, and WWF, this tool to integrate agroecology in the NBSAP. So this is one of the major things that will have to be discussed, and really important to make sure that we are integrating agroecology in the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. So if you don't have a copy yet, please feel free to reach out to us, or my colleague Charlotte is also there, and we could provide you with some copies as well. Well, first question, just go to Monica here, which is on my left. Well, indigenous peoples make up less than 6% of the world's population, but they manage or hold tenure over 37% of the world's natural land and are guardians of biodiversity. Can you tell us or describe to us a specific practices of your community, in your community, that illustrate your role as biodiversity guardians, and why do you think this is important to support and sustain?
Thank you very much. Just to tell you all that I'm a proud pastoralist and a pastoralist child, and we are grateful to be in this space. Just to tell you how pastoralist community have been taking care of the nature. It is just because of a lot of confusion that is coming now, that is trying to disrupt our livelihood, making us to be forced into settling. Otherwise, we are contributing to the nature-based solutions. And for that case, pastoralist communities, you must know that we take care of livestock waste, and that is manure. And the manure is the best for bringing back the soil. So again, for us to think about synthetic fertilizers that has now degraded our soil, we need to talk about our soil health. How do we address our soil health? Pastoralists bring back the soil by using livestock manure. When we slaughter our animals, the products that we get from slaughtering those animals, they get back to the soil. So again, we used to take care of the soil. If the forest, we know how to graze our livestock. We know how to do paddocking. We don't destroy the soil because we have our traditional knowledge on how we take care of this livestock. And you see, the communal livestock keeping, they have bylaws. They talk to each other, especially the herders. When they have to move, they look at the skies. They know how to read the weather. We don't rely on the scientific knowledge. We have our own traditional way of seeing how the stars move, how the wind move. That is how our pastoralists used to engage and also graze our animals. And again, when we grow up as children, when we slaughter our animals, we have the intestines there is some intestine parts that our traditional old people can read, and we will always predict when it will rain. And at these seasons, the male will start now moving with the livestock, and the women and children are left to take care of the small animals like the calves. So again, that there was a way our people used to take care of the environment. And we need to even talk to governments, our states in this recommendation to protect our territories and also to protect pastoralist livelihood, because if they force us to do farming and we don't know how to farm, what will we do? And again, because we are educating our communities to transition, we need also to tell them that climate change is not waiting for us. We need to diversify and we need to adapt. And by even bringing in agroecology transitioning, for me, it is a key thing, especially for women who will be left behind by men to take care of the calves and the children. We need also to support our women to transition to agroecology. And family farming is something that Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative is doing to support women, and also to ensure that women and girls in the community are supported to even go to school, because if we rely on livestock, to my community, livestock belong to men. So again, how do we balance the livelihood and also climate change? So again, and that is why we are calling on governments, we are calling on donors to support agroecology transitioning, especially in family farms, and also bring in integration of indigenous knowledge in the NDCs and also in the NAPs, because we see the voices of pastoralists is limited in these spaces, and we need to talk the walk and also support the voices of pastoralists in these platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monica, obviously. Thank you very much for two things. Bringing to the table pastoralists that every day we are hearing more about pastoralists, but it's very relevant to having their voices also here, and for sharing with us how agroecology is not only a way of landing, but a way of living and an economical element and social one too. So thank you very much for your intervention. And now I would like to turn to Karina. She, as I have told you, she's a Brazilian family farmer, organic farmer. Could you tell us a bit more about your experience in your country, in Brazil? And then, if you have time, I will let you time, don't worry. What support do you consider that is needed to support these kind of practices?
So, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. So, my name is Karina, and I grow tons of food in agroforestry system in Brazil. And I always like to bring with me the results of our work there. So here I have a package of shiitake mushroom that was grown, and it's really good in nutrition in an agroforestry way to farming. So you started with my point. You just tell my first point that agroecology, it's more than farming. Of course, it's a way to farming, but it's more than that. And I'm sorry for the people that listen me in other panels, but I need to repeat it every time. That agroecology in agroforestry too, but agroecology for me, it's the most intelligent tool to transform food system, because it's complete and it's multifunctional. So if you talk about agroecology, we can have many results just practicing that. And it starts years and years ago. We are talking now about agroecology at COPs. It's kind of new, but it's not new. Alfredo is here to show he's doing agroecology more than 30 years, but more than 30 years ago, we had the indigenous people doing that. So for me, agroecology starts from knowledge. So first you have the contact with agroecology, and then you start to practice. And for me, the contacts with agroecology started when I became approached to the other farmers that was practicing agroecology in my country, Brazil. We are part of a network of farmers organization called PGS system, that is Participatory Guarantee System. And we are many, in my region, we are 500 family farmers, but Ecovida PGS network, it's a network of organic farmers, only organic, of course, agroecology farmers, located in the 3 states of the south of Brazil. And we are more than 3,000 organic farmers, family farmers doing agroecology in Brazil. And how to implement agroecology? For me, it's about daily life. So in my daily life, I'm doing agroecology. First of all, we learn from nature. How can we learn from nature? I will give you some example. When you go to a forestry that was grown naturally, and you look to the soil, you're never gonna see the soil uncovered. Never. Because nature have the mechanism to cover the soil. You're never gonna see monoculture. Never. If it's grown naturally, of course. So nature don't do monoculture. But we, as humanity, what we did? We ignore that, and then we think we know how to do, and now we are seeing and we are watching the results. So first of all, to implement agroecology, it's learning from nature. I'm sure you have a lot to learn. And then a point that is really important to me, it's be feminist. Because you can't say you are doing agroecology if you have violence, if you don't have gender equality. So be a feminist for me, it's important when you are talking about agroecology. Markets, for example. I'm doing a street market in Brazil that are 9 years. And when I'm there selling my production, I'm doing more than selling and buying. I'm telling people about agroecology. They want to learn how this shiitake grow. How can I manage my agroforestry to have safe and nutritional food? So market is agroecology too. And I can talk more about different points what agroecology is, but how to scale up agroecology. First of all, we need to have agroecology as policies and ZAPs and global policies. We need to have spaces of quality in talking about agroecology. I'm really happy to share this space with you because now we have an agenda in FIDA talking about agroecology. But look, we need to grow the team. Agroecology inside the FIDA is still few. It's nice we have, but we need to grow the team of agroecology inside FIDA, inside FAO, inside every instance that can help us do the change. And we need action plans, okay? We can have goals, we can have objectives, but if we don't have action plans, we're never gonna reach agroecology and food system transformation. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. So that's what we've been hearing. Agroecology is nothing new, but it's only now that it's gaining momentum. And to gain momentum, we really need to engage donors, funders, multilaterals, bilaterals, but also governments. And that's why here, from one Brazilian to the next, I'd like to call on to ask the next question to Andre Moreira, who is from the Ministry of Family Farming and Agrarian Development in Brazil. Andre, can you hear us? Andre?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? I'm not getting any feedback. I'm sorry. Hello there. Can you hear me, Oliver?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now I can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Wow, thanks. Obrigado. Okay. Andre, from where you are sitting there in Brasilia, during the World Food Summit, World Food Day, on October 16, President Lula announced the National Agroecology Strategy of Brazil. And besides that, or maybe explaining that as well, what is being done in Brazil to implement agroecology and the biodiversity, and what do you consider are the unique challenges in your country, in Brazil, to make sure that this national agroecology strategy is implemented? And what kind of support do you think is needed to scale your experiences in Brazil so that other countries from outside of Latin America could follow suit?
Good, Oliver. Well, before of all, as Oliver mentioned, we just have our national plan for agroecology and organic production signed up from our president a few weeks ago. This is the main tool we have for our national policy for agroecology and organic production. All those initiatives that we have in this policy and then in this plan, it involves 14 different ministries and several other governmental entities that needs to be involved in our initiatives. Look, we have 197 initiatives in 7 key areas that comes from since production, use and conservation and preservation of nature, and health and marketing and knowledge. So this is very important that we have involvement from our government, but especially that we build this policy with the society. There's no agroecology if we don't hear the society. How we're gonna, it's been said from Karina and Monica, and we all agree with that. Agroecology, it's been agroecological relations within ecosystems. It's been developed by all traditional peoples in Brazil, all across the country. The state before came and implemented and helped implement industrial agricultural practices. And this is something that's the problem that we're facing now, needing an agroecological transition. While we're going back to agroecology, we're trying to do that. And this is something very important, that it's not only production. We have to involve, since from the Ministry of Education and Culture, and for traditional peoples, and we involve the women's ministry. It's impossible to have agroecology without feminism. It's impossible to have agroecology without hearing the environment, hearing people that live in those environments and already practice agroecology, and how we are going to do this with the government, and how the government is going to implement actions to make the agroecological practices broader than making that, instead of what we've seen in decades before, that traditional communities were migrating from agroecological practices to industrial practices, and all the conflicts we have with territory. I'm going to read a little bit, something that I must not forget to tell you guys, because I planned this before, and Oliver changed a little bit the question, and that's fine, that's all right, it's okay. But I mean, I was trying to translate that for English, since we have in our plan, it involves 14 ministries and society, that those elements are not only to production, but also to use and conservation of agro-biodiversity and nature. Really involved in how we're going to do these initiatives in our territories. Thank you. I'm sorry. Took a little while.
Thank you very much, Andre. Can you hear me? Obrigada. Thank you very much. It wasn't us, Andre, it was the internet in the venue, sorry. Now I would like to go to the global north. No, you cannot hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Now I would like to move to the global north, as we know. And I would like to ask Thierry Dudermel, the team leader of DG INPA in the European Union. What initiatives are you implementing in terms of agroecology, obviously, and biodiversity? And what do you consider are the unique challenges that you have ahead? And how you can ensure that you can improve those challenges and also support the targets of the GBF. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. In fact, the EU supports agroecology throughout a very large range of intervention and in its international cooperation action. Actually, this is part of the commitment that the EU took to double its external expenditure for biodiversity under this financing period. I will quote a number of initiatives, and then I would like to go concretely in a few examples. The first one, I think maybe the most well-known, is the Desira initiative, and together the European Union and a few member states put more than 400 million euro funding. And the next phase of Desira, which is called Desira Plus, will put even, with a target on Africa, will put emphasis of innovation at scale in Africa. And second, we are supporting the 3 regional multi-actor research network in Africa in agroecology. So, and this is a 16 million euro envelope. So the big, what we call the excellence center, so more the scientific approach to agroecology. Then, third place, I would like to mention the support to CGR, and we had the introduction here, and we visited CIAT earlier in this COP, and which shows a very interesting agroecological approach, such as the new scientific program called Multifunctional Landscape. And last, I would like to mention that we are also collaborating and co-funding intervention on agroecology with other organizations like IFAD. Other interventions also are aligned with agroecology, such our program Regreening Africa, which is essentially landscape restoration in African drylands. But this was a bit abstract, so I would like to provide some example to give you an idea of what this concretely means. In the framework of the Desira initiative, several projects address the development of farming systems and value chains based on a large range of the so-called underutilized crops, like tree leaves, or some vegetables, some beans. And we believe that such crops are key for more resilience through improved agrobiodiversity. Another example is in the framework of the African Union Soil Initiative, the Soil Initiative for Africa. And there we support the development of organic fertilizers by making use of waste along the value chain or in the urban areas. Such organic fertilizers are important for soil health, including through better soil biodiversity. Bacteria, fungi, insects, etc. A third example I would like to mention is that the agroforestry is also key for more resilient sustainability and improved farming system. With the Desira initiative, several projects address these issues, such as Cocoa for Future in the cocoa regions of Ivory Coast and Ghana, to co-design with farmers new models of agroforestry based on local species. At political level, the EU Cocoa initiative puts specific emphasis on agroforestry as a means to combat both deforestation related to new plantation and address the decline of yield in older cocoa area. And last, in the framework of the program Regreening Africa, a strong component is dedicated to support farm-managed natural regeneration. This intervention aims at developing agroforestry system at scale in both cropping and livestock system. So livestock is really important at farm level and landscape level in Sahelian region. So that were example. What I would like to mention is that the fact that the COP15 has and the adoption of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework has really create a new space for agroecology, and we consider that amongst the Rio Convention, this is probably one of the clearest and most complete support. And maybe also to mention that our approach is multi-stakeholders, and this means that we consider that agroecology is also an appropriate approach to co-design solution with a large range of actors. So the research, like in the Desira, but also involving farmers organization, the private sector, the civil society organization, in line with the agroecology principle themselves. So in a nutshell, it's a co-creation approach that we are supporting. And also would like to highlight the fact that we consider that farmers' organizations have a very important role to play, and we support them largely through our funding to IFAD to strengthen the capacity to provide services to the member and better develop a profitable value chain and develop better access to markets. So by making this with also streamline agroecology to ensure that production and processing are aligned with agroecologic principles, including biodiversity preservation and use of ecological process. I stop here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Thierry, for the intervention. In fact, the European Commission is also one of the members of the coalition, and from one agency in Europe to the next, I'd like to ask you, Doina, what projects or programs that IFAD implement or support to be able to really push agroecology and biodiversity, and maybe some examples of your efforts to not only support agroecology per se, but go beyond it by scaling it up. So maybe it would be good to share with us some examples of what you are doing on the ground.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and also the Agroecology Coalition, Elena, for inviting me to be part of this panel. It's really an honor. I would like to present to you some examples. So IFAD is, first of all, is a specialized agency working for rural development, and our main clients are small-scale producers. I want to bring some examples of how we promote agroecology for agrobiodiversity, for climate resilient nutrition, with a strong focus of empowering women and youth. The first one, so we implement loans and grants. This is our program. We channel funds, also supplementary funds. So I want to bring one example of a loan and another one of the supplementary fund that is currently ongoing. So in the Philippines, regarding agroecology, we did a study in IFAD to understand. In 2019, we started this study and we published a report in 2021 to understand what IFAD has done about agroecology. And we also discovered that since many years we are actually implementing, because IFAD has a strong social inclusion aspect. And we also apply ecological principles to agriculture. So we looked also at the 10 elements, and this is how we, through the stock take, we discovered that 13% of the IFAD projects actually fully support agroecology, and then another 47% are in transition to agroecology. We tried to look also at those. So one example that came very interesting is in the Philippines. It's the second phase of the Cordillera Highland Natural Resource Management Program. There, about 60,000 families of indigenous people have participated into the program, and I want to put emphasis on the agroforestry activity that was key. So agroforestry farmer field schools have been created to help develop capacities of communities in reforestation and agroforestry systems. In parallel to that, the produce that was obtained also through the agroforestry was sold into the market, and despite that design, the idea was to actually to access organic certification. This in the end was not possible because very costly, and it's often inaccessible for small scale producers. So what we did at that point was to create alternative local labeling as environmentally friendly, and this helped to differentiate this produce in the market. We also saw an increase about 130% of market increase sales in terms of sales and also in terms of income. So we also have so many examples of how agroecology is really working, and this goes against some classic narrative that that this is not demanded in the market. So also thanks to the second example, if I may continue, sorry if I take too much time, but I think it's important to mention also how IFAD is channeling funds. So for example, from the European Commission, it's a surprise that we are part of the same panel because I was aware only at the end. But for example, the global program for small-scale agroecology producers and their food system transformations, the European Union and Belgium is supporting this grant in Africa and Latin America. So 4 countries in Africa, and I'll speak specifically about Latin America. It's a trinational grant where the EU is funding 4 million euros going to promote community-based seed systems. It's involving Argentina, Brazil, and Bolivia. And it's about rescue Asian variety of Creole seeds, and through participatory plant breeding methodologies and evolutionary plant breeding, develop varieties that are adapted to the local context. And this is done through agroecological corridors, where the main crops are intercropped with functional plants that can help with pollination, with nitrogen fixing. So this is how the new varieties are more resilient to the local climate conditions, which are year after year more and more harsh. So for example, drought is a big problem. And we work in Sergipe, in Bahia, in Brazil, in Argentina, Misiones, and in Jujuy with INTA, so in Brazil with Embrapa, but also with farmers organizations, with the Movimento Camponês Popular. So there we do provide direct access to finance. Yeah, I don't know if I'm taking too long, but this
yes,
I
but
think,
it's very interesting. So
yeah,
don't
and
worry.
how is maybe about how we scale it up. So especially through this grant, the idea is to promote. We have a dedicated component on South-South and Triangle cooperation. So we want to. The idea is to also capacitate, of course, all that are participating, from Embrapa, INTA, INIAF, which are the national agriculture research institutions, to farmers organization leaders, to extensionists. So we have different levels, capacity development. We use the Embrapa methodology of participatory plant breeding and the evolutionary that are some Italian scientists, Ceccarelli. So this is the idea, and how we scale it up. We do it by applying Embrapa's experiences in other contexts. The farmers' organizations include more states, so this is how we also scale it up. For example, in Brazil, and also Argentina, Bolivia participating to this regional capacitation. We also hope to get also to maybe Asia and the Pacific. We saw some interest also thanks to this COP by talking with farmers.
We hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to, maybe you can keep the microphone, or you can share with Thierry, because I would like to make you a follow-up question, because these are very interesting initiatives. But I would like, you know that I'm coming from the World Rural Forum. We are a network of family farmers organizations. So for me, it's very relevant understanding how are you including family farmers into these programs, and not only, I'm not talking only as beneficiaries, but as subjects that can be part of the designing, implementation, and monitoring. And I would like to ask both of you the same question. You decide who goes first. And I don't know if we will have also between, in the meantime, they decide who will be answering. I don't know if also Andre will be available. Yes. So go ahead.
Okay. So I can also answer to this. In IFAD, we do promote landscape restoration, conservation, and we saw that in alignment with the GBF. We are doing this with particular emphasis on participatory methodologies. So again, there is a strong focus on women, youth, and about the MBSAP's commitments and how we actually want to integrate civil society organizations. We had also an informal meeting here at the COP16. So it's important that we use this kind of spaces to actually consult civil society organizations. This is the idea, to gather their inputs and to bring them into the country strategy programs that we have in IFAD. These are 5 years programs that we develop in each of the countries that we work in with. So these are we develop together with the governments. So I think that what came also from this informal meeting yesterday was to really put emphasis on the participatory consultation. We need to bring the ideas of civil societies, of farmer organizations, of those that also support them, the NGOs as well, into this country strategy program. So this is one of the ways we hope to do it. And I'll give the word to Thierry.
Thank you. Now, very, very quickly, I share totally what was just said. A key word also for us, it's when we speak on biodiversity. It's a landscape approach. So the idea is that we have to work at the same time for nature and people. And so the participation of the people, the possibility to develop, I would say, to have some green development on the ground with the populations that are living in or close to this high-value ecosystem is something absolutely key. And the other element that I already mentioned is a bit this co-creation process when we speak on biodiversity, and with the full involvement of the family farmers and their organizations.
Thank you. I don't know if Andre is there.
Well, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I'm back. Okay, cool. Well, I know we don't have much time. I'm gonna read what I prepared before, since I had the questions before. Okay, that's fine. Well, our government here, our NBSAPs are systematized by the Ministry of Environment, and like in our agroecology policy development, it involves the efforts of various ministries and civil society representatives. While the Brazilian government understands the importance of agroecology in achieving biodiversity targets due ecological agriculture, due agroecology inherent connection with ecosystem preservation. It's no coincidence that the Ministry of Environment and our ministry work in alignment, and our agendas are largely interconnected. Well, I had some sort of slide, but then I tried to make some relationships between the targets and the main area, the key areas, and some important programs that align with the targets for biodiversity. So there's a series of initiatives in our national plan for agroecology and organic production that aligns directly with these goals. As mentioned earlier, the plan's actions are derived from the law. We have a law from that demands popular representation. So we have two instances of management, two management bodies for our national policy for agroecology and organic production. As I mentioned before, there's a National Commission for Agroecology and Organic Production. It's composed equally by government and agencies, and governmental agencies and civil society representatives. And this commission is essential to active construction and monitoring of actions and to make sure public participation and public development and implementation of these actions. So I mentioned before those areas. It's a broad plan. We have since mentioned prior the landscape view from that, but it's impossible to do also considering traditional knowledge and how we construct knowledge and how we don't have the agenda for only the science perspective for this agenda, considering all types of knowledge and all groups that are involved in rural development and agrarian communities and traditional communities and how they deal with the ecosystems. And it's been in the first, when you guys opened this panel, it's been said that when we have traditional practices, agricultural practices, we can protect biodiversity more effectively, and our government is aware of that, and we're trying to we're trying to implement actions synchronized between all our government institutions, and it includes NBSAPs.
Well, thanks very much, Andre. Well, go back to, again, from one Brazilian to the next and then to a Kenyan. Karina, you mentioned earlier, keywords around knowledge, agroecology being really anchored on knowledge, both traditional, local, but also scientific. You also mentioned about feminist ecology. You mentioned about markets. And then, Monica, you mentioned about the importance and centrality of indigenous practices, pastoralists, etc. My question to both of you is, how do these initiatives that you are involved with, the causes that you are representing and you're pushing for, connect us with the global biodiversity framework and your own country's NBSAPs? As a farmer, young farmer, women farmer leader in Brazil, but also from indigenous people, what are the stakes from you and from your respective community in this COP16? Whoever wants to start.
Okay, and just to make everybody understand that pastoralism is a lifestyle and it's a livelihood. So don't forget that. So my key stake to this meeting is that recognition of traditional knowledge and practices, securing land rights for pastoralist community, incorporating indigenous knowledge in this MBSAP, and also sustainable livelihoods and resource access. We need to access our resources. We don't need our land to be grabbed in the name of other conservancies that is happening now. We need fairness and access to our land. We need climate resilient practices, and that is why we are advocating for agroecology transitioning and transformation. Biodiversity conservation and ecosystem services for us are guardians of biodiversity. We need to know that pastoralists are the guardians of biodiversity, so we need that recognition and protection. We also want community-based conservation. We support community-based conservation initiatives that empower local communities. You don't need to come and evict us, come and protect us and let us conserve biodiversity. Benefit and sharing compensation. If you have to take away our land, please compensate us. Equitable sharing, compensation for ecosystem services, and also policy and decision making. We don't need to make policies here at COP in Colombia and also come and impose to us. We need to be on the table. Otherwise, we don't want to be a menu to anyone. Let us be there in this decision making at community, at national, even at regional. So we need to be informed, and also we need to get this information. We also need to have inclusive decision making and also policy coherence. We don't need policies that is going to divide our way of life and also become a threat to our livelihood. Thank you so much.
Talking a bit about Brazil, what we need is the clear process about how civil society involved in NBSAP. So we are organized to that. We want to do that, and you can contribute, but the process are not very clear. So once it is clear, we can go and contribute. We need land distribution, because in Brazil we know, addition on the problem, we are the biggest pesticide consumer on the world, and 70% of our greenhouse emissions come from the agro system. We have the problem with the land, so big lands in few peoples. So what we need is more distribution at this land. We need to delimit the indigenous and traditional communities' lands. We are having many problems with that. We need to stop subsidizing unsustainable and unfair farming practices. We are destroying life. We are killing people when we talk about that. We need to support, to share knowledge, farmers to farmers. And as organic farmers organization, we need support to advocate at these high-level places. And here I have a position paper, because here I'm representing INOFO, that is the Intercontinental Network of Organic Farmers Organization. And I have a position paper that I mentioned some points here, but I want to read some points that represent more than my thoughts here. So we need to ensure a sustainable use of pesticide, banning to use of present farmers, ensure a sustainable use of pesticide, banning the use of persistent substances, spread the knowledge of organic regenerative farming practice, providing farmers with adequate trainings, ensure that I'm not seeing that very well, but ensure access to land and farming resources to small and medium organic farmers, compensate the ecosystem service delivered by organic family farmers with tax and compensation funds. We need to ensure the prioritization of organic food coming from family farms in public documents. We need to promote and accompany the creation of organic districts, and much more. And once I have my colleague from Brazil here, that's true, we have this national program, and it is a nice program that in 2018 we had awarded by FAO as the best laws and policies promoting agroecology in the world. So at that time we had 51 policy in 21 countries, and Brazil win with in the second place with these policies in 2018. But now we have the same policy that was the best, the second best in the world, and we have few resources to implementing that, and we had hard times to launch it. It was not easy, and we launched it because civil society work hard on that, and Leticia working in this program, no Leticia, and they didn't want to launch it without the program that talk about reduce pesticide too. So we want to launch it because it's a really nice program. We have an honor to have it in our country. It helps a lot agroecology to grow and to scale up, but we don't think it's fair to launch it without the program that reduce pesticide too. So we had hard times to put the two together, and now we have it, and our president signed, and we are really happy for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And this also, I don't know where I heard this in one side events maybe, but the good plan is the one that can be implemented, no? So we hope that also the Brazilian government can have the chance to implement it with resources and taking into account family farmers and indigenous peoples in the country. So with that, I would like to open the floor for the questions and answers. I will try to control the time because the other day the co-moderator was not so good at that. So if you want to make a question to one of our panelists, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much for super. Is working? Yeah, super interesting panel, and this is more maybe a comment. I'm Katja Vuori from Agricord, and we are working with farmer organizations, strengthening farmer organizations' capacities in holistic way. And Karina's organization, Red Ecovida, is part of one of the programs that we are managing, and thank you to the EU for the financing for that. And that's focused on research. And that's one element that I think it's really important, both for scaling, but then both for policy and for farmers to really find solutions that are adapted to them. And I think it's really important, as agroecology is so knowledge intensive, that we have sufficient research support for farmers to do the research. And then, of course, supported by the research community and other technical experts. But we see in this FORI program that it's really crucial that we have financing also for this kind of a farmer-led research, that it's really then fitting the local context, and it's recognized that farmers are not the ones who are adopting innovations by others, but farmers are really at the heart of innovating for agroecology. So this is just to strengthen that farmer organizations are really the key in this business.
The program renewed now, no? So, what is it? Okay, sorry. I didn't got if it was a question because I was talking to my colleague here, but that's true. 40 is a really good example that we are running in Ecovida, and Eusebio, that is a farmer colleague from me that are not here, he's involved too. And that's true, we can have the co-creation of the knowledge, and 40 can show that it's possible, and we are really happy that the program is renewed now, no? Yeah, so this is a way to prove that the knowledge don't come from the I don't like to say it's because farmers are not here and researchers are not here, but let's do it like this. So the knowledge don't come from the research and are imposed by the farmer, but we can do it together. And when we do that, even when we are talking about farmers and research or intergeneration knowledge to young and more experienced people, when we do that, multi-stakeholders and multidisciplinary way to research and knowledge share, it's so powerful. Why we don't do more like that? Because we go really far when we do that. So it's a really good way to do.
No, Karina, I just wanted to add that I also like how it sounds, farmer-led research. I mean, this is a powerful word, because research is often how academia interprets is based on the methodologies that have been developed in the North. But all this informal research knowledge that is there. There's always an issue that there's no data in the south. There is data, it's different data, and you have to collect it differently. So maybe it's also our role now to push for this, and yeah, that was my comment. Thanks.
You have one question here in the front.
It's on. There you go. I figured it out. I just had to press the power button. My name's Andrew. I work with a group called Metabolic. In the very previous panel before this event, one of the panelists was describing the loss of trust with communities when a grant program that has lasted for 2, 3, 5 or more years runs out of funding, and then after all this intense support and activity, it stops. So I'm very curious to hear from our panelists about the agroecological grant programs that they have, how they're building in the financial sustainability for the communities so that they don't need your grants anymore, hopefully in the short term.
Would you like to address to someone specifically
I
of
think
the panel?
Well, anyone who's giving out grants, basically. Or receiving, yeah.
Okay, let me answer that question. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Agroecology Fund for supporting grassroots organization like mine. It started with a group of 30 farmers, and we are currently talking about 900 farmers in one district. So to me, it's about, what do I call that? It's about taking time. Agroecology is not a one thing. It's not like you're doing one workshop and you leave. You have to do a lot of trainings and farm demonstration. We have to do a lot of TOT training because we don't have extension services to support agroecology transitioning. So we have to support farmer-led organization to support to help us scale up agroecology. We also need patience with our donors. We need like up to 5 years for you to see change in these farms. So again, when we do farm demonstration, we have to identify farmers who are willing to transition. And those are the farmers who are our key peer-to-peer learners. We will be bringing other farmers to learn from their farms. So again, it is not a one-stop thing. It is something to transition. It needs time and patience from our partners. And also we need partners to support policies. We don't have a policy that can really make us have a dialogue with governments. Governments want to see quality. Government want to see one thing. They just want to see change. And you see agroecology takes time for a donor to understand. You need also to help us convince our governments. We have policies, agriculture policies, but they're talking about climate smart agriculture. But what is climate smart when you're using synthetic fertilizers? When you're using pesticides to kill the soil? So again, it takes time. We need a lot of convincing, a lot of social movement like this. We need everybody to build this movement and this momentum so that we do change, and the change that is visible and sustainable. Thank you.
Yes, I could not agree more with you. I mean, this type of action and change requires time, and I believe that in many of our programs everywhere in the world, we have had the chance to develop on the medium long-term approach new activities. Now, what is also very true, what you highlighted, meaning that we cannot imagine that international organization or cooperation can stay forever, and the fact is, what is very important based on the successes we found on the ground is to, I mean, in a, would say, policy dialogue with the countries to convince also, and there, I mean, the local organization, the ones who are somehow also the voters and who are active in the national system are best placed to also influence the national policies. We had the example of Brazil, which is now, who has developed, has adopted a policy. It looks very promising, convincing. I think that this type of policy should also gain traction and be applied elsewhere. And I'm terribly sorry, but I have to open a new event and I have to finish here. And thank you very much for inviting me. I was very glad to participate and learn a lot of things in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thierry, for joining us.
Merci
Thank you.
beaucoup.
Other questions?
Thank you. I'm Khalid Khawaldi from Dana Cooperative, Jordan. I'm a member of World Alliance Mobile Indigenous People, and the mic is not working. Okay. Again? Yes. Okay. I'm Khalid Khawaldi from Dana Cooperative in Jordan. We are member of the World Alliance Mobile Indigenous People and Pastoralists, members of the ICCA, Indigenous and Community Conserved Areas, and the Agroecology Coalition. I would like to thank you for the contribution and for the invitation of my sister Monica from the pastoralist. As most of the time we are, as pastoralists, we are not counted as, if you're talking about agriculture, usually we talk about agriculture, we forget that pastoral is part of that. So, and this is why we are even, our contribution to the agroecology, to the conservation of biodiversity is also ignored in this aspect. But I would like to talk how we are, as pastoralists, are contributing to the conservation of biodiversity, and how we are really original agroecologists by nature, as we are the main aspect of our livelihood is mobility. And mobility is one of the core issues that allow the ecosystem to retrieve and to get the balance. At the same time, we contribute to the fertilizing of the soil, and even the distribution of the redistribution of the seeds. We developed in the history, or through history, a kind of integration or coexisting with biodiversity and the farmers who are, pastoralist farmers and biodiversity. So we can live together, we can, because although we are always blamed that we ask for more land, but we don't use the land all the year round. We always ask for seasonal use of the land, but not even the ownership of the land. So this is sometimes it is kind of misunderstanding. The pastoralists are asking for for example, in Jordan, like for 60% of the country as pastoral or range land, but other activities can exist in the same land, and we always don't believe on privatization or the ownership of the land. We always, and if we really, even for other actors, if we really care about the conservation, about biodiversity and sustainability, we should think always of the common use of land, not the privatization of land, because this is causing a problem, like privatization causing the problem and allowing the changing of the use of the land. For now, the EU just leave, but maybe for IFAD, it is important that to consider the interests and the concerns of the pastoralist while you are providing or implementing your jobs in the countries. I think yesterday we mentioned something about the development of highlands. For example, this is a project by IFAD, and with this project, sometimes there is a concern that they are changing the rangeland to a private land, and so changing from rangeland into a land for trees, for example, for olive trees or whatever. So I think this will cause a problem for biodiversity and for the livelihood of the people. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking more time.
I think it's important to hear that and nuance the situation by which pastoralists are into the landscape. Any comments? Would you like to make a comment?
Maybe I can answer with an example. So in IFAD, we had this project in Sudan, in the Butana state, where a natural resource management framework was developed with the communities, including agropastoralists and transhuman pastoralists. And this community framework was based on local participation, village committees. It was built bottom up, and at that state level, it gathered interest from the national government. And now there is a second phase to promote it in another state, but well, the current situation, it's difficult. We hope that this will restart. But just to make this example of how it's important for conflict resolution between agropastoralists and transhuman communities, right? This is very important because they are all important actors and they have different use of that land. So maybe there needs more dialogue of this, more space, yeah, and it's not only about access to land, private land, but also communal use. And yeah, thank you for this comment because we will also take into account in the other project.
Thank you very much. We will close this panel of questions and answers. As I have told you, we would like to keep the closing remarks. So I would like to invite Ludovic Labordière. I hope I have said well. He is a senior agricultural and environment specialist at IUCN, and he will give some closing remarks to, in a way, highlight also the most relevant topics that we have listened until now, and the people that are coming to the next panel will hear also our highlights. So it's a nice ending too.
Thanks a lot. I have the difficult task to summarize what has been said, and it was really rich. And thanks for the panelists. My name is Ludovic Labordière. So, as said, I'm part of the IUCN. I'm senior agriculture expert. IUCN. You're in the pavilion. I suppose you know what is IUCN, but it's a network of 4,500 organizations, including governments, 120 governments, but a lot of also civil society organizations and indigenous people organizations that are members of IUCN, and including some research organizations. The vision is a just world that conserves and protects nature. We are a member of the Agroecology Coalition as well. So, just to come back to the initial movie, it's clear that yeah, our current food systems are not sustainable. And the question for me that we wanted to solve in this panel is how to reverse the way the food system has been developed in the last 100 years, let us say maybe 80 years, and in particular how to re-inject biodiversity in some cases standardized, integrated systems that have lost, in fact, biodiversity, or in other cases, vulnerable and subsistence agriculture types of farming that can also be detrimental to nature and biodiversity. So, what have we heard? Because during this rich discussion, a lot of things have been said, and the first one was mostly around agroecology, family farming, and indigenous people as well, and biodiversity for sure. So first message I heard is that agroecology is more than farming, and it's a way to redesign, in fact, the food systems for nature and people. The second message I heard is agriculture is very much linked to biodiversity. It can be beneficial, it can be detrimental to biodiversity, but biodiversity is also very much needed for agriculture, so there is a strong relationship. Third message is that family farmers and indigenous people, in fact, are as custodians of biodiversity and nature, are at the core of the agroecological transition. Fourth message, and agroecology is not only traditional, based on tradition, knowledge and culture. It's also a mix with innovation and science. And if we want agroecology to develop and sustain, we'll have to mix traditional knowledge with, let us say, modern science. So agriculture is not grandpa's agroecology is not grandpa's agriculture. It's much more than that. And we have heard that with the part by Thierry, I think, talking this Desira. Agroecology is also productive. And it's important to say that because productivity can reduce in agroecological system if we take a specific crop or production, but as it is a mix of different production, the total productivity is in many cases higher than in monocropping systems. And it's very important when you talk to the relationship to biodiversity, because if we produce more by unit of land, it means that we are preventing, in fact, the expansion of agriculture to natural ecosystems, which is sometimes we say the opposite. So it's interesting. Agroecology is also economically viable because when you reduce the input, the margin, you increase your margin, and if you increase your margin, you earn more money, and you can decrease also the dependency of farmers to upstreams and downstream actors. Here, I will want to invite you tomorrow evening. We'll have a projection of a video which is called Common Ground. So maybe you have seen the previous one, which was called Kiss the Ground. And so it's the new one. So please come. It will be at 6 p.m. here at the same place. And we'll see a lot of such example of dependencies on upstreams and downstreams actors. And it's also important to get a fair share of the added value, in fact, for farmers and family farmers and communities. It also increases resilience, and it's a way to increase food security, because if you are more resilient, if it's economically viable, if it's productive, then you increase food security. And just to remind, food security is not only production, it's not only availability, it's also access to food. And then we talked also about the place of marginalized people and the way to reintroduce equity in the farming systems, especially towards women and youth, that was mentioned. And finally, we said that agroecology is a connector between different challenges: climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, health issues and nutrition, but also between policies. It's a way to put around the table different ministries, for example, and to link different commitments, and BSAPs, NDCs, and LDN. Agroecology is relevant for most of them. And including international commitments, it was mentioned, I mean, beyond SDGs and the different Rio Convention, agroecology is related to many of the targets under the global biodiversity framework. So what is the way forward? What are the tools for the transition? We must talk to every type of farming systems. We didn't talk about that. It's my personal view, and it might be challenged. We are talking to them more about family farmers, but I think we need to talk to also more modern and industrial farming. And let us try not to be too prescriptive, because we promote agroecology, but some private sector company will talk about regenerative agriculture. That's fine. If it's a way to make practice change, that's okay. Let us not fight and waste our energy into internal fights. I mean, we need this energy to make the transition. Also, we need to support the development of fair and equitable markets. As I said, avoid that the value is grabbed by some actors in the value chain, especially downstream and upstream actors. Third, land security and natural resource management. It was mentioned by Monica from Kenya, especially. We need ambitious, and not only ambitious policies, but also applied policies. So we talked about Brazil and its policy, agroecology policy. We talked about the EU as well, a good example. But it's also the case for many other countries that have developed policies related to agroecology. Let me cite Colombia, for example, or Senegal. So we need political will, we need dialogue, it has been said. And there is a specific role for farmers' organizations, because to push and for ambitious policies, I mean, farmers have to be organized and to be influential. Farmers and indigenous people organization. We also need informed consumers. We didn't talk much about that, but it's important because part of the change will come also from the consumers. We need increased funding. So there were examples from Donia and Thierry about the EU and IFAD contribution. But more generally, there is a real challenge to shift, in fact, the financial streams towards more sustainable agriculture. And there is a lot to be done still. And last but not least, we need metrics. And that's where IUCN is coming also, because it's to measure the impact of what we are doing, but also to showcase, to discuss, to share information, and to set targets and monitor how you reach those targets. And we know it's an issue with biodiversity, but we are working on a tool that will be, released during the course of next year. So that's it. Thanks a lot. What did? Okay. Thanks a lot to the panelists. Thanks a lot to the facilitators. Thanks a lot also to the audience and the organizers. And I give the floor back maybe to the facilitators for last conclusion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Thierry, for a sum up and a wrap up. And well, just a quick reminder as well, if we want to make sure that agroecology is really integrated in biodiversity conservation, it has to be within the NBSAPs, right? We are in CBD. We need to make sure that it's there. And make sure you get a copy of this one. This is a guidance tool on how to boost agroecology in biodiversity action plans. So with that, we'd like to end the conversation today. Thanks very much. And have a good afternoon, everyone.
Muchas gracias a todos y todas.
Hello? Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to this Cali to Cali, so Cali from Colombia to Cali, California, on how California can implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to protect marine biodiversity. Before we start, I just would like to do a little energizer. I would like to have everybody to step up a little bit and to just say Cali. There we go. There we go. Now you can. I feel like. Here we go. So, again, welcome. Thank you. It's been a long day already. My name is Yamit Dagnet. I am the Senior Vice President International for the Natural Resource Defense Council. And I will be moderating this first portion of the event. So there's two parts. The first part is going to be higher level, and the second will go more into details on how we get the implementation done. And I would like to also thank the co-sponsors and IUCN, Point Blue, Conservation Science, the Resources Renewal Institute, and the California Biodiversity Working Group for hosting this event. So today I am honored to have three guests who I'm going to call and to sit, so that the first part is going to be a little bit more conversational. So first, Minister Juan Carlos Navarro from the government of Panama. Thank you. So you can sit here. Thank you. Yes. Somebody lost it. I would like to also call Secretary Wade Crawford from California, the California Secretary of Natural Resources, California Natural Resources Agency. And I would like to also welcome Ingrid Kotze, I hope I pronounced it well, Director of Biodiversity, Nature and Health from ICLEI. I also wanted to acknowledge that today we do not have a leader from one of the 190 California's indigenous nation. We actually invited one of them who was supposed to come but could not make it at the last moment. So I just would like to acknowledge we need to do humbly that next time we will be more diligent to make sure that their voices are heard. And if in the room there's any representative from indigenous people, we would be really welcoming their recommendations or comments at the end. So even if, even though the ocean covers 70% of the planet, the critical role of the ocean in regulating climate and sustaining all life on Earth, including humans, is often underrepresented, including here. So thank you all for joining us today. And we're going to have California represented here as the world's 5th largest economy in the world, and one of the very few states in the US to adopt the 30 by 30 goal. And Secretary Crawford, is interested in raising subnational ambition on the 30 by 30 implementation as a member of the Subnational High Ambition Task Force. So that's the context on California. Panama has been a leader forever, a little bit on the ocean. In 2021, Panama already announced that it had conserved 30% of its domestic waters in fully or highly protected MPAs, and is bringing more and is bringing more Latin American countries on this journey. Notably as a secretariat for CMAR, and you're going to tell more about this acronym and the coalition you're building on this to create that marine corridor of MPAs in the Eastern Tropical Pacific. We are also glad to bring the insight of ICLEI. We know that the role of subnational actors are absolutely critical, and it's really about all hands on decks. role of government and society approach. So today, I hope that the good discussion will bring some opportunities to advance the subnational and national ocean conservation in the Pacific while sharing humbly, honestly, authentically the challenges but also the opportunities moving forward. Thank you. So I will go with 2 rounds of questions, for each of you. The first is a little bit common for all of you. It's really to stimulate a little bit of enthusiasm within the room in telling everybody what the accomplishment so far has been, but also acknowledging a bit of, the threats that you're trying to address. And so as government, subnational insights, and also from an outsider organization, non-state actor, but working so much on subnational action. So over to you, Minister Navarro.
Thank you.
You have
we
it.
Share. Let's see, where shall we start? First, let me make it clear that a lot of people in Panama have been working on conservation for a long time. And we are now seeing the fruits of this. Now, we do have right now a new government of which I am a part, and we have had a wonderful first 100 days, environmentally speaking. By the way, we are now up to 54% of marine areas protected. So mine are bigger than yours. So get yours together and protect your areas, for heaven's sakes. We're running out of time. Get it done. We have protected about 30% of our terrestrial resources. And this includes areas such as the Darien National Park, which is a World Heritage Site, and the Man and the Biosphere Reserve. So we are also protecting our terrestrial resources. In the first 100 days, we also approved in Cabinet the BBNJ, approved it in the National Assembly, sent the document to the UN, and became last week the 14th country to ratify BBNJ. Now I'm trying to do Marrakesh before the 31st, but I'm losing a week here, so I'm trying to get home quickly. But anyway, we're going to do Marrakesh, and there's 2 wonderful young Panamanian women with us at the conference who helped us create the Saboga Marine Reserve, also created within our first 100 days. So we're not sitting on our laurels, we're getting it done. By the way, we also created the new Park Ranger School, also within the first 100 days. We are going to multiply by 5. Quintuplicar. How the hell do you say it in English? I'm giving up. Quintuplicate or something like that?
It's fine.
May the lords of language have pity on me. The Ranger Force for the entire country within the next year and a half. So we're turning our parks into real parks. And we're also training these guys and getting the local communities involved in our parks so that we can have real national parks, well managed, well protected, in full communion with their local communities and with the national community. And this includes, just to give you an idea, what we're doing in Coiba, which is part of CEMAR. CEMAR is the marine corridor of the Eastern tropical Pacific. This includes Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Panama. The Panamanian part is centered around Coiba, a park which I helped to create about 30 years ago when I was running, after creating, Panama's National Association for the Conservation of Nature 39 years ago. Now, Coiba is also a World Heritage Site, recognized by UNESCO. It is an absolutely incredible place. This huge freaking island, the biggest in Panama, over 50,000 hectares. That's about 125,000 acres of mangroves, mountains. It has rivers inside. This island, it is so huge. It has wild macaws, which are found now, are not found anymore in the nearby coastal areas, which are now only found in Coiba, in that part of Panama, which literally fly wild and free. And the entire marine area around it, including a 200-hectare coral reef area known as Bahía de Damas, and including also mangroves, and it's just an absolute biological wonderland. This is one of the areas that we're now protecting. We're again multiplying by 5 the number of rangers who are there. We're finally revamping, we already revived the Comité Directivo, which runs Coiba, which includes NGOs, environmental groups, local municipalities, a local community. It has been totally revamped. It has now met 3 times in our first 100 days. It hadn't met in years. And it has a scientific committee that is also now working, and a financial committee that is now, again, working to put money back into the park. So this is some of what we're doing, including CEMAR, which is an example of regional conservation. And I have talked enough for today.
Well, thank you very Are you just the Minister of Environment or Minister of Tourism? I think we traveled a little bit to Panama.
No, just
today.
environment. Don't get me in trouble.
But in any case, there's no complacency, and there's no complacency in California. You know, it's a different setting, but, you know, you're going to tell us now, you know, the vision and how you intend, you know, to take, you know, California to the next level.
Well, absolutely. I'll say this, and everyone will agree, that is a hard act to follow. And I'm actually the Minister of Tourism for Panama because my wife and I explored the San Blas Islands a few years ago, and it's just beautiful. It's incredible. But I'll try. Anyway, no, look, I think we have to start out with maybe on a somber note, which is our oceans are getting hammered and have been getting hammered. Climate change has impacted our oceans disproportionately compared to our land. As you know, our oceans have absorbed most of the carbon that we've released into the atmosphere, and that's had horrible impacts that we're feeling in California and around the world, both temperatures and the acidity of our oceans. And that's only one stressor. Globally, overfishing, pollution, loss of habitat. And I think oceans, the crisis in our oceans is hard because it's invisible to most people. You know, where, you know, we've lost 97% of our kelp ecosystem from Northern California. It's literally collapsed as a result of what's called a trophic cascade, where changing conditions resulted in the loss of a sea star, which was an important predator to keep another animal called the purple urchin at bay. So without the sea star, because it's dying of sea star wasting disease, the purple urchin eat the kelp, and in some places we have what are called urchin barrens. The challenge is it's invisible. Unless you're a diver, like maybe some of you are, if you would lose 97% of the California redwoods from 500 miles in our coastline in the state, it would be carried globally as a crisis. But it's invisible. So we're really focused in California on the work that we're doing on biodiversity and climate action, including and centering the ocean. And I'm really proud today that we have 2 of our experts. We have our leader on oceans and coasts, Jen Eckerly, who will talk, and then we have Mike Escrow, our colleague, who's going to talk. And I should just say, we have an incredible delegation. Here's where I'll brag. We have over 100 people here from California, including one of our state legislators who could be up here today. So, I mean, we're fired up about this COP. What are we doing in California? One thing we're very proud of is our network of marine protected areas, 124 underwater parks. We're really excited that we're in the final process of getting approved for IUCN Green List. Many of you know that the International Union for the Conservation of Nature has become a worldwide expert on the red list, those places that are in crisis, but they've also expanded, I see Tracy, into creating a green list, which is the sort of standard setter for managing our natural places. And what I'm really excited about, and Mike deserves a lot of credit, is this is the first network of protected areas that IUCN has ever considered. And with IUCN, the bar is very high, so it's a complicated process and it's a lengthy process. But we're really excited that we've heard from our colleague Tracy Farrell, who leads IUCN in North America, that it's going to help be a model then to bring in other. We hope other networks to the green list. So we won't count our chickens before they hatch. So it's the marine protected area, but then we're also doing a lot on habitat restoration. And so I can talk more in a little bit about what we're doing on kelp, because we're not taking this kelp collapse lying down.
Thank you very much. So conviction, no complacency, action, and Ingrid, you've been really advising and providing a lot of impetus to many cities to really make, scale up, those efforts. What can you tell about, those accomplishments and challenges?
So I think from our perspective, well, first of all, I must commend the Minister and also Secretary Crowfoot, and I hope with your MPAs that you haven't forgotten the cities along or near those MPAs. But yeah, look, I think from our side as a network where we work across more than 2,700 cities and territories and regions around the world, the important thing is that connection, that network, and it's about exchanging best practices. It's learning from a city in California with a city in India or a city in China. And so we have on the Cities with Nature and Regions with Nature platform, which is incidentally a partnership initiative between ourselves and the IUCN and several other major international organizations. We have what we call a community of practice, a coastal community of practice. And this is it's a virtual space where cities can get together. At the moment, it's been created, but we're not really seeing the traffic through this. And I'm very inspired by some of the stories that you've told us from both your countries, that I would really like to see more engagement on this platform and more sharing of knowledge and tools. And we have sort of trainings specifically in the States where we have, we call them biodiversity boot camps. And I think it's high time that we have a coastal biodiversity boot camp. And I would like to call on California, and then it would be great if we could even have some Panama cities, so that there can be this exchange. So that's something to be achieved in future. Thanks.
I like the fact, thank you. I like the fact that we are really looking forward, and it's really about that share of practice. And what I also liked from this first round of questions is, how tangible the examples, are. We are not talking, it's not just words. It's really how you grounded us into the reality and the consequences. So, but Minister Navarro, you were mentioning CIMAR a little bit, but I think what is amazing with CIMAR is that you're not just, it's not just about Panama going forward, it's about really bringing others in. So what would be some of the suggestions, best practice that you would give to other countries who are trying to get along with MPAs and to try to sign, ratify, if there's any headline recommendation, including for California, what would there be?
Boy, first of all, I will say this. It is just so amazing to have such a large delegation from California here. Hats off to you guys. And this is the sort of message we need. Also, this Cali to Cali thing is pretty cool. I like it. And many of us, since we were young, we would look to California for cool and for style and for also personally. All of those hippies developing solar energy, man. I was one of the first users of the real good not what you were thinking. The Real Goods catalog. Come on. Sober up, guys. And in fact, California has been such a leader for so long in environmental and other matters that it is so important for us. So rather than I would think that lessons for California, it's rather how we can both learn, and especially us, how we can learn from your experience. And also from things that you have done that you now know that you would prefer to do differently. And this is why this getting together here at the COP is so important. I would also add that I feel so at home at IUCN. I used to be an IUCN counselor, regional counselor, back in my previous life when I was a conservationist, when I was young and foolish. And it seems it doesn't get old. And now I'm back where I want to again, which is devoting the rest of my life to conservation. After a short, young and foolish stint as mayor of Panama City for a decade. So when you talk about cities and nature, you're talking my language. Let's get it on and let's do cities and nature. I would love it. Now, coming back to I don't know if my slang is up to date, but possibly not, so I apologize, just in case. I'm not politically correct anymore, guys, I'm sorry. But I would say this, having 4 Latin American countries working together, this is not easy, and agreeing to terms, every decision is made by consensus. So getting all of us together, learning from each other, agreeing on programs and methods, and also, and this is also a positive part of it, watching what the other guys are doing or gals are doing. For instance, Costa Rica just installed a very powerful radar in Cocos Island, and so did we in Coiba. And so we want our radar to be more powerful than theirs. Of course, no? And the fact is that now we're both getting up there with Ecuador, which has a fantastic marine protection system in Galapagos. And now Colombia, and we were just in a CIMAR forum with Susana and the head of Galapagos and the minister of Costa Rica and the other people. And now Colombia is having a public consultation to have a radar in Malpelos. This is just one example. We're doing the same for protection, conservation, joint sharing of data for illegal fishing and stopping illegal fishing. So, indeed, the sum of the parts is bigger than the individual parts. And we're hoping to turn CEMAR into a biosphere reserve, multi-country, and to keep learning and also to become an example for countries, other countries in our region, and also for other regions.
Thank you so much. Yes. So I like this idea of race to the top, that is created, through those coalition, really. And yes, the sum of the part bigger than the individual's parts. So coming to California, how you see, and Minister Navarro mentioned it, learning also from you. And so how do you see your leadership, playing for the rest of the world to create that impetus, including, by June? There's a lot to be done, even by June, by the Ocean Summit. So it would be good to hear from you, and also even reflect about some of how together, what would it take to overcome some of the challenges? We know it's daunting, but you're going to inspire us.
Yeah, well, I think first we have to be honest where we've made mistakes and learn from those mistakes. So this MPA network that we're very proud of made a huge mistake in around 2010, and then it did not consult with California Native American tribes, and it did not integrate enough tribal perspectives, and that set back the effort to establish this marine protected area significantly. And tribes who have been caring for the coast and ocean for thousands of years initially weren't supportive of the network because they weren't consulted and they weren't able to help shape it. And so that was a colossal mistake that we've learned from. Now, fast forward, I'm really proud of the tribal partnerships that we're building. we funded through our Ocean Protection Council something called the Tribal Marine Stewardship Network, or Tribal Marine Stewards, which is based, I think, in part on the Canadian Guardians model, where this is co-management, where Indigenous communities are actually out there protecting the areas. We also had some of our sovereign tribal nations declare the first Indigenous protected area, and we're working with them on what that means for protection of state waters. I think we have to acknowledge that, for what it's worth, in California, it's still MPAs, expanding our MPA network and strengthening it is still challenging. We have a fishing community or a set of fishing communities, many of whom feel like the MPAs put them at a disadvantage. And, their economy has been absolutely slammed as a result of the conditions in the ocean and our rivers. So it's challenging. You referenced 54% of your coastal waters are protected. We have a very strong definition of what it means to protect. And under that definition, it's 16%. So we have to essentially almost double the amount of durably protected areas in the ocean, principally for environmental benefit. Now, I'm really excited. We're making progress. Great partnership just announced, or great leadership just announced 2 weeks ago when we had our first tribally led national marine sanctuary in our country, the Chumash National Marine Sanctuary. And our team really deserves a huge amount of credit for helping deliver that. But I'll tell you, even that federal designation, National Marine Sanctuary, doesn't meet our standard of protection. So we're also interested in working with our National Marine Sanctuaries to enhance conservation in those sanctuaries so that ultimately they can meet our 30 by 30 definition of protection.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. Again, I always say, especially when it comes to mobilizing vulnerable nations that are not so vulnerable, not so marginalized, or should not, it's really authenticity, biodiversity, coalition. Those three elements makes it really a winning, action plan. And it would be good to hear from you again, Ingrid. Do you, in the network of so many cities that ICLEI is serving, do you want to provide an example on how we could, support and foster the effort at city level for cities in California or cities in Panama, building from, what worked best in other cities in the world?
Thanks. Yeah. I think, there's some examples around the world, and something that I haven't heard, but I'm sure it does happen, specifically maybe in Panama. In my own city, the city of Cape Town, when we do things like ecosystem restoration, for example, there was a dune restoration project, dune rehabilitation and dune restoration. It's linked also with creating jobs for unemployed people or people from marginalized communities. And so it has a social upliftment component as well, besides the fact that you're restoring your ecosystem. And that, I think, particularly in those coastal communities that are maybe in more developing countries or where the communities are very poor, I think that is something that we should see more of. And I think one of the other things is that there's, besides the level of sort of protection and restoration, there's also some really good examples of introducing regulatory mechanisms. So there's an example in Maui County in Hawaii where as a result of a awareness-raising program on the impacts of light pollution on marine species and on birds, they introduced a bylaw to reduce light pollution that had an effect not just on the birds, but also the turtles and the breeding habits and things of turtles. So these are some of the examples that I think we can get more of. And I do also think that there are global opportunities, such as you were talking about the Ocean Summit. We're working very hard to have a sort of a cities event at that summit, and I think it's time that cities come to the fore and the territories, the regions come to the fore and show what's actually happening, because these things are often not counted properly, and then it doesn't reflect necessarily in the national reports. And also, there's so many best practices out there that I do think that we need to promote it a whole lot more. on global platforms.
Well, thank you, Ingrid. Thank you, California, because you're not alone. Clearly, in this room, we can feel the 100 people, of your delegation. And Minister Navarro, you brought energy. I have the difficult task to close this, great conversation to allow, a number of you here to give more details on how to make it happen. But really, I like the fact that it can be a race to the top. It's about no complacency. It's about not, leaving anybody behind. We say that all the time, leaving no one's behind, but it's so much more difficult to do. It's so easy to get it wrong. And leaving no one behind, the road ahead can be less daunting and more inspiring. And thanks to you. So thank you very much. And over to the next part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that wonderful moderation, and to our panelists. My name is Rosalind Helfand, and I have the pleasure of moderating part 2. We're about to drill down now into this conversation, and we're going to talk more specifically about this deep dive on how is the state implementing the Kunming to Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in practice. So let's get our panelists up here. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. Do we have our panelists? All right. And let's ask our previous panelists to go ahead and join us in the audience. So my name is Rosalind Helfand, and I am the co-founder of the California Global Biodiversity Working Group. We were founded back in 2020 as this effort to really connect local biodiversity and statewide biodiversity engagement and all of that diversity of what that means with the global goals and the global work of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. And now we're excited to really be focusing in on talking about how we engage with the targets. And I'm sure that all of you know that these targets are interlinked. The 23 targets are linked in so many ways. And I think this is something that we're going to have a chance to bring up in our conversation today. Before we get started, I just wanted to thank IUCN so much for hosting us today. So huge round of applause for IUCN. And I also want to thank our co-sponsors, the NRDC, the Natural Resources Defense Council, Resources Renewal Institute, and Point Blue Conservation Science. So thank you to our co-sponsors. And also before we get started, I just want to say that this is a very personal discussion. I grew up in California, not too far from the coast. I still live in Southern California. And I spent every summer at the ocean. And I went to environmental leadership camps at Catalina Island off of Los Angeles and did snorkeling and diving. And I've seen over time changes in our ocean ecosystem. It's very, very, very pronounced. And so when we're talking about the work that we're doing on marine protected areas and about the targets, this is a personal discussion, I think, for many of us from California. It's something that we deeply care about, and we know that by engaging on this global stage and with our global partners and with each other globally, that we will have so much to take back to California, as well as being excited to share what we have to share today. So with that, I'm going to introduce our speakers. We have Jen Eckerly, who's the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy with the California Natural Resources Agency. And also, wait, there's more. She's Executive Director of the California Ocean Protection Council. We have Mars Gutierrez Gualdins. Okay, close enough. Executive Director and founder of Azul. We have Scott Webb, who's the Director of Advocacy at the Resources Renewal Institute, and he's also on the steering committee of the California Global Biodiversity Working Group. Next, we have Dr. Sam Velaz, who's the Director of Eco-Informatics and Climate Solutions at Point Blue Conservation Science. And we are so excited to have a state-level elected official joining us from California today. This is our California State Assembly member, Matt Haney, joining from the 17th District of our Assembly. And then finally, last but not least, we have Sandy Ellsworth, who is director of the Pacific Initiative Oceans from the Natural Resources Defense Council. So we're going to start off with a 5-minute overview from Jen Eckerly on California actions. And Jen, the questions for you are, what are some of the implementation challenges that the California Natural Resources Agency faces to implement 30 by 30, Target 3, and any other elements of the Global Biodiversity Framework that you'd like to mention? But to balance those challenges, what are some opportunities you're excited about too? Over to you.
Thank you. Are you starting a clock?
Yeah, right now.
First, I just want to say thank you for the invitation to be here, and for the leaders that kind of kicked us off, really setting the stage and why it's so important for us to be here in Cali today. I think many of us in the room here know how incredible the coast and ocean is in California. It's one of the most biodiverse ecosystems in the world, and it really provides a place of spirituality, a place to recreate, a place for free or low-cost access, and really grounds us in a place for well-being. It's also incredibly important as a place for spiritual and cultural practice and ceremony for California Native American tribes, and we have so much to learn from their knowledge and their long-term stewardship of their ancestral coasts and lands and waters. And it is also very important for communities and livelihoods. Tourism, fishing, it drives our $45 billion coastal economy. And so you heard a bit today from the Secretary about our globally significant network of 124 MPAs. I want to talk a little bit more about those MPAs. They are science-based, they were community-driven, and they were explicitly created to serve as an ecologically connected network. And we are seeing, after 10 years of a management review, our MPAs are working. They're providing benefits for ocean health, and they are really helping protect the marine biodiversity off our coast. So we need to applaud that. One of the things that we've been hearing a lot over the last few days is the importance of effective management, right? So we can't just create these paper parks and leave them. And we're taking that really, really seriously in California. We have an incredible MPA management program that's really grounded in pillars around research and monitoring, education and outreach, enforcement and compliance, and permitting, and policy. And so that's really helping us understand how these places are working, how we're embedding these marine protected areas into the social infrastructure of our state, so we've got people who care about them and care about their long-term success. So that's really exciting on the MPA front. As it relates to 30 by 30, the Ocean Protection Council is the lead in implementing 30 by 30 for coastal waters for the state. And MPAs are part of that solution and that portfolio, and adaptively managing them to make sure that they're maximizing their ecological benefits is one piece, but it is one of a portfolio of solutions. So we are also looking, as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, to strengthen biodiversity protections with our federal partners. We are really focused on prioritizing tribally led stewardship. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this without tribal leadership and expertise. And so we're really prioritizing that. And then we're also looking at places in the ocean that already exist, that have been set aside for certain management measures, places that protect water quality or fisheries management, to see how we might be able to strengthen those to meet our strong definition of conserved. We're also really focused on habitat protection, reducing plastic pollution, gear innovation, so we've got more sustainable fishing techniques, and science. We need to understand what's happening, monitoring, research, so that we can track change over time and that we can use that science to really inform our decisions. So that's what I'm excited about, and those are also the challenges.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jen. Round of applause. So, Now we're going to go into a series of questions where we start off with one of our speakers and then we'll open it up for a couple of responses from the group. And I'd like to start first. Mars, you're going to be first up for this question. And the question is, a key component of California Governor Newsom's 30 by 30 executive order is to expand equitable outdoor access and recreation for all Californians. Likewise, the GBF calls for inclusive stewardship of ocean resources and conservation management decisions. The question is, how can California integrate equitable engagement when implementing its 30 by 30 and other marine biodiversity goals? Over to you.
Buenas tardes. Thank you so much for the invitation, for having us, for the local hosts. And right, so much like the Cali to Cali alliteration there, I'm going to do a similar one, which is target 3 of the framework with goal 3 of the California MLPA. So you might wonder, what does goal 3 tell us, California MLPA? And this is, by the way, the law that passed in 1999 that was the source and the creation to create these MPAs, this fabulous, fabulous network. So goal 3 of this law tells us that to improve recreational, educational, and study opportunities provided by marine ecosystems that are subject to minimal human disturbances and to manage these uses in a manner consistent with protecting biodiversity. So I do want to highlight and celebrate this because even though we certainly had a lot of missteps in 2008, 2010, I was there to personally feel some of those. We have learned a lot, and we also need to understand what tools are already there, what frameworks are already there, and I feel like we don't talk enough about that goal. So that interest in access has been there since '99. Personally, as someone that works on what we now call ocean justice, at the time we talked about it as environmental justice and ocean conservation. That has been the framework that we've been using for 16 years, and so it is a tricky thing to do because we can have all the frameworks we want, and if we don't know how to apply them, and again, if you go through the history of this, you will see that we've had these missteps at all levels. All of these words are for naught, right? And so I am very thankful that coming into this as of the 2020 executive order, it was, first of all, it's important to note that it was one joint order. So at one point, people were trying to separate it into 2 executive orders, one that would look at the habitat protection in both land and ocean, and the other one that would focus on access and equity. And so, thankfully that did not happen, because if they had been separated, then frankly, access and equity would have stayed by the wayside. So I think that it's important to celebrate California for this attempt and this effort to protect the ocean with people and not from them. Now, we have seen significant advance, and I've said that before. We've talked about this vocal minority, or some people that are concerned about this, but I don't think we talk enough about the people that are extremely supportive. And since some of you were at the breakfast where I spoke about the numbers, and I said blockbuster numbers, so I'm not kidding when I say this. Earlier this year, we did a national poll of Latino voters in the ocean, their ocean attitudes at the nationwide level. When we break it down to statewide, and we asked folks, and why are Latinos important in California, by the way? Well, we're 40% of the population, the largest ethnic group in California. So when you ask them, are you supportive of the government creating strong protected areas, even if that costs you? In California, that number was 78%. Okay?
That's great. That's great.
78%. Our pollster, who is, Barreto and Segura, who are like the most experienced Latino political pollsters in the country, did not believe the numbers. They're like, okay, we're going to get some, nice little 50-something. No, we got 70-somethings and 80-somethings across the board. And I don't think we talk a lot about that because there's people that are very vocal. Now, I'll wrap up here and I'll say that the way to do this, and I know that we've talked about how we're going to learn from other people, And we're going to learn from all the lovely folks and their work they're doing here, but we're also going to learn about some of what our own colleagues in California are doing. And in this case, I would like to point to what we've done really well with another agency, which is the Coastal Commission. So the California Coastal Commission and, well, the legislature back in 2016 passed AB 2616, which actually created the ability for the Coastal Commission to A, consider environmental justice, B, mandated that we had an environmental justice commissioner on the commission, and created that environmental justice policy. That has existed also for the State Lands Commission. I think that we start looking at expanding that specifically to the agencies that are implementing this development, right? So we have those frameworks. All of these agencies that are receiving or depending on federal and state funds have to comply with Title VI of Civil Rights, which talks about anti-discrimination. So we should be looking at what is already established to put that to develop this and use the opportunity of this order to further develop it, but in terms of the specifics, I think that we need to expand that particular EJ consideration to these agencies.
Thank you. And I think it is so great to hear these really concrete proposals. So thank you for that. And I know that sometimes when we're in spaces like this, there's a temptation to only speak at the high level or to only talk about what's great. But it's so good to have a conversation where we talk about challenges and overcoming them, and we also talk about really concrete proposals. I think we have time for one short response to Mars on that question of how can California integrate equitable engagement when implementing its 30 by 30 and other marine biodiversity goals before we go to our next question. So does somebody, Scott, do you have a response?
Yeah, I do. And everything Mars said is awesome. Perfect. So definitely can't, as Wade said, the Panama, Rob said, hard to follow that. I think what we're seeing here, it's like it's kind of a cliche nowadays in definitely the United States and California to say, gosh, I don't know why in high school they taught us to write checks. They should have done personal finance. Similar now what I'm saying, in high school they should teach what it means to do civic engagement. I do a lot of right now like opportunities with college interns on to get engaged in politics. And a lot of times what happens is they think, I'm going to organize, like right now we're seeing the United States, I'm going to elect a candidate, and obviously some amazing electeds we have here. And that's it. I'm done. And then you go around the room and say, how many of you have you provided
fisheries. And that data is not only important within the MPA itself, but we also use that data that we collect on whales, and in conjunction with data that's collected through community science, our other partners such as whaling vessels and shipping vessels, where they make observations of whales in the areas, and when the density of whales get too high, we can put out information to slow down ships in the shipping lanes to prevent ship strikes. But also we can start to understand that those species, whales, may be vulnerable to getting entangled in fishing gear when they become too high. And so that's starting to identify what are the pressures outside of our MPA networks. Because when we think about enhancing the network we have to understand what the threats are outside of our network. So this data is critical going forward. The other area that I think is really important is to think about what's working and what's not. So Secretary Growfoot gave a great example of where we learned from some of the missteps that we did. And that's, I think, one of the great things that science can do for us. So let's look at the existing MPA network we have. It's not just things are protected, things are not. There's actually a gradient of protection levels within the network. Why don't we do some science to really take a look and how are the ecosystems responding across that gradient? And that will give us some really good information about, hey, does it make sense to add on to our network, or maybe we need to enhance protections within the places we already have? That can be science-based. Finally, I'll leave off with saying the way to make this happen, a critical step that needs to happen though, is we need to get everybody, all the interested parties involved, and agree on and align on a set of targets, explicit biodiversity targets that we're shooting for, right? The worst thing that I could see happen is we get to 30%, but we do it in a way that we're not aligned on. We do, I forget who said it, sort of that's almost the worst place we want to be. We want to be in the place where, no, everybody is agreeing on the targets we're shooting for. We see the outcomes, we see what's working, we see what's not working, and we can come together and make better choices on what we do to move forward. So.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. And I wanted to, I think you kind of briefly touched on the science policy interface, right? Getting that data to those who are working in government, to decision makers, and really helping to make sure that there's a conversation there so that this is put into the right kind of action. And so I was wondering, Sandy, maybe if you wanted to give a response on this from the NRDC's perspective on that interface as well.
It's so funny. I was thinking about what I was going to say that I spaced out when you were asking me my question.
You're going to be great.
So I'm just going to ignore Roz's question, like a bad public speaker, and share what I was thinking about.
Fair enough.
The legislator says that's a good public speaking technique. Yeah. Phew.
What did you want to be asked?
Something that I think could be helpful for either the Ocean Protection Council or other state agencies, or maybe even something that NRDC could take on with the guidance of some experts, is taking a look at what we know about fisheries data in California and sort of like what do we know about the impacts of wreck fishing in California, and what are the gaps in our fisheries management. And the reason I mention this is just because if you go into one of these decision-making meetings, if you're at the Fish and Game Commission meeting or if you're at an OPC meeting, you sometimes hear, or often hear, these assertions, right? Like, there are no impacts to, marine biodiversity from wreck fishing in California. And so you hear these very broad statements, and I think being able to ground some of that in what we do know about fisheries management in California and the impacts on biodiversity would be really helpful. And I say that as a member of the NGO community, where we often talk about, MPAs are the greatest thing in the world, and here are all the benefits they provide. And being able to sort of pair that with our best informed picture of what's happening with fisheries, I think could really help inform decision making in California. And then something else I wanted to mention is something that OPC has done that I think is fantastic. And when they were developing their framework for how they're going to evaluate 30 by 30 conserved areas in California, they convened a third-party technical advisory panel. And a lot of 30 by 30 in California has become really politically charged, and people are so passionate about it. And having the expert guidance of independent scientists, both social scientists and hard scientists, is really helpful, and I think could provide some more objectivity and maybe inclusiveness to this process.
Thanks so much, Sandy. Does anyone else on the panel want to respond to that? Jen Eckerly, over to you.
Just in the spirit of being candid and kind of acknowledging missteps, I think one of the things that we're excited about that technical advisory panel, but what we've been hearing as we're going around and we're doing this really robust public process to solicit input, we don't have any tribal experts on that panel, right? And so we are working, we're really humbled and maybe a little bit embarrassed and ashamed about that, and really working to figure out how to address it and make sure that that expertise and that Indigenous knowledge is part of this decision-making process.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up, right? Because I think what we're talking about here is a reflexive process, right? You work, you reflect, you talk, you learn, you improve, and then that's a continuing process. And through that, we grow, right, in California, and it's really fantastic to see. Any other responses to that question before we move on? All right, so next we have a question that is going to be directed first to our Assembly member, Haney. And the introduction for this question is the California legislature has played a crucial role in protecting the state's ocean biodiversity. For instance, the legislature, through the Senate Bill 337, has enshrined 30 by 30, and through Senate Bill 1017 to end the use of drift gill nets. Also, the legislature passed the Marine Life Protection Act of 1999, which led to the creation of one of the world's only 2 marine protected area networks. Recently, the legislature passed a CR 210, a resolution calling on the state to prioritize the creation of new marine protected areas. So based on this history so far and this call for prioritization of MPAs, what do you think, Assemblymember Haney, are some of the opportunities for California's legislature, our regulatory agencies, and our Ocean Protection Council to implement other marine biodiversity targets? Over to you.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Politician voice there. Well, first of all, thank you so much for including me in this. This has just been such an extraordinary experience for me, learning about all of these issues from these brilliant experts and researchers and advocates. It's something that has been transformational already for me. So one of the things I'll say is I'm excited to go back and carry some bills and laws with all of you to be able to advance this work. And that's a commitment that I have. Since I am the lone politician standing, I will talk a little bit about politics. Unfortunately, or fortunately in some cases, these are also very much political decisions, as much as they are decisions that are based on science and research and protection. The first time that I heard about marine protected areas was actually, I think, about a year ago, less than a year ago. I've been an elected official for about 13 years, just a couple of years, though, in the state legislature. So many of those bills were passed before I got there. I represent the city and county of San Francisco, only about 500,000 people in San Francisco. I have the coastal area. We are a peninsula bay that I represent, and I previously represented the area in local government. And I heard about marine protected areas for the first time because in addition to being a legislator or an assembly member representing San Francisco, I'm the majority whip for the legislature, which means my job is to get votes and count votes from my colleagues and make sure the votes are there. And I was told I had to go out and find the vote count on that resolution related to marine protected areas. And I remember looking at it and going, wait, this is a symbolic resolution. It's not actually doing anything other than expressing the will and goal and priority of the legislature to expand these marine protected areas. How could usually these just pass unanimously? And I went up to the author, Assemblymember Bennett, and asked him how it was going, and he said, "I'm not there yet. I don't have the votes for this yet." And I remember being totally shocked and confused by the situation because we have 80 members of the legislature. We have over 60 Democrats. You need 41 to pass it. The fact that he didn't have 41 votes for a symbolic, in many ways, but important resolution meant that there is more political conflict, even in our legislature, which is very visionary on many of these issues, than I think we may recognize. And along the lines of what was said about, the fact that there's so much support among this from the public, but at the same time, we're seeing challenges in how we actually get this done to get to the goal of 30%, to expand the networks, to get more petitions coming forward, and to be able to have a process to actually get this done. In many cases, what we see in politics is a few things that we're very familiar with, but are going to govern our next steps. And as I think about how we can be helpful, we have to think about how these decisions are made and who's at the table when they're made. One thing that happens is in many cases, the folks with the most power and the most money and the most influence are the ones who are going to dictate what happens. And so in this case, if we had a room like this and folks that weren't coming out for public comment or didn't necessarily know how this affected them because it's something that's happening in the ocean, you may have the people who have the most power and the most influence, the loudest voices, who are going to win. And I can tell you it's not going to be the fish and the birds in that case usually, let alone the people who rely on those waters or that land for their livelihood, for their culture, for their traditions, or the people who are impacted who may not be directly right there, but who live a little ways down, or we know in 5 years or 10 years are going to be significantly impacted by what happens there. And so as I think about this, how do we make sure that these are decisions that are made by research and science and with an adequate amount of input that doesn't create systems and bureaucracies and processes that allow those with the loudest voices and the most money to get what they want? Because as a politician in a legislature, I can tell you, as much as I love my colleagues and their visionary nature and all of that, usually that's what wins. And in this case, I think a threat or of how we actually get this done is how we make sure that we have those right ways that these decisions are made, and that people who are impacted, and this is where about taking the science and translating it for people in the public, what allows me as a legislator to say I'm for this, it helps if my constituents know how it actually impacts their lives. And it's not just a threat 10 years from now. It's not just something that might possibly help them in some distant future. It has to be more immediate. It can't just be around fear. It also has to be around positive things that impact their lives. And I think for us to all work together to how to educate and translate that to the public is also what's going to allow legislators to feel that they can support processes, support experts to make these decisions, and not simply always respond to the loudest voices and those with the most money, power, and influence.
Okay, so you're saying that we need to create, thank you. We need to create the environment essentially where legislators can make the right decisions for the environment, right?
Well, yeah, I think I'm watching what's happening with the petitions that are out there to expand the existing MPAs, and I think a lot of my colleagues are going to hear from the powerful commercial fishing industries and constituents really, really directly impacted that are upset about this and all of that, and so. How do we have enough understanding and enough voices that are out there to say, no, actually, this is actually contributing to our incredibly robust ocean and coastal economy, $45 billion. Me as a San Franciscan, I want my constituents, I told a story the other day about sea lions. I want my constituents to know we want the marine protected area because that has huge benefits to us for tourism, for visitors, for hospitality, for restaurants, all for we have a baseball park that's right on the water. I mean, so many things. And if they understood that, we would have a narrative, I think, that would be powerful enough to go against the processes need to be there too. Some of the loudest voices on the other side.
Education, communication, engagement, awareness, these are all really important things if we want to see the political will to get these things through. But I think that I just wanted to touch on really fast before we open it up. But there was this resolution did pass, right? So how did it pass?
I think it got like 43 votes.
Yeah?
It passed.
It passed. So how did
well,
you
the majority
do that?
whip made sure. No, I'm just-
Yeah.
no, I did my job. That's how I get that. It did pass, and I think, but I would be concerned what the outcome would be if something like that had real teeth, and when there's a fight like that where there's teeth, and the teeth may be coming from the other side. Someone may put forward legislation that is actually going to undermine or stop this process. And when that happens and the powerful voices come in and they really see what's at stake, are we prepared for that? And so this was the sort of the spirit of the legislature, and it passed. And I do think the spirit and will of the legislature is reflected there. But when a symbolic resolution struggles to get 41, and I don't want to be a downer on it. I just want us to be ready for if we need to double essentially the number of marine protected areas in the next 5 years to meet our goal. This is also a political decision, and that was to me a little bit of a sign that it's not all there, including that I didn't even know what it was a year ago, and I think most of my colleagues did not, and those who did were ones who were trying to stop it in many cases.
Got it. So lots of education, and Mars, you'd like to respond. So over to Mars.
Thank you. So I think it's very important to acknowledge and be extremely pragmatic and be realistic about what's at stake here. I also love that you talk about politics because I got more numbers for you. Before I go there, I think what we have learned, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be very honest here, through this process and through whose voices are being heard and why I keep talking about the environmental justice policy, and I do want to give a nod to Vice Chair of the Coastal Commission, Linda Escalante, who's here in the audience with us, who were wise enough to adopt that policy back in 2019, is that we do have a lot of the very loud voices. I think we're getting a lot better about who we engage. We're still not anywhere near where we should be in terms of like how we're considering and who we even think as a stakeholder in this process. And as someone that actually comes from the commercial fishing industry, this is how I got to conservation, that voice, and I'm not minimizing it, but relative to the majority of California is not really a big part. And I'm not saying that we should discredit that, but we need more processes in place to evaluate the opposition and the support, and that is also on environmental NGOs to facilitate that engagement. But I think that there is a little bit of inertia to think about who is the usual stakeholder here. And I say that as someone that, had to deal with, and I'm not kidding, but Latinos don't care about this, and we're still not there, and we need to work way harder on that. And we're always going to have loud voices, and we're always going to have money, and we're always going to have commercial interest, but we need to get detailed about how do we make sure that we have a variety of voices, all of the voices, right? The people that depend on it for their livelihood, the people that depend on it relative to that, maybe not in first line, but the industries that depend on, let's say, fishing, et cetera, et cetera. But we also need to make sure that we're engaging more people in California. And since I promised you more numbers.
Great. And
let me finish that one. Sorry. So before I said the people that supported 30 by 30 in California, and that was 78%. The people that say that the government should implement the strongest possible protected areas that are important for conservation purposes, even if it's costly to them personally, Latinos in California say that number is 84%.
Yeah, thank you. And before we go to Scott, I just really quickly wanted to take it to Jen because I've been the 30 by 30 partnership in California. We do have a statewide partnership. I've been on Zoom calls that the Natural Resources Agency has led with over 900 people. I think sometimes they hit like 1,000 people, and on a Zoom call, right, to talk about 30 by 30 and working together. And I think that's a positive aspect of this when we talk about the outreach that California is doing. Can you just maybe take a minute to talk about that before we take it over to Scott?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the secretary talks all the time about how 30 by 30 is a movement, right? And we are doing everything we can at the state level to activate and to put plans in place and implementation strategies, but the work is being done on the ground and we cannot do it alone. And so it's all about acknowledging the work that's happening, the partnerships, the innovation, everything that we're doing collectively, because that's how we're going to address the threat and that's how we're going to protect biodiversity. And so I think we just need to keep doing this work together. And I would just say one other thing. I think no matter who you are, if you have a connection to the ocean, if you're someone like me who fell in love with it when I was a little girl going to the beach on Cape Cod in Massachusetts, or you're a commercial fisherman, you care about the ocean because you want it to be healthy for your well-being, for your livelihood, for your spirituality. And so I think grounding ourselves in that we all have a collective vision for a healthy ocean, that's how we find the solutions.
Great, thank you. Over to Scott.
Yeah. And I think going off that point of grounding ourselves, I feel like, I remember obviously growing up, we talked about, wow, climate change is going to make everything worse. It's going to cause everything to be larger, scarier, big. We're not going to predict it. But a narrative that wasn't told, which I feel like we're seeing right now in this dialogue, is climate change raises our anxieties. Some of these fishermen we're seeing are like, oh my God, I am seeing stocks collapse. Oh my God, I'm a fisherman for here for hundreds of years. Oh my God, I've been surfing for here for years and all the kelp's going away. Oh my God, all these things are happening. And that causes emotion because, as Jen said, there is love there. There is love for these places, their dependency. And so when we're doing that, we need to assume best intent. It gets ugly, for sure, like without a doubt. Like we are fighting with each other sometimes, but nonetheless, there is that shared love there. And I think we got to remember with that climate change, there are, of course, people in fishing who are doing a good job. A little shout out to back in the day in Santa Cruz when I was just trying to surf. I was living in a garage, just cutting fish, classic California, dude, but the whole nine. There's this place, shout out to Ian if you watch him from Santa Cruz, called Ocean and Table, who saw in Santa Cruz that, wow, we have 85% of our local fish is being exported and we are importing the vast majority of our fish. That makes no sense. And the local folks on the ground are not getting a good dollar for their prices. Why don't instead we keep it local? We make sure it's all hook and line. We make sure it's all stuff that's done sustainably, and we'll see what happens. And the business blew up. It did well. That was a market-driven solution by kind of giving the love of community and supporting community, which is pretty cool. So working the halibut world. But nowadays, because, as Secretary Crowfoot says, we're seeing, less salmon. Last 2 years in California, salmon's a historic species for us. Salmon season's been closed because salmon are dying. They're almost extinct. And that causes a cascade effect. Halibut, then, the drive for halibut goes up. Now we're seeing our first stock assessment halibut's come out this year, but we're predicting halibut's not doing pretty good. So what do? Do you punish some of these guys who are doing hook and line? Do you close the area? We don't want to
I'm finding a lot in my work that if you can put that effort in up front to really co-develop the solutions, that's where you're going to be on the path towards durability. And so I think that that is perhaps a really fruitful way to go.
Great. And Sandy, would you like to?
Sure. Just building on that, and also the incredible broad support that Azul has demonstrated with their polling numbers. There is this really difficult problem that at least NRDC is stuck on of how to parlay this like incredibly broad support and love for ocean conservation and protecting marine biodiversity into decisions. And right now, a lot of the conversations that are happening within this very rigid construct of Fish and Game Commission meetings that are during business hours. They're very bureaucratic. People that express broader, sort of more general comments are asked to be much more specific in their comments. So it's really hard for someone who's not working on this all the time to make their voice heard. And it would be good, I think, for everyone here to try to put their heads together and figure out how to actually translate that support into more concrete conservation decisions.
Great. So structures for processes really matter, especially when we're talking about engagement, buy-in, education, and just making the time to participate, right? So I'd like to open it up for a couple of audience questions. Do we have an audience question? Michael Esgro.
This will not surprise anyone, but I have a technical, somewhat nerdy question, but I think it's relevant. So as Jen mentioned, we have this decision-making framework that's out for public comment right now about how we actually decide what protected areas in California state waters count for 30 by 30 and what don't. And on the marine protected area side, it's fairly straightforward, right? We're using the best available science. It's called the MPA guide. And we're saying anything that is fully or highly protected or potentially lightly, that's still kind of a subject of debate, the biodiversity benefits of those areas will count for 30 by 30. But then on the other hand, you have these things called other effective area-based conservation measures, or OECMs, right? A little bit of a global term of art, but essentially what it means is anything that was not established primarily for the purposes of biodiversity conservation, but may nonetheless have biodiversity benefits. And we're really struggling with where our line should be. So anyone on the panel have reflections on the types of these other kinds of areas that could rise to the level of our strong definition of a 30 by 30 conserved area?
All right, the OECM question, which is kind of the big question, I think, for a lot of people around the world right now. Does somebody have a response to that?
Okay.
Sam?
I'll start, but I mean, it's a little bit repeating what I said before, I think. I mean, where I would come to this is, why not look, I mean, it's not like we're starting from scratch. These areas exist now. We've been collecting data in these areas. Why not look at them and see well, first of all, we have, what would constitute success? What are we actually, it's not just area, right? We're trying to conserve biodiversity. So let's establish some targets and look at the data and say, well, how are these potentially OECM areas doing to help us towards our targets? And I think that will start us on the process to understand what is meeting the our standard and what isn't, right? And as we heard, this is not outside of the political realm. We may not, everything may not hit the gold standard, but when we think of the whole network, and maybe some things can contribute a little less as long as a whole we're getting to where we want to be. And so I would encourage us to look at data when we can to help us make these decisions.
And I'm really curious too, before we go over to Mars, is anyone here engaging or reading through the development of the monitoring framework for 30 by 30 and how that might relate? And Sam, really quick. Oh, Mars, do you want to go?
I was going to add a different thing.
Yeah. Let's have Sam respond to that as a follow-up, and then over to you.
No. I was going to talk about Dr. Velos. So, okay. Yes, and I completely agree. I think, what the assembly member talked about, like, yes, we have very vocal people. And I understand where that's coming from because it's a direct impact. But at the same time, we should consider, as Dr. Veloz was talking about, like we have all the community and we have all the people working on these areas. And for me, I think the crux is who are all the people, right? So it's, on the one hand, it's the fishing industry, but it's also the industries that depend from the fishing industry, right? So providers, et cetera. It's also how do we really enable folks to participate in this? And like we talked about, like by definition, the process is still has a lot to do, and not necessarily relative to this particular issue, but to all government processes. But I think it's about like who are the people that are doing this that we then get to, and yes, assuming the best intent, assuming that elected officials have a lot of things to deal with and possibly limited staff time and need to prioritize possibly the people that are the most insistent. And at the same time, I think that if people weren't that interested, it wouldn't be so lively, put it that way.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. And Sam, did you want to add anything about the framework?
I will be honest, I have not been keeping up on the negotiations this week to see where it's going. I mean, I am hopeful that we're going to be including things that are direct biodiversity metrics in terms of what we expect people to be monitoring and tracking. I have a little bit of a fear that it's going to be so high level that it's not going to actually inform, especially maybe some of our smaller MPAs, right? Or in the terrestrial realm, our smaller protected areas. So I think it's going to be a combination of these things, but I don't think we can get away from having direct ecological observations to tell us how things are doing on the ground.
Great, thank you. Did we have any additional questions from the audience? Yes, right there.
Hello. Okay, here it is. Hi, this is Justin Galino from the National Caucus of Environmental Legislators. And while California may have been the first one to enact 30 by 30, there's also Maryland and Vermont that have done it as well. What does the future of cross-state collaboration look like so you could achieve 30 by 30 more effectively and better? Thank you.
Maybe I'll let Jen take that from the government side.
I was going to sit back and see how you answer that.
So we need a 1 minute response, and then we're going to wrap it up. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so the High Ambition Coalition has a subnational task force that's really working to pull together, subnationals from across the globe, to do this work. And so California is part of that. We just had Massachusetts join. We've got other states. And so that's really how we're not only kind of sharing lessons learned, but helping amplify the collective work and the power of subnational voices to contribute to protection of global biodiversity.
Great, thank you. And so huge round of applause for our panelists. And I also want to once more thank IUCN for hosting us. Thank you to the Natural Resources Defense Council, Resources Renewal Institute, and Point Blue Conservation Science for co-sponsoring this really important discussion today. And for Matt Haney, Assembly Member, thank you so much for joining us. Mars. And the California Natural Resources Agency. And I hope that we can, if you're interested in continuing this discussion with our panelists today and others from the Natural Resources Agency, I hope we can chat outside the venue because, again, such an important conversation on how do we actually take this work forward. So thank you again for joining us, and I'm looking forward to seeing you around the venue.
applause for you.
Next one, please.
Welcome. Yeah? You're happy? Okay. You're taking it? For her? Perfect. Just tell me when you want me to start. Just tell me when you want me to start. Now. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this very special event on 60 years of guiding conservation, the IUCN Red List. I'm Ann Bowser. I'm representing NatureServe, and I'll be moderating today's session. We have a great group of panelists. Grethel Aguilar, of course, representing IUCN. Matthew Gold with Z, SL. Megan Barstow with BGCI. Kevin Njabo, Texas A&M University. Ed Ellis, IBAT. And shortly, we'll be joined by our last panelist, Martin Harper, representing BirdLife International. And to begin the event, I'd like to invite Grethel to talk about the IUCN Red List at 60, looking back and looking ahead.
These microphones are made for taller people, so I apologize. And someone left the glasses here. So, good evening to all of you, and thank you for coming to this session. Let me first give a word of advice. So, at 7 p.m., we have the huge event, 352 people registered, so if you want to be here, stay. So thank you, really, Anne, for giving me the floor. And I'm going to do a very quick slideshow, and you can follow that. But let me just start by recognizing the Red List partners. This is very important because, you know, the contribution and dedication of our Red List partners is what makes the IUCN Red List possible. Not many people know, but this is a partnership. And all of the institutions that you see in this circle represent the partners. We have some of them are here with us today. Some of them were in the morning when we did the press release of our update on the Red List. And I want to recognize them and thank you and thank them. Next, please. I also want to pay tribute to the specialist groups of the commission, SSC, the Species Survival Commission. Well, you see here, well, perhaps you see little colored things, but let me tell you what it is. It's 200 specialist groups. SSC, our commission, is composed by 10,000 experts. And those experts are divided in specialist groups. So imagine any species in this planet. We have a specialist group. You know, I was really surprised some years back when I first joined one of the gatherings, and there was the specialist groups on carnivore plants. And I was so impressed to get to know all the specialist groups, bats. I mean, I'm not mentioning tigers, elephants, and all that, because those are the normal species that everybody knows. But it's just such a rich group of experts. And what is even more impressive is that they give their time as volunteers to do this work. So I don't want to even think if we have to pay those 10,000 experts. So I think we have to be very also grateful to them. Next. So this is a special day for the Red List here in Cali. As you might have seen in media, we updated the IUCN Red List today, and this has included completing a comprehensive assessment of the world trees. We said this morning that we assess 46,000 and plus trees, and 35 of those at risk of extinction. That is not really a good news, but the good news is that we can reverse that if we work hard and we take action. And that is why we put together this red list. So this is a major step in the growth of the critical tool. The IUCN Red List started, imagine, in 1964. I was not even born. I mean, 3 more years and I will be in planet Earth. But in 1964, we created the Red List with 313 species, assessing 313 species. And today we have assessed over 166,000 species. This is the incredible work that many here have done over 60 years. Next. So I hope that you all know that the IUCN Red List is the most comprehensive source of information on the global status of animals, plants, and fungi. And we call our Red List the barometer of life, because it's what it is, a barometer of life. So it provides us with an objective framework for assessing extinction risk, and it is the starting point for informed conservation action. Next. IUCN, we are delighted that we have significantly increased the numbers of fungi, plants, and invertebrates in our effort to make the Red List the most complete and reliable source of information possible. So you can see here how we have been progressing. This graph exactly shows the amazing progress since the Red List partnership was formed in 2000. This is important because, you know, the Red List, as it is, it was created in 1964, but it was not until we welcome the partners that really the numbers grow. And our work was really strengthened, which means that we are much better together, which means that we as IUCN, we are a union, and we are very proud to work as such. And you can see the results of being a union. This is really amazing, and one of my favorite slides here. So, but next please. But what about impact and use of the IUCN Red List? What we can tell about what is the impact that we are having? So the website, the IUCN website that you see in this slide, is used by millions of people each year to view and download species information. When I say millions, millions. I mean, not even the IUCN page gets the, yeah, it's true, gets the number of people that really link into the Red List page. So I'm really, really proud of the work that together with the partners we're doing, because it's serving so many people, from students, from scientists, from governments, from communities. I mean, the information is there. So next, the information of the distribution of species is its threats and the conservation action needed for recovery are especially important. And you can see there that it's also, not up in the cloud, but actually it goes to, to the territory. This is the only way, of course, to do the Red List. Then the Red List index, please next, our index, which uses red list data to show threats and overall extinction risk is used as an indicator for the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And it is a headline indicator for Target 4 of the Global Biodiversity Framework. The IUCN Red List also guides conservation action that is needed to halt that decline in biodiversity. So you can take a look of the slide. The Red List is also a catalyst of conservation action, and it works, helping to protect even lesser known but ecologically important species. And you have an example there. For example, the IUCN Red List helped to save the crow grasshopper from extinction because it's listing a critical endangered catalyst donors, planners, managers, and scientists. I'm always amazed. I don't know if you have taken the chance to see the IUCN Red Book and the pictures in that book. I bet, well, maybe we have here biologists, but I bet that many of you don't even know the name of those species. It's just incredible, incredibly amazing. So I am pleased to share with you that now this species that you see on the screen is now under recovery. And this is because once we told the story and then many came to the rescue. So this is what the Red List is about, to tell the story so that people can come to the rescue of these species. Because at the end, we're not just saving a species, but we're saving ourselves. So the IUCN Red List also is used to communicate major news on conservation, including species declines and recovery. On this slide, you see some examples of IUCN Red List press releases, including inspiring recovery of the Iberian lynx. Yeah. So also let me say that the Red List is used by scientists to publish evidence-based conservation messages, used by the private sector to understand risk and opportunities of business operations, used by donors to influence which species, habitats, and sites receive conservation investment, used by schools and universities to educate children and students about living nature and the biodiversity crisis. But it also gives inspiration. This is not in my notes, but let me tell you. It also gives inspiration because it's not just about telling what is wrong and what we're doing wrong, but it's also about by explaining what we are saving and what are the opportunities to take action. And I think that is even more important because we use the information to produce action on the ground, because that is what is important, that we take action and we save these species. So that is the best part of the IUCN Red List. Then the IUCN Red List is used to advance species recovery. You can see it there. It underpins IUCN Green status. It is used to produce the STAR metric, which measures the contribution that actions can make to reducing a species extinction risk. And through national red lists, it can help countries to conserve biodiversity and produce, of course, the MBSAPs. So many countries use the red list to produce MBSAPs, to produce the reports. And I think that it's a tool, that if the red list will not exist, we will have to create it. As simple as that. So let me finish saying that the IUCN Red List is much more than a compilation of data. It is at the heart of our protection of the planet. It is at the heart of the actions we take to protect this planet, the only planet we have. Some months ago, I was talking to a scientist, astronomer, and he's studying, planets. And I asked him if that sentence, there is no planet B, was true, because he's studying other planets. So I thought, well, maybe that phrase, there is no planet B, might not be correct. Huh? And he explained me, and I think this was very compelling, and that's why I tell the story. He told me, you know, there are other planets, and we are now exploring if there is water on those planets, but the distance between Earth and those planets is immense. But even if we were to build a rocket, that will get us there, why are we doing that if we have the perfect planet? Why don't we better take care of what we have that was built for us, humans? This is the perfect planet. So even him that was studying the planets and looking for water and looking for Earth to breathe is convinced that we have the best planet that it is. And I think that that is amazing because we have an amazing planet full of species. So I am delighted to be here today with all of you, many leaders that are here in this room, many of our Red List partners who can, I'm sure, elaborate even further on the impact of our Red List. And we look forward to hearing from all of the ones we're going to speak now here today on how we can advance the Red List to make it even more applicable. And please stay tuned for a special announcement before we close the session. So don't leave. I see this room packed. It will start to people to try to enter. We're trying to accommodate people outside. So once more, if you want to be here at 7 p.m., stay. Thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction. I would now like to invite the panelists to come to the stage and share information on one example of how the Red List is guiding conservation action and impact, including for birds, CBD, private sector, and trees. Matthew, beginning with you.
Oh, no. I'm not trees, I'm animals.
Megan, beginning with you.
Oh, we've gone back to animals.
Oh, that is me.
Does this mean I get longer to speak now? Can I just talk over the animals? No?
This is a very strange dance we're doing. So, I'm Matthew. I'm the Chief Executive of the Zoological Society of London. We're almost 200 years old, but one of, I think, the most important contributions we've made as a science-based conservation charity has been to help evolve the Red List. The late, great Professor Georgina Mace, when she led our scientific institute, was part of establishing the methodology which leads to the Red List in the form it's in today. And we're very proud of that heritage, and we're very proud, Gretel, to be part of the union that you lead. Been asked to speak about how the Red List has mattered to us. And there are really sort of 2.5 ways I'm going to mention. There are many, many that I could, but I'll just do these 2.5. So the first is represented by this picture here. These are our EDGE fellows. EDGE is a methodology that ZSL developed to identify urgency or priority of saving species. It stands for evolutionarily distinct, so how unique they are, and globally endangered. And the globally endangered rests entirely on the Red List. So the Red List is a really key part of this. But what's made this scheme so powerful is the fact that it's not just about the data. The data is fine, but what really matters is what we're doing with it. And so we've, for a number of years, had a fellowship where early stage conservationists from the Global South can apply, and those who are selected get 2 years of support and mentoring and networking. And these are the most extraordinary, committed, impressive individuals that I've met. And for me, whenever I get depressed about the state of the world or our impact, conversations with or hearing about what they've been doing really recharges my batteries. We've got 4 here, but we've also got 2 at the back. Would you just stand up and say hello? It is Lily and Monica. They're 2 of our Colombian Edge Fellows, and the work they do for the dwarf gecko and the macaw, both of them critically endangered species, is absolutely extraordinary. So this is, for me, the Red List in action, providing a scientific basis for brilliant people to work on species which we know need their help. This is the second use of the Red List. In the last year, ZSL and our partners have created the Extinct in the Wild Alliance, and this is to focus on and improve how we look after these species right at the wrong end of the spectrum. These are species that are no longer need insurance populations. They need a lifeboat because they no longer exist in the wild at all. And there are we know of less than 100 that exist, plants and animals. There are dozens of organizations, zoos, botanical gardens, IUCN groups involved in protecting them, in nurturing them, restoring them to the wild, and making sure that the population remains viable. So here we've got the seaheck, the Guam kingfisher, which can no longer exist in Guam because of a brown tree snake, but where many zoos in North America have kept and strengthened a captive population to the point where this year we've been able to reintroduce 9 to the wild, not in Guam, but in Palmyra, some way away, but ecologically similar. And Professor John Ewan, who leads our Extinct in the Wild Alliance, is currently in Palmyra and has reported back that the 9 that we've released are flourishing. They're getting their adult plumage, they're showing the right signs of social behavior. This is a really nice example of what the Red List can mean in reality. This is the partula snail next to the kingfisher. Again, not perhaps the most charismatic megafauna, but really important. Important culturally, important scientifically, important ecologically in French Polynesia. We and our dozens of partners have put 25,000 of these back into French Polynesia, and one of them, Partula nodosa, we've established that it is breeding effectively in the wild and has therefore the chance to become the first ever invertebrate species to be downlisted from extinct in the wild, which would be wonderful. We've got the scimitar-horned oryx here, which has been downlisted fabulously after the efforts of literally dozens and dozens of different zoos, all coordinated by the Environment Agency of the United Arab Emirates. And we've got the Mexican pupfish, which I've got a tank in my office with these in it because I want to be reminded every day of the extraordinary responsibility that is on all of us to make sure these species don't go extinct. And then I said 2.5, there's a final personal observation I'd make, which is, unlike I suspect almost everyone in the room, I'm relatively new to conservation. Two years ago, I was doing something else entirely. But I remember taking my children to London Zoo, and I remember going round different species, and each one, my heart sinking further and further because of a red list description: endangered, critically endangered, extinct in the wild. It's such a powerful, clear, authoritative, easy to understand way of explaining how we're doing and how these species are doing, that it left an extraordinarily powerful impression on me. And I'm not sure I'd even be here today had that experience not happened to me. And I've got the best job in the world now, so I wanted to thank everyone involved in producing the Red List. It's an enormous team effort, and it's had a profound effect on my organisation and on me, so thank you.
Plants. I think we're advancing the presentation, and I think you're really next this time.
Hello, my name's Megan Barstow. I work at an organisation most people probably haven't heard of called Botanic Gardens Conservation International. We host a membership of 900 botanic gardens across the world, and our mission is to get these gardens to implement conservation actions for plants. And one of the main initiatives we've been working with our gardens with is called the Global Tree Assessment. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the news of the Global Tree Assessment today with the publication and update of the IUCN Red List. But I'm also going to talk about national actions that are being taken now that we have many more Red List assessments available for trees. Oh, do I need to be nearer? I'm nearer, sorry. Okay, so the Global Tree Assessment is an initiative to assess the conservation status of the world's tree species. There are around 58,000 tree species, and the initiative launched just under 10 years ago in 2015 in partnership between BGCI and the IUCN SSE Global Tree Specialist Group. It's currently the largest assessment effort ever undertaken for the IUCN Red List, and now with the update today, 1/4 of all IUCN Red List assessments are now for trees, so we've made a huge contribution to this barometer of life. So this morning it was announced that 1/3 of tree species are now registered as extinct in, I'm starting again. So today it was announced that over 47,222 species are now assessed on the IUCN Red List, and 1/3 of these species are assessed as threatened or at risk of extinction. So that's 16,425 species. So when we talk about tree conservation, we're talking about a much larger group of species, and in fact there are twice the number of threatened trees as there are birds, mammals, reptiles, and amphibians combined. And we wouldn't have known this, had this focus on trees today, if we hadn't completed over 80% of assessments for the world's tree species. So although the Global Tree Assessment it's a global initiative and provides a world overview of the status of the world's trees, we are now looking at how we can implement and use the Red List data at a national or species level, and that's what my next two examples are about. So there are 192 countries around the world which contain threatened tree species. One of these is Malaysia, and we've been working with Sabah Forestry since 2018 to produce assessments for their endemic and native tree species, and in particular dipterocarps, which are actually the main forest species that orangutans depend on in Borneo, and a huge number of these are at risk of extinction in the wild. And the major threat, as it is to orangutans, is land use change. So Sabah Forestry have now updated their high conservation value forest map, and the goal of producing this map is to create no-go areas for land use expansion, so for palm oil and other agricultural needs. And the reason this is really important aspect of the Red List is that before the assessments for trees in Sabah were completed, they were using only 28 assessments to produce these maps, but now they have over 300 species included in these maps, so they can make a much better prediction of where this high conservation value forest is. Similarly, in Colombia, where we find ourselves today, we have been working with the IUCN SSE Colombia Plant Specialist Group, who are an incredible group of people. They've assessed over like 2,000 species for the IUCN Red List, and they've been published over the last 5 years. So they've been taking national action in terms of a spatial planning approach, and they've also been identifying which species they have that are priorities in terms of conservation, in terms of threat status, threats that they need to tackle to save the species, but also cultural significance. But just a little bit on the spatial planning. There are 6,000 native tree species in Colombia, and 700 of these are threatened. So they're trying to prioritize which conservation areas they need to be working for these species. So they've used the IUCN Red List assessment data to map where their threatened species are, and now propose new key biodiversity areas to protect these species. And they identified that 58% of key biodiversity areas were missing trees. And so they had 135 species that they could now use to trigger new protected area measures. And they've already been able to nominate 7 endangered or critically endangered magnolias to bring about this spatial planning and in situ conservation effort. And again, just to note that, to reiterate what Matthew and Gretel has already said, the global tree assessment would not have been possible without the coordination and contribution of over 1,000 individuals from across 60 global institutions who've been working tirelessly for the last 8 or so years to produce this global assessment and contribute over like 20,000 assessments to the IUCN Red List. So I'm very grateful to have met and worked with some of these people, and that is everything. Thank you. Thank you for listening about trees.
Immortalize that. Okay, my name is Kevin Jabo, and I work for Texas A&M University. Usually they call us Aggie. So if you're from Aggie land, you understand what I mean. So I'm here as part of a university, so it's not, so our own approach to red listing is a bit different. So, which is really what I want us to do today. So I'm not going to talk about the background because it's going to take some of the time which I need. So I'll just jump into what we call how do we drive the conservation impact and what we've been doing so far. So the first is collections. So one of the things that we've not really looked at, and which is really what we wanted to insist when we're talking about red listing, where it is really, really critical for red list assessment, the collections that we have. At Texas University, we have the BRTC and the herbarium, which have over the years have been collecting lots of different species. And the curators are part of these different conservation species groups, and they keep on working to make sure these red lists are updated. Secondly, we also have the apes of Central Africa, the Congo Basin, the chimpanzees is listed as endangered. And as part of the IUCN, where we started the Mbamenjerem National Park. That national park already has its most diverse national park in the Congo Basin with about 1,000 individuals of the chimpanzees alone. So 15% of the population is found in that park. What we've seen today, in 2016, as part of this IUCN, we started forming the Biomonitoring Center, which now becomes a beacon of hope for the Congo Basin. So we'll see that hopefully we're going to keep monitoring and doing action on the ground. The next thing which we are talking about are the functional traits and paleoecology, which is done by Michelle Lowing. Michelle Lowing's lab, she's looking at functional traits for mammals and reptiles. And most of the research that she does inputs data into IUCN Red List. And lastly, we also talk about amphibian and reptile conservation, which is being done by Lee's lab, Lee Fitzgerald. So it's looking at how do you input and what type of science do you do so you impact all this information into the red listing aspects. So the next thing, what are the priorities and opportunities that exist when we talk about red listing? So we talk about the priorities and opportunities. So like I said, the collections that we have are really, really a global network, and it is one of the largest, one of the largest in the world. So how do you make sure we access that and get more of that information into it? And what we've seen, the updates of the red listing it's a bit slow, and it lacks about, so there are some areas that are not really well represented. So what we're trying to say is these periodic assessments could be updated when we take advantage of the collections that we have. Then we also have the processes. What is really, really important is every time we talk about red listing, we talk about protected areas, we're looking at patterns. So we're protecting the patterns, but there are always processes that underlie the patterns that we see in nature. How do we protect that pattern? How do we make sure that we're protecting the processes that are behind the patterns that we find? Because these processes ultimately will drive restless assessments that make data-driven and impactful decisions for species survivors. So it is really important that we really also start looking at the processes that are responsible for creating the patterns that we see in nature. Then how do we improve on the red listing? As part of the university, we talk about enhancement of data collections and more frequent assessment. And then as part of the university, what we can do. I'm just going to give you a simple laundry list of things that the university can do. We talk about data collections and research. We talk about collaboration, which has been emphasized here. We also look at capacity building. As part of the university, we have the professors, we have the students, graduate students, they're all doing this work. So how do we can use and offer those training programs to make sure that concrete research is being done on the different species. Then we also have funding, so we can work together to build the funding that is necessary to carry out the sciences. Then we can also have student and faculty engagement, and as part of our publication systems, this information can really be shared out to different communities. And what we can say is, as part of the university, it is really, really important that we have the resources, we have the expertise, and then we have the data, which we know we can use. So through that partnership and field research and capacity building, and using academic institutions which really do the research in the field, we can be able to make sure that the red list remains a robust tool for species conservation. And the collaboration in general will therefore help us to make it more effective to develop different conservation strategies across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, hello everyone. My name is Ed Ellis and I'm the head of the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool, or IBAT. And I love events like this because anything about the red list, people manage to sneak so many wonderful photos of species into their presentations. You see some glorious photos, and you might notice that I've managed to do the same. It's a really helpful reminder for me. I spend a lot of my time thinking about and living in the world of data, and it can become a little bit abstract. But the data of the red list isn't abstract. It's about living, breathing species. And this is a really important reminder of both the importance of the data set and what we're all ultimately trying to do with that data, which is help take better decisions for nature. So I'm going to talk about the importance of the red list for a slightly different perspective, and that's from use and the impact that the private sector can have. At COP15, there were about 1,000 representatives from the business and finance community in attendance, and that was by far the most attendance that had ever been at a biodiversity COP. This year, they estimate the numbers at about 3,000. There's a huge interest from the private sector in biodiversity. They're waking up to the fact that biodiversity is an integral part of their business. And this is important, because we're not going to be able to achieve the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework without the help from other non-state actors, without the help from the private sector and the impact that they can have on the natural world around us. So how do we translate this burgeoning interest from the private sector into concrete action that they can take on the ground? And that's through data, like the IUCN Red List. And this is where the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool comes in. So IBAT is a web-based mapping and reporting tool that helps organizations access globally authoritative biodiversity data so they can use it to screen for biodiversity-related risks and opportunities, and ultimately help manage their impacts on the ground. And we've heard about the importance of collaboration today, and IBAT is likewise a collaboration. It's a collaboration between BirdLife International, Conservation International, UNEP WCMC, the UN Environment Programme's World Conservation Monitoring Centre, and of course, IUCN. And these are 4 organizations who've come together under the banner of IBAT with a common vision, which is that authoritative biodiversity data like the IUCN Red List helps organizations take positive action for nature. And the way that IBAT does this is by providing data, tools and guidance that helps predominantly the private sector incorporate this data into their decision-making processes, helping them screen for risks and identify opportunities, and then crucially, allowing IBAT to invest funds back into the support of those data sets. And I'll come back to that point in a moment. So IBAT provides access to globally authoritative biodiversity data sets like the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species, the World Database of Key Biodiversity Areas, and the World Database on Protected Areas. These are all data sets that have been used and recognized by the conservation community as key tools for conservation for decades. And the IBAT partners came together and realized that we should be getting this data into the hands of the private sector. These are data sets that are all based around IUCN knowledge products. The World Database on Protected Areas is a joint initiative between UNEP WCMC and IUCN. World Database of Key Biodiversity Areas is it uses an IUCN standard in order to identify, propose, and nominate those key biodiversity areas. And so it's a wonderful example of this collaboration between the conservation community that feeds through into a whole range of different opportunities. And IBAT's been doing this for a little while. There is this burgeoning interest from the private sector in the last couple of years, but we've actually been supporting the private sector since 2008. Might not seem like a long time when you compare us against the 60-year anniversary of the IUCN Red List, but it is important to recognize that there are many actors in the private sector who have been using data to have an impact on the ground. And IBAT has been an integral part of the IUCN program. We launched at the World Conservation Congress in 2008. The Species Threat Abatement and Restoration Metric, or STAR, which some of you may be familiar with, it's built upon the IUCN Red List, and that was launched through IBAT at the World Conservation Congress that we had in 2021. And so how do businesses actually take this data and use it to guide decisions? And I'm realizing that nobody can probably read the words on the screen, so just look at the wonderful African wild dog instead. So IBAT is used as an early stage impact, risk, and opportunity screening tool. It's used by financial institutions to screen potential investments. So the Red List feeds into decisions that financial institutions take about what projects they will or won't fund. International Finance Corporation and the World Bank Group screen the vast majority of their potential projects through IBAT to determine where there might be critical habitat, where there may be impacts on speakers, and this is billions of dollars over the last few decades of project level screening that has been informed by the Red List. These data sets provide insights for organizations that are either managing or developing new land for operations. I heard a rather terrifying statistic earlier this week, which is that 70% of the infrastructure that will exist by 2050 has yet to be built. We need to be guiding organizations to make sure they're building that infrastructure in the right way. And the Red List plays a critical part in organizations being able to understand and manage the impacts that they may have, and informs things like the siting of routes, the environmental impact assessments that they need to undertake in order to get the proposals for that infrastructure. And increasingly, it's being used by the private sector to identify opportunities that they can take to restore habitat, to restore species, and take positive action for nature. And this is really encouraging because they're realizing they can't go it alone, and they're starting to operate across the landscape to reach out and collaborate with organizations on the ground. We've got over 275 organizations using the Red List to inform their decision making. This is from a range of sectors. It's renewable energy, it's extractives, it's financial institutions, it's food and soft commodity production, fashion industry, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, construction, Silicon Valley tech companies. The IUCN Red List has an impact on a wider range of sectors. And for a large number of users, we've got almost 28,000 people registered on the IBAT platform, and we've had over 500,000 projects uploaded into IBAT, where people can take the Red List information and then use that to assess what's happening around my project. That guides their action on the ground. And then, as I said, IBAT has this twofold mission. The first is, how do we get this really critically important data into the hands of organizations that are affecting the natural world around us? And the second is, how can we generate sustainable funding so that we can continue to do the good work of generating and updating critical biodiversity data sets? And IBAT's invested almost $5 million back into supporting biodiversity data sets. And this is great, but it's only the start. This year, we did $1.2 million invested into into biodiversity data sets. We're aiming to triple that by 2027. So hopefully this is just the start of things to come.
Okay, one more panelist intervention. Martin, please come up and provide a quick example of how the Red List has guided action in your work. You could put them on if you'd like.
No, I have enough. I have enough. Thanks very much. Nice to see you all. My name is Martin Harper. I'm the Chief Executive of BirdLife International. We're 123 organizations in 119 countries around the world. And we are a proud partner of the IUCN Red List, which celebrates 60 years today. And Gretel, I'm sorry I'm late, but happy birthday. I have a good reason for being a bit late. We've just had a press briefing about the scale and extent of resources being mobilized to try and deliver the GBF, and not surprisingly, things are going in the wrong direction. And I tried to point out the sort of juxtaposition between the new Red List coming out today, birds were also reported on today, and of course the stats are serious, and at the same time the resources being proposed are just inadequate. But this is a celebration. The world would be a lot worse without the Red List. And Gretel, did you mention John Charles Phillips? So actually, John Charles Phillips had the idea to do a survey and report on extinct and threatened species in 1933. And then 31 years later, the first formally bound books of the Red List were produced. So out of this great idea from John Charles Phillips came this extraordinary community of people trying to understand the scale and extent of what's happening to the amazing species on this planet. And just sort of 3 examples of how the Red List has underpinned conservation over the last 60 years. Firstly, you heard from Ed about the fact that over the last 40 years or so, we've been using the presence of threatened species to inform initially the important bird area databases, which underpin protected areas around the world until the KBAs came along a few years ago. And that is obviously at the heart of delivering Target 3 of the GBF. And then, of course, the second thing is really all about how it has driven species recovery. So I've got 2 little examples about how BirdLife has responded to the information that the Red List provided. So in the early 2000s, 2002, Dr. Stu Butchard, who's now the chief scientist of BirdLife, joined BirdLife and contributed the first ever assessment of what was happening to vultures in Asia. And they were plummeting at enormous pace, something like 99% decline in many of these gyps vultures. And it was the trigger of the Red List, which then created and galvanized this trans-country effort across the whole of Asia to try and work out why the vultures were declining, and then, of course, to do something about it. And, of course, there's a whole lecture on the, the causation of decline linked to diclofenac use in veterinary drugs, because which, of course, the vultures were then scavenging and found toxic, coming up with replacement drugs. But the good news is, now in Nepal, we have the first ever vulture safe zone, and as long as we can try and make sure there are no vulture toxic chemicals in the environment, then of course we're going to see vulture populations going up. And my final example is one which I feel most proud about because I've had some contribution to it, unlike the vultures one, which I've just pretty much stood on the sidelines, which is all around the shocking decline of albatrosses. Again, detected late 90s and early noughties. 17 out of 22 albatross species were deemed to be at risk of extinction, primarily because of the bycatch. They were drowned because of the long line vessels, which were basically trying to catch tuna, but of course the albatross were being caught on the hooks and they were drowned, and they were dying in the hundreds of thousands. And so that triggered a huge conservation effort by the BirdLife community to try and work with fishers to train them up to catch fish rather than albatrosses. And as a result of those endeavors, we've managed to reduce bycatch in some fisheries, for example, off Namibia and across South Africa by nearly 98%. And as a result of that, we now only have 15 out of the 22 albatrosses which are deemed to be critically at risk. So my final point is that conservation works. We did an assessment of what would have happened to species if we didn't intervene. And of course, we think that the conservation community has averted many, many extinctions because the Red List is your early warning light for action. So A massive congratulations to IUCN for everything you've done over the last 60 years. Thank you, Gretel, for your leadership. And let's hope that this report shakes the governments into action to mobilize more resources to save our nature.
That was a great whirlwind. Now we're going to pause a moment from the panel and take 1 to 2 examples from the audience about how the Red List is making a positive impact in your work.
Thank you so much. I am a mycologist. I work with fungi. And I think that the Red List has been very, very important to visualize fungi, and also that they need to be protected because the threats, they have also threats. By now we have assessed around 700 species. It's nothing compared with the diversity of fungi that we are expecting to occur in the planet. And also with the example that our speakers give today, but we are starting the path, and I think that now we can show to the decision makers that fungi needs protection. Thank you.
Well, with this IUCN Red List inspirational. Oh, sorry. Now there we go. With this inspiration from Red List, IUCN Red List, Brazil has also done an enormous effort, risk assessment effort. We had evaluated 15,000 fauna species, and we evaluated 7,500 flora species using all the methodology and criteria established by IUCN. In Brazil, Red List is legally binding, so it does a great difference for us. And so it feeds a lot of public policies as proposing protected areas, and environmental licensing, fishing regulation. It does quite a lot of difference for us, our Red List. It's important also to say it allows us understanding our main threats and how we plan actions to recover and conserve this species. And we also have developed our approach to this planning that we started from IUCN Action Plan, but now we walked along the road to our own approach. And for us, that's very important. That's a very important tool that makes makes all the difference in the decision making that our government and others do. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were both incredibly inspiring examples. Now we have a quick lightning round of questions for the panel, which you're all very passionate, so I'm going to give you the challenge of answering in a single sentence. And tell us, please, what more could IUCN and the Red List Partnership do to advance conservation using the IUCN Red List to 2030 and beyond?
Okay, one sentence. I think we can and should include more traditional knowledge mixed with scientific knowledge, and we will be even greater.
So for me, I think it would be to build capacity in the countries and parts of the world that need it most, so that their approaches to nature and conservation can be founded on the best possible data and the best possible science.
And I now, with the global tree assessment being almost complete, would like to see continued work on reassessment for species so that we can monitor changes and if there's been progress or if there's been declines, but hopefully progress, so that we can share some really good stories and keep people inspired by using the IUCN Red List.
Take advantage of the university systems. There's a lot of research going on in different universities and all the collections and museums that we have there. So that will make sure that we can update the assessments.
Continue to use it to inspire the youth of today. We had a wonderful example earlier of how the Red List can inspire people to get into conservation. I think it's a wonderful opportunity.
Wrap up 196 copies of a Red List bound and give it to each minister who turns up later this week with the request to put a spotlight on Target 4 to raise the profile of species conservation, because species is the ultimate currency of success.
Well, that was incredibly succinct. Any additional thoughts on what's next for the Red List? Quit where we're ahead. Yes?
There are two more things. One is the use of technology, because we need to advance, so we need to use eDNA, but we also need to use technology to touch the hearts and minds of the younger generation. That's the only way. And the second is funding. This work is not done out of the blue. It needs a lot of resources. And people need to believe that this is really the barometer of life, so that they can help us and put the resources so we can continue to do this with this incredible group of organizations. Thank you.
And we have time for 1 to 2 audience questions for the panel. And please let us know who you are. I should have asked that earlier.
Hi, Rob Cook, UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, and member of the Antelope Specialist Group. I wondered if you had any learnings from the tree assessment for insects. We know there's only around 1.2% of insects have assessments. Is it possible to scale up and do these large groups?
I think it's Hello? Okay. I think it's definitely possible to scale up. We had huge financial support from Foundation Frankliniana, who was still only very interested in trees. But if you can find a foundation that's interested in doing, insect assessments, then that would be great. They would help you through it. And it's just collaboration. It's just, there's people in countries who know how to do Red List assessments. And if they don't, you can deliver training. They're super keen. They want to do this. People who've done tree assessments are like, now we want to go and assess all our other organisms in our country. We just need the funding to be able to do it. So I think it's definitely possible with, it's just always the same issue as funding. But people are ready. And we had to do a little bit of I call it demystifying the IUCN Red List, which is that everyone assumed you needed to have all this like plot data to be able to do assessments for trees. And we were like, if we keep trying to count every single tree that exists on the planet, we're never going to be able to know what the Red List status for these species. So let's use what data we have. Let's see what we can do with it. Let's see where the data gaps are. We'll deal with those species later. We'll assess those as data deficient. And let's just see what picture we can get now. So that might be my biggest lessons learned from the global tree assessment, is like, you don't need to go and count every cricket. You can use what you've got, and you can probably make a pretty decent assessment. And if you find out 5 years later you were a bit wrong, you can do a reassessment. And that's like the beauty of the IUCN Red List assessment, is that it can take on new data when it becomes available, and you can use that to reassign your priorities. So yeah, I think it would be great if you could do more insect and also more fungi assessments as well.
Any additional questions? Yes.
Hello, thank you for this very inspiring meeting. My name is Sander van Andel from IUCN Netherlands. I'm very inspired by the Brazilian example, actually. So my question to the panel is, how do we get the IUCN red list into national red listing and into national legislation? Because that is where real protection happens of many species.
Does anyone on the panel or in the audience have an answer to that?
I'll just start. So there is also an IUCN SSC National Red Listing Specialist Group. I don't know if you knew that that exists, but maybe that's something that specialist group needs to work on to figure out how to introduce it into national legislation. But I will now hand over to Gretel, who probably has a better.
I'm going to reveal a secret. I'm not a biologist. These are the experts. I'm a lawyer, so let me answer that question. So I think the IUCN Red List has been used by many governments to do the wildlife law. It's not a secret. We are today celebrating 60 years, and I can tell you, and I'm 100% sure, that in many countries, the IUCN Red List has been used exactly for that, to do the wildlife laws. So I think that the information that we're provided now, we can do it more rapidly. It's a matter, we cannot cope with the number of assessments at the moment. We want to process more so that the governments can have more information more on time, so that they can update their laws, that they can have their decrees to save X species or the other, but it's already being used. It's not something that needs to happen. It needs to be, maybe going to in a faster way. But
and if I could just add, and I'm not an ecologist or a lawyer by training, I'm a theologian, and sometimes I think perhaps divine intervention would be really useful. But I think the red list at the national level is incredibly important in terms of driving action on the ground. And it's back to this point, we need to invest in the capacity where the biodiversity is, because there's an inverse correlation between where resources spent on data and where it needs to be spent. And so we've got to find some way to make this more equitable.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more example, and then we're going to start that close.
Actually, an answer or a response. IUCN and the SSC and others are part of Reverse the Red, an initiative that's looking to really implement Target 4 in countries. And unfortunately, for a lot of countries, it starts with their biodiversity data. So implementation actually looks like collaborating with academia, collaborating with nonprofits and zoos and aquarium, botanic gardens to get those data going. Some countries have asked for national red lists. So actually, as was mentioned, we're helping support countries on that. So there's loads of capacity to kind of have conversations and really explore what that might look like. In addition to linking actually with countries like Brazil that have a lot of experience in using the IUCN categories and criteria and methodology. So don't walk away without having a conversation with some of us. Thanks.
Okay.
Well, thank you to the organizers, and thank you to the wonderful panel, and thank you to the audience who is sitting and standing to join us today. Reflecting on 60 years, I think that still today the first thing that people see when they look at the red list is the elegance behind it. 42,000 assessments underpinning a headline statistic like 35% of trees are under threat. But really my key takeaway from today is the strength of the people and the communities behind the red list. We have two fellows in the audience who are driving progress forward firsthand. I recognize a few people who are working with different Species Survival Commission expert groups. Raise your hand if you've done an assessment. Raise your hand if you've worked to get the work of the Red List used in policy or practice. So we've got a great group of people here, and we have wonderful partners, founding partners, newer partners, again, IUCN. And then lastly, whenever I think about the Red List, I also think about members of the general public. The strength of the brand has persisted and only grows. The Red List is the first time that many people learn about IUCN and the wonderful work of the organizations that IUCN brings together. And it's these people that will one day be joining us in the great work that we all do to protect biodiversity around the world. And please close the event. I think you're just inviting people.
Okay. I'm not going to give any speech. I'm seeing the people outside waiting, and we have to reaccommodate the room. So sorry if I'm not so formal. Thank you so much to all the panelists and to all of you for being here. Don't leave. Don't leave us. Don't leave us, because the what is coming is even better. So thank you so much to all of you, our partners, and stay tuned. Thank you.
wait, so here.
Yeah, there we go.
Good evening. We are starting the event, so please come in and have your drink inside. It's gonna be good.
I know it's gonna be good. I know.
Don't get nervous.
I'm just tired.
Come on, 5 more minutes. You can come in until there's a space. I don't know.
Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. Please come in.
How is it?
Good evening, everyone. Please come in. Move to the front. Please come in. You can say it in Spanish. And move to the right.
But I don't have. Hi.
There is a lot of space on
Good,
my right.
good evening. Can you come in? Can you come in, please? Pueden entrar para los que hablan español. So we're gonna have a surprise inside for those who get in. Hear me, because the speakers is right. Yeah.
Tell them there's lots of space. So come in.
There's a lot of space. That's the only one I have. So let's just move around. You can come in. There's a lot of
Should I get it
space.
started?
Let's go inside. There's a space inside. Let's go.
Whoever is interested in the surprise we do have for you tonight, please come inside.
La presidenta dentro. Tiene que entrar.
Are you seeing it now?
There's more space in front. I feel like Can I have your attention for just a minute? Here you go.
Ayúdame a mover.
So let's get it started. Good evening. Buenas noches. My name is Paola. I work at IUCN in Glon. Not as beautiful as Colombia, I must admit. Not as beautiful as Cali. With all my due respect to the Swiss people in the room, I have the privilege to work for the IUCN Red List and to contribute to this amazing knowledge product of IUCN, which is our flagship product. So I'm supposed to do a formal opening, so I'm gonna go for it, even though I'm not very formal. If technology comes to assist, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, IUCN members, IUCN Red List partners, donors, dear friends. It's a pleasure for me to be here tonight, and I'm delighted to welcome you to the IUCN Home of the Union. We are here tonight to celebrate the Union, which is a group of amazing people, organization, contributed to make the world a better place for the generations to come. We are here tonight also to celebrate a special birthday. The Red List is turning 60 this year, and I think you have been hearing this many times. And we took this opportunity to launch a global social media campaign. it might sound like normal for all of you, particularly for the next gen and for the young people in the audience. For an old lady who's turning 60, this is quite something. So it's our first attempt. We'll make it work with the support of all of you. And the objective of the campaign is really to raise awareness. You have heard today from the panelists that we couldn't do conservation without the red list. Because essentially what I always say, and I'm not a scientist, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So this is what the red list is helping us to do. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank the red list partners, the SSC, or the Species Survival Commission, the members, all my colleagues at IUCN, the donors, our partners, because without them all, we wouldn't be here tonight. So thank you for being here. I'm now handing over the mic to our Director General, Gretel Aguilar, who's gonna finally present you the surprise. So thank you. Oh no, sorry. I wanted to check whether you were attentive, all of you. You didn't spot it, so we did it quite well. I have the pleasure to hand over to Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, our president, to give the opening remarks.
For a millisecond, I thought I was off the hook. But in case you're wondering, I'm not the 60-year-old woman who's celebrating her 60th today. But nevertheless, it is time to celebrate. And I know you've been listening to speeches and panel discussions all day, so I will not give you an opening speech. Just really to say that in the year where we're having the 3 COPs, let's make some noise. Let's make this not only the most fun COP, but the most impactful one. So please raise your glass to making this COP one of the most fun, but most impactful COPs in this year. Hear, hear. But then, because we're still sober and the night is still young, I did want to have just a small, maybe perhaps sobering message so that you can really earn your drinks moving forward. And that's a few words on the World Conservation Congress. The World Conservation Congress will be hosted in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, where I'm from. It'll be hosted 5 years from the big number, 2030. And I believe with your support, it'll be an ideal time to really break away from business as usual. It would be really an opportunity for us to come together in Abu Dhabi to really take stock on what was achieved, but more importantly, analyze the reasons of why we are not breaking grounds, the reasons why there isn't a paradigm shift to really successfully reverse biodiversity loss. Friends, we need more than a course correction. And to do that, I believe it really starts with a sober understanding and analysis, but also acting on our collective shortfall. And I do believe Abu Dhabi 2025 will be the time and opportunity for IUCN to be bold and to actually get it done. Thank you very much for your attention. Those are the sobering words for the rest of the evening. Please be happy and merry. And with that, I'd love to introduce our incredible, our wonderful, our bold, our courageous Director General, Dr. Gretel Aguilar. The floor is yours.
Good evening, buenas noches a todos y todas. So, today is our 60 years anniversary of the Red List. What a moment. And let me say for a moment, yes, I'm soon going to be 60. But we're still strong, we're still going, and better than ever. So 60 years is wonderful. It's a testimony of many years of work of many people around the world who do the assessments for the red list. And I want to recognize, first of all, our partners. I see one there, BirdLife, but we have many partners. I don't know if they're in the room because most of the people is outside. No. So we received confirmation for 352 participants. So I'm sure that some of our partners are outside, but if you are in the room, please raise your hand. Yes, great. I see some back there. So this is a celebration of a partnership. It's not just a celebration of one IUCN, but of a really good partnership with that makes possible this red list. Also, it's a celebration for our specialist groups from the Species Survival Commission. More than 200 specialist groups in any species that you might imagine. And they are the ones who really do the work for IUCN Red List. So also a big, big thanks to them, many of them outside and in the room. So thank you very much. I also want to say, you have heard many times that the Red List is a barometer of life. No, and it is a barometer of life. If we cannot have a barometer of life that can measure how we're doing, then we cannot really take action. So this barometer, what it does is that it helps us to take action. It helps us to inform governments, to inform people on what we need to do and for what species. So it is fantastic. We just finished an event on the Red List, and I was so inspired by all the presentations, and perhaps the people from Brazil are in the room who show us just there, who show us how Brazil is doing the national red list based on the methodology of the red list. And many countries are doing that. Can you imagine the impact we're having by countries doing the national red listing? It's just amazing, because that means that things are changing. And although we live in a crisis, we have to be positive and we have to look for solutions. And the red list is a solution. The red list is the barometer of life, and we should all celebrate today. But let me just finish, because I don't want to interrupt any conversation, drinks, and everything that is happening outside. I just want to launch our global campaign for Red List. You will find this different. I mean, we have been doing many things in 60 years, but one thing that we really need to do is to bring the Red List closer to people, is to bring, to make people aware that the Red List is there. Not just the science that I appreciate very much, because those are the ones who do the Red List, but this is about everybody knowing about this barometer of life. So I'm happy to launch the campaign. We have been working a lot for this with our partners, and Paula is going to do this. She has been working very hard together with our teams, and I hope that you enjoy it. You find it fantastic. You help us to fundraise. Please do, because this does not come out of the clouds. I mean, funds are needed, and are needed for the ones who do the work. So thank you so much, and wait a second, because now you're going to hear the best part. So thank you so much.
made it, guys. The campaign is out there. Help us to amplify it, to support it, and I hope you enjoy it as much as we do. It's going to be the opportunity for us to create a movement for species, and a movement for nature conservation. So, good news is that the movement is already coming up. So I'm delighted tonight to have two of the supporters of the campaign, of the Red List and of the IUCN, who will join us to launch the campaign and to trigger your action and your support. So it's an honor and a pleasure to have here with me Patricia Ricard. She's the president of the Oceanographic Institute Paul Ricard. She's been engaged in conservation for the past 30 years. She's a star in the ocean world. She recently joined the IUCN Patrons of Nature, which is this group. She deserves a special applause for this. For the ones who don't know, the IUCN Patrons of Nature is a group of visionary leaders who stand by us to protect and conserve nature and to make our voice heard in their own sphere of influence. And this is amazing. So without further ado, I invite to the podium Patricia Ricard, and please give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Paola, dear Razan, dear Gressel, dear friend. I think that with that campaign, the old lady gets a very cool pair of sneakers. She's going to run fast, and she's going to make a great way. Thank you so much. You know, I was thinking a minute before about all the colors in the nature, all the colors in the SDGs, and I see so many colors beyond the red list. I think the first color I see is the blue, like blueprint. I spent a couple of days running around all those stands, listen to people, looking for pathway, looking for examples, looking for ideas. Hey, guy, who have an amazing success story, a success story that brings finance and science and commitment and hard work and long-term to a success. So thank you for that. I see green, because behind the red list, there's a green list, and that's hope. So thank you for turning the color of danger in hope. And I see also the color of passion, the color of love, because behind that extraordinary 60 years adventure, there have been so many hours of waiting in swamps, in forests with birds. I mean, only passion can make such an accomplishment. And I will finish with another shade of blue, the ocean, because behind that success story, there have been idea, with a red list blueprint, with a red list commitment and great vision, we can turn that no man's land in everybody's responsibility for a new hope for the new generation. So thank you for that old lady. Thank you for you guys. And happy colors and happy birthday, the red list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you very much. But Patricia is joined by another amazing woman, gender equality. We should have thought about that, maybe. So it's a pleasure and an honor to have here with us Paola Cremonezzi. She's the Executive Director of Sustainability of L'Occitane, Brazil. Who in the room knows what L'Occitane is? They call it brand awareness, I think, technically. Well done. So L'Occitane is a corporate partner of IUCN and is an organization that values and preserves nature in their sustainable business practices. They have decided to support the campaign beyond the support they give to the Red List. And they've given us, you have been seeing that the strapline of this campaign is that the most iconic things, they are not things. They have decided to partner with us and to make a parallel between one of our iconic products and iconic species. So without further ado, please give a round of applause to Paola, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paola. And it's an honor to be here. And on a personal note, I also am a supporter of the IUCN Red List, personally in my life. So every time I invite you all, when you go eat a sushi, check the Red List. The tuna, the salmon that you are eating, they are there. So really, really, it is a pleasure to be here. So the L'Occitane group is data-driven decisions like the Red List is crucial to our developing our biodiversity strategy. In 2016, in collaboration with the IUCN, we have developed our data-driven biodiversity strategy for the brand L'Occitane en Provence, and with their guidance and instruction and data. And this year, during here COP, we just relaunched the biodiversity strategy, updated and revised. So we can focus our efforts on the endangered species, on conservation, and as you know, we do source a lot of ingredients that are iconic and important to be preserved. So scientific data and frameworks are the foundation of our conservation efforts, enabling us to measure our impact and assess risks. And on the ground, our commitment to biodiversity takes shape in preserving species like the Araucaria tree in Brazil. It's an endangered species as well that we use in our products in Brazil, that we are joining efforts to conserve that endangered species. And also in the Caatinga, a very unique biome in Brazil, we do source ingredients that are also in the Red List, and we do focus our conservation efforts working with small-scale suppliers and producers to invest in regenerative systems to improve the biodiversity in the region where these species are. So looking ahead, we reaffirm our commitment. We are proud to be sponsoring and supporting this campaign. Thank you all, and we invite all businesses to integrate biodiversity in their strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. Thank you very much, Patricia. I said that the movement is already in action. We have more supporters of the campaign who couldn't be here tonight, but they were happy to send us a video. So it's with immense pleasure that I launched the second and last video of the day.
Hello, this is Jane Goodall. The number of species listed as in danger of extinction, some critically endangered, is growing.
And with them, the delicate balance of biodiversity that sustains all life. But there is hope. The IUCN Red List stands as a battle tool, providing science-driven data that helps us understand the state of our natural world.
It's the most complete source of information on the state of health of the plant and animal species of our planet.
My name is Pierfrancesco Vago, and I'm here today to say why we support the IUCN Red List.
I support the IUCN Red List because it has a concrete impact on the species survival.
Because the Red List is a chronicle of biodiversity, and biodiversity is essential for the health of the planet.
It guides us in making science-based decisions that directly contribute to preserving our blue planet and its threatened species.
It tells us where we must take urgent action to save those species before it's too late.
Porque entendemos que la naturaleza es nuestra casa y es el tesoro más valioso que tenemos para la vida. Es la vida.
It is our best healthcare provider for the planet.
Thanks to its work, many species have been saved from the brink of extinction.
Similarly, collaboration enhances our ability to protect the planet. It's celebrating 60 years with a new campaign to raise awareness and funds for endangered species.
This isn't just about nature. Protecting biodiversity is protecting our future.
The Red List is vital for conservation. We must protect iconic species we share the planet with.
Please support the Red List.
Es hora de actuar y no existe otra forma de alcanzar las metas 2030 sin la participación de todos los sectores y agentes de toda la sociedad.
Happy 60th anniversary to the IUCN Red List.
So that's the second wow of the evening. You see, we have amazing supporters. We hope you will join us all for the Red List, the barometer of life. Now, before I get too emotional, I'm going to hand over to Gretel for the closing remarks. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
I'm also very emotional. But let me first of all also give my deepest thanks to one person that is amazing, is really amazing, and is our President Razana Mubarak. You know, without her, this would not have been possible. She has been supporting IUCN all the way since she became president, and the two of us, we're a force of nature, no? So, thank you very much to all of you for being here. Help us with the Red List. We keep going strong and stronger. So, thank you very much. Enjoy your night. Go outside with the rest of the crowd. Tell them what you saw here, please. And enjoy the night. Happy anniversary, IUCN Red List.